Hello, everybody. Welcome to another. Let's say I'm gonna say this is me at least like one live stream because I know like there's like 30 chapters, 31 chapters. What the fuck? And I'm gonna tell you, this shit is 100% 18 plus. Like legitly, there are just a lot of chapters. Some chapters are just completely just. And I know there's definitely sex in this. Okay, there is. So if you guys are definitely under 18 plus, or you are okay with anything that's sexist, you can watch right now. If you're not under 18 plus, or you don't want to watch, no, hear about sex actually in this, I recommend you leave right now. But it's a good story if you know the sex part. It's that I'm gonna love it. I love it. I heard it. Also, this is definitely a great story. It is. I have the in the description the fanfic to the fan link to fanfic is there. It's meant not that it's updated today. Okay, that's new. I did not know it updated today. So there is one new chapter I don't know. There is one thing I wanted to do though. Let me see. No, that one. That's the other one's just pure sex. That's just pure sex every chapter. Let's see. Yeah, this one I can't record. Legitly, I not because I can't do that because legitly as the author he he got cat bitch fanfic. Fucking channel destroyed. Not there anymore. If I do his, I'm gonna get the same thing, and he is gonna get my channel banned. Let's watch this.
Had been jammed into his back.
Fuck.
Chapter 1. In a patient exam room somewhere in Mustafa, General Dr. Tsubasa, a round man with glasses and a bushy mustache slouched on a stool across from Midoriya Izuku and his mother Midoriya Inko. Izuku was a short, scrawny 4-year-old boy with 4 freckles on each cheek forming the shape of a diamond, and viridian green fluffy hair that matched his eyes. Inko was an average height slender woman at 5 feet 6 inches with straight hair and eyes that matched her son's in color. Well, after several tests it's safe to say the boy's quirkless. He turned to Izuku. You should probably just give up. Dr. Tsubasa lazily stated to a catatonic Midoriya Izuku and his wide-eyed mother, Inko, before sitting up as if remembering something important. You know, there is one more test I could run, you know, just in case. The doctor said with infuriating vagueness. Inko stood up so abruptly the stool she was sitting on wheeled away and crashed into the wall, eyes blazing. Don't you dare talk to my son that way. No more tests, no more getting my boy's hopes up just to crush them. To his mother's right, Izuku was startled out of his shock. He hardly ever heard his mother shout. She turned to her son with a soft voice. Izuku, we're leaving, you'll never have to see this man again. With that, she used her quirk to grab her son's toy with one hand and with the other grabbed his hand and marched out to her car. Later that evening, Izuku was commiserating the worst 5th birthday he assumed anyone's ever had while watching All Might's debut clip for what was probably the 1000th time. He heard his mother come into the room quietly. Izuku, I made your favorite, Katsudon. He turned to her with a watery smile, see, can I still be a hero? Inko could see the hope teetering on the edge of despair in her baby boy's eyes. She couldn't believe that doctor. She knew Izuku would likely remember this day for the rest of his life. Well, she wasn't going to aid in crushing his dreams. Even if she was the only one in the world, she would encourage him. It didn't matter how much the prospect of him being in danger without a quirk frightened her. Her heart was in her throat and tears were threatening to spill over. She cupped his face and wiped his tears as she responded. Izuku, listen to me very closely, the only person that gets to decide what you are capable of is you. If you want to be a hero, you will have to work harder than anyone and you will still be at a disadvantage. People will discourage you the entire way, but I believe in you and I will support you the entire way. Izuku threw himself into her open arms, she hugged him tight until he eventually cried himself to sleep. After tucking Izuku into his bed with All Might themed sheets, she went into her room and opened her laptop. She was done procrastinating, She was going to sign up for online law classes right now. How could she tell Izuku to chase his dreams without doing so herself? She would fight for the discriminated and those labeled vigilantes. She knew that if a civilian fought back against a villain with their quirk, they would likely be charged with vigilantes. A scared civilian did not equal a vigilante. She would be her version of a hero. She would have to lower her hours at the hospital and be careful with the budget, but it was worth it. Even after discovering her husband's secret overseas family and taking him for everything in the divorce along with child support, money was still tight on a nurse's salary. Several months later. His mother was certainly right. The second his quirkless diagnosis came to light, his best friend turned on him, his classmates turned on him, even the teachers turned on him. They viewed him with open derision, and when he stated he still wanted to be a hero, the cold stares of the students turned into barbed words, the dismissal of the teachers turned into turning a blind eye to the abuse if not outright encouraging it, and worst of all, the casual insults from his best friend Kaken turned into violent beatdowns at every turn. No, not Kaken, his friend was gone. Only the bully Bakugo remained. Izuku was at recess at the nursery school when he heard the telltale sound of crackling and the smell of caramel that preceded Bakugo's quirk activating. He turned around and saw a girl, a short distance away by the trees, crouched in the dirt with Bakugo looming over her threateningly. The girl had light blonde hair kept up in two messy buns. So pretty, so cute. Despite the situation, the girl had a too-wide smile revealing elongated canines on top and bottom like a cat's, and a look of pure adoration in her eyes as she stared at whatever she held in her hands. As Izuku made his way closer, he noticed that she had blood on the corner of her mouth and was cradling a dead bird in her open palms close to her chest. Bakugo slapped the bird out of her hands. "What's that disgusting look on your face? You're nothing but a villain waiting to happen. I'll just put you down now." Izuku knew what was coming next. Even at 5 years old, Bakugo's quirk packed a punch. He threw himself in front of the girl, back to her, arms shielding his face. Boom! Pain flared through his arms and chest. "You trying to act like a hero when you're just a worthless Deku? Leave her alone." "If I'm acting like a hero, then what does that make you, Bakugo?" He knew he had made a mistake when he saw the unbridled rage in his friend-turned bully's eyes. He stood his ground in front of the girl, but it took everything he had to weather the storm. He wasn't sure how much time had passed until the bell rang signaling the end of recess, and with a tch, Bakugo spun on his heel and marched away. Izuku dropped his now bruised, bloody, and scorched arms to the sides of his equally damaged torso. He turned around to check on the girl and saw that she was still smiling and looking at him with the same look she had been looking at the bird with, pure adoration. This close, he could see that her pupils of her eyes were slits like a cat's and unfocused, as if trying to take in everything about his bloodied appearance at once. "Cute," the girl said. "Are you okay?" He stuttered out in pain and embarrassment as he offered her his hand to help stand. The blonde's eyes focused, and their eyes actually met for the first time. "Why did you help me?" she asked as she took his hand and stood. He cocked his head to the side in question. "Why wouldn't I? If someone needed help, you helped them, everyone knew that." "Right." Disappointment evident in her voice, she replied. "Not everyone." Gesturing to the now empty playground save for one teacher waiting on them impatiently. He blushed. Great, apparently he had muttered that last bit. She was smiling again, but this time it was small, filled with mischief. "You're nice, I like you," she stated matter-of-factly. "I'm Toga Himiko, what's your name?" Izuku was about to faint, and he wasn't sure if it was due to pain or embarrassment at the possibility of misinterpreting what she said. Shakily he replied. Midoriya Izuku, I'm going to lay down for just a second." Izuku fell to the ground as consciousness left him. By the time he woke up, he was in the nurse's office, bandaged, with his mother yelling at the nurse. What do you mean nobody knows what happened? He didn't do that to himself. Izuku shot up. I'm awake. Where's Toga? Inko whirled. My baby. She went to hug him but stopped short, remembering his injuries. Her eyes grew hard. Is this Toga the one that did this to you? No, I was protecting her from Baku. He cut himself off. He wasn't sure why he felt the need to cover for Bakugo, nothing would most likely come of telling anyway. Inko gasped. Kaken did this. She whirled back to the nurse. Where was the adult responsible for watching the kids during recess? There's no way they didn't hear explosions going off. She was starting to get suspicious of this whole situation. She would have to pay closer attention to Izuku's schools from now on. I'm sorry ma'am, I only know what I was told. To answer your earlier question Izuku, Himiko Toga was withdrawn from our school by her mother. She won't be coming here anymore. The nurse clarified. Of course the school had denied anything had taken place just like he thought would happen. Sure, Aunt Mitsuki had yelled at, threatened, and even forced Bakugo to start attending therapy once a month. It was something at least. He decided it was easier to just hide the evidence of bullying going forward. Even with all his effort he was pretty sure his mother was onto him. He hated lying to her but nothing would change except Bakugo would get more violent, so he just kept his head down and hoped to be ignored. Izuku wanted to start training to be a hero but apparently it wasn't healthy to really start training until he was older. His mother had agreed to take him running with her in the evenings however. She ended up having to carry him on the way back home most of the time though. Okay, so maybe she was right about waiting until he was older. He still snuck in some push-ups and crunches though. In an attempt to compensate for his lack of physical training he began doubling down on his hero notebooks. He was breaking down the strengths and weaknesses of not just heroes, but villains and vigilantes as well. If he couldn't overpower his opponents he would outsmart them. 10 years later. Izuku's 15, Inko's 33. Over the years Izuku had upped his training. He was now weightlifting at home every day after school and not just keeping up with his mother on their evening runs but pushing her to be faster and run longer. He was still lacking actual martial arts training but hoped to start soon. He was now on analysis notebook number 20 and he could tell was improving just by how amateur his older entries looked to him now. His mother had finished her degree and had already made a name for herself as a lawyer that only took on discrimination and self-defense cases. She hadn't lost a case yet. Izuku and having quite the day. Summer break had officially started, Bakugo suicide baited him for the first time, he was attacked by a sludge villain and almost died, met his idol, was disappointed by his idol, saved Bakugo from the same slime villain, and now All Might was offering him his tutelage and quirk. He had been initially heartbroken by All Might's initial response on that roof but his mother had warned him hadn't she? Only he could decide what he was capable of. Izuku mustered as much hardball attitude as he was capable of in the face of his idol. I'll accept on one condition. My mother has to know about all this, I'm done keeping secrets from her. All Might had agreed hesitantly, and walked with him the rest of the way home. The second he opened the door his mother was on him. My baby. You're a mess. What happened? She noticed the deflated All Might awkwardly standing behind Izuku. With faux sweetness she addressed the strange man. Oh, and who might you be and how do you know my son? Izuku's sweat dropped, to most people his mother would sound welcoming, to him he could hear the undertones and knew what they meant. Inko was seconds away from Mama Bear mode. He quickly interjected. I'll tell you everything later, I promise but in the meantime, this is a friend, and he has something to tell you. Inko calmed only slightly, she didn't miss that deflection. She gestured to the dining table. Go ahead and sit down, I'll make us some tea. All Might sat down at the table nervously and with as much poise and newborn horse while Izuku helped his mother in the kitchen. Once the tea was poured and Inko had let the awkward silence go on long enough to make both Izuku and the strange man nervous, she spoke. "So what is it you wanted to tell me, Mr.?" All Might gulped. This woman was more terrifying than most of the villains he had faced. Yagi Toshinori. I believe it will be best to simply show you who I am so you actually believe me. Please don't scream. With that said, he puffed up into his muscle form. I am here. Inko did a spit take across the table. After Inko had stopped choking and calmed down, Toshinori proceeded to relay everything that had happened that day leading up to that point. Inko was in shock in more ways than one. Well, at least you corrected what you initially told my boy and apologized. Her eyes narrowed, her voice dropping dangerously. You did apologize, correct? Toshinori's eyes widened and he abruptly turned to a nervous-looking Izuku. Bowing slightly, he replied. I'm sorry for what I said on that rooftop, young Midoriya. I was obviously wrong. Izuku was dumbfounded. All Might, the All Might, was apologizing to him. It's okay, really. It stung at first, but ultimately I'm the only one that gets to decide what I'm capable of. Inko was smiling warmly at her boy. The decision to support him fully was the best decision she had ever made. She could tell Toshinori was holding something back about this one for all quirk. Suspiciously, she addressed Toshinori. There's something you're not telling us about this quirk. Tell me everything and don't bother lying. Toshinori internally panicked before relenting. From the beginning then. Toshinori told the story of two brothers, the creation of Ofa, and its users. Izuku was blown away. He knew Ofa was a sacred torch handed down generation to generation, but he had never expected all this. He was really glad he had his mother in his corner asking these questions he might not have gotten the answers to. Inko was beginning to suspect she was just going to be shocked at every other sentence at this point. And you're sure this all for one that has been hunting Ofa users is dead? Toshinori looked down at his hands guiltily. I crushed his head with my own hands. They never found the body in the aftermath, but I'm sure. At the haunted look that passed over Toshinori's face, Inko eased up a bit. I'm sorry you had to do that. Thank you for telling me. If you can promise me that you will watch over my son in his training, then I have no problems with him receiving your quirk. Toshinori puffed back up into his muscle form, stood and bowed. I promise. Once Toshinori left the Midoriya's, Izuku approached his mother reluctantly. He knew this conversation would be hard for both of them. Mother, there's some things I need to tell you that will be hard to hear, but before I start I want to apologize for keeping it from you. I didn't want to worry you. Izuku proceeded to tell his mother everything: Bakugo, the bullying, the suicide baiting, and the teachers turning a blind eye to or outright encouraging the abuse. His mother listened in silence while he listened, with heartbreak evident in her features. In trying to prevent her worrying, he had inadvertently hurt her deeply. He promised her that he would never keep secrets from her again. She was the most important person in his life and he was done lying to her even by omission. Inko was more heartbroken than she was surprised, but she had never suspected the bullying was to this extent. She had tried suggesting Izuku go to a new school a few times in the past to no avail. She had been trying to build a case against Aldera for years now but didn't have enough to go on. Once high school starts you won't be going to Aldera, that's but for sure. Izuku was about to argue but his mother continued. No buts, young man. When I'm through there won't be an Aldera school district, let alone high school. Inko began muttering to herself in an Izuku-esque fashion. Just need to gather my evidence, call Nemuri or Anan and have them get me in contact with Nizu. Izuku waved his hand in front of her face to snap her out of it. She was as bad as he was. Mother. Nizu as in Dean of UA? And who is Nemuri and Anan? His mother stopped her mutter spree and answered his questions with a dismissive wave of her hand. Yeah, that Nizu, I'm told he enjoys dismantling subpar schools. He calls it a hobby apparently. Nemuri and Anan are my girlfriend and partner. She added as if an afterthought until she realized what she had said and snapped her head up, eyes wide. Izuku was trying to parse all of that information. His mother was planning on dismantling an entire school district with the aid of the dean of UA, and his mother had a girlfriend and partner he knew nothing about. Wait. Girlfriend and partner. He had to be sure. Inko's head fell into her palms with a slight blush and responded. Yes, I'm sorry I never told you, I wanted to be sure about them first, and Nemuri can be, a lot. Their jobs also require us to keep things on the down low. We've only been dating for about a year. I met Nemuri on a case. She and Anan were already dating and they invited me on a date. But that's no excuse, I love them and it's past time you met. Izuku was blown away. How had he not noticed his mother dating again? He was certainly happy that she had found someone again, she deserved it. There was one thing that was bothering him though. How do they know the dean of U.A? His mother looked hesitant but answered. Well, they're the pro heroes Midnight 1013, and they work at UA. She rambled out in a single breath. Minumum seri Midnight 1013? Wait, I've read that 13 prefers they / them pronouns would they not want to be called mom. Izuku mutter stormed. Inko was smiling at how accepting Izuku was. She had never told him outright that she was bi/poly, but she raised her boy right. He didn't have a bigoted bone in his body. You'll have to ask them. Nemuri actually tried proposing to us a few times already, but I told them that you have to accept them first. Anan agreed to wait for that day. If Nemuri heard you call her your new mom, she would lose it. _____. In the teacher's lounge at UA, 29-year-old Kayama Nemuri, aka the 18-plus hero Midnight, a 5 feet 9 inches woman with onyx black hair up in a ponytail, was wearing her casual clothes of leggings, an oversized sweater, and glasses. She sat grading finals while her 27-year-old partner Kuros Anan, aka the space hero, 13. They were very tall at 5 feet 11 inches, had a spiraling chin-length bob of blue hair that grew lighter closer to the roots, simulating a vortex. They had eyes with black irises that made them indistinguishable from their pupils were rimmed with an almost glowing orange. Their eyes bore a striking resemblance to the first pictures of a black hole. Anan was wearing their casual clothes of blue jeans, a black button-up shirt with a constellations print, and yellow high-top sneakers with a Velcro strap at the top. Nemuri shot out her seat when a shiver went down her spine. It's finally happening, she screamed, startling her fellow teachers and partner. She began frantically typing on her phone. Anan spoke up to her left. Nem? What's going on? Nemuri looked at her like it was the dumbest question she had ever heard. I'm reserving a table for 4 at the grotto. It'll be a yes this time for sure, I can feel it. Anan just shrugged. Who were they to argue with Nem's relationship intuition? It had worked on them after all. ____. With only 7 days before he started his new school, Izuku was sitting on the steps leading down to a now clean Takaba beach. He had finally packed on some muscle from all the training, he even had the beginnings of a six-pack. He was lost in thought about the whirlwind of activity his summer had been. The very next day after learning about their relationship, Nemuri and Anan had taken him and his mother out to dinner. The restaurant was set in a massive cave with an underground stream running through it. It was the fanciest restaurant he had ever seen. When he had accidentally greeted Nemuri as Ms. Kayama Mama, she squealed and hugged him without a second thought. His mother had subsequently told them the story of him calling them his new moms, much to his embarrassment. Anan had told him they liked the title despite it not being gender neutral, and Nemuri had squealed so loud it echoed off the cavern walls. Nemuri had immediately dropped to a knee and popped the question to both Anan and Inko at the same time, a jewelry box in each hand. Inko had said yes this time, and since Anan had been withholding her answer until Inko agreed to, they too said yes. Inko and his new moms wasted no time getting married. They had a private ceremony on UA's sprawling campus with most of the faculty in attendance. Izuku had never gotten so many autographs in one day before. After the wedding he had brought Anan and Nemuri in on the secret of Ofa. He didn't want to force his mother to keep secrets from her wife and partner. They were certainly surprised but took it quite well. He and Inko were currently in the process of moving in with Nemuri and Anan into a massive house on UA's campus. Apparently Nemuri had badgered and bribed Cementos into building. Then he testified against the Aldera school district along with some of its other victims. He got to see Nizu in action for the first time, and suffice it to say, Aldera school district never stood a chance. Some of Aldera's faculty had even admitted to being an isolated cell of a quirkist extremist faction calling themselves the New Meta Liberation Army. They even admitted that their intention was to foster future sympathizers to their movement. His treatment there had suddenly made much more sense, so did their praise of their golden child Bakugo. Once the media got hold of the information, the news of the trial spread like wildfire all across Japan. Luckily Izuku and the other victims were kept out of the spotlight. He was pretty sure it was Nizu's doing. Izuku was brought out of his reverie by the sound of a car door closing. He turned his head to see All Might in his Mr. Yagi form looking at the clean beach with awe. Upon noticing Izuku on the steps, Toshinori poofed into his All Might form and excitement called out. "Young Midoriya, you cleaned everything down to the last scrap, and with days to spare. Good job, my boy." Izuku didn't have many accomplishments to be proud of yet, but he could tell this was something that he would cherish forever. So what now? All Might looked upon his would-be successor with pride. He couldn't be happier in his choice. Now only the act itself remains. Remember, young Midoriya, there are two types of power, power given and power earned. You, my boy, have earned this power. Now eat this. All Might plucked a hair from his head and handed it to Izuku. Izuku looked at the hair for several awkwardly silent seconds before responding eloquently. What? All Might's bravado faltered slightly before responding with uncharacteristic nerves. Well, you see, it requires a willing transfer of DNA on my part, and while I had planned on boiling a hair in tea, hadn't expected to finish so soon, so I'm improvising. Understanding dawned on Izuku's face. Oh, I suppose that makes sense. He took the offered hair and with an audible gulp he swallowed it. When should it kick in? Well, as soon as you digest it, I imagine, though my master made me eat her toenail clippings up until it kicked in, so I can't be too sure. All Might said with a shrug. Izuku gagged. Well, I'm glad you're not her. About 30 minutes later he was beginning to feel something well up inside of him. He turned to the now deflated Toshinori. Suddenly lightheaded, he stammered out. I think I feel it. He barely got the words out before he passed out. Izuku awoke at night on an island of black sand with nothing but placid water on every side. He looked up, and where he would expect to see countless stars, there were only 9, but something was strange. Each star was a different color. And they were moving. They were orbiting a green star at the center, coalescing, moving closer with each rotation. Izuku was startled when a feminine voice came from his left. I'll have you know that toenail thing was hilarious. Izuku whipped his head to his left to see a not entirely corporeal woman. She was a tall, very muscular woman with black hair in a spiky ponytail, wearing a retro
I have to leave through my thing, because I know, because there might be actually fucking pictures of each single one of them.
hero costume. He tried to speak but found he couldn't. He had no mouth. You can't speak here yet. You aren't even supposed to be here yet. We don't have much time before you wake, so I'll give you a quick rundown. We're inside of One for All right now. I know Toshi explained that One for All stockpiles power. She gestures to the vast ocean before continuing. What he doesn't know is that it stockpiles quirks as well as a piece of their wielders. She gestures to the 9 colorful stars before continuing again. That's why I'm here, I'm the 7th holder of One for All. Izuku's eyes blow wide with that bit of information. A quirk that stockpiles the power, quirks, and personalities? Souls. Minds. Probably best not to think about that, he quickly decides. I can feel you thinking from here, kid. Just remember, quirks are bullshit. As to what's going on in the sky, I might have an idea. Izuku just stared deadpan at her. Don't give that look, brat, normally those stars don't move. When yours showed up, things started changing. I believe OFA itself is changing, evolving, the stored quirks are melding together. Normally, we would have given you our quirks one at a time when we thought you were ready for M. Now, however, I think you're going to get all of M at the same time, so hold on to your butt. She said, doubling over laughing. After several seconds she recovered enough to continue. Whatever your quirk is, it's the cause of all this. She said as she gestured to the sky. Okay, now he knew he was either dreaming or had exploded like All Might warned of. He just rolled his eyes waiting for whatever this was to end already. The Amazonian smiled with motherly affection and a hint of sympathy. I know you don't believe me, Squirt, but when you wake up get another X-ray done. She said, her voice beginning to fade as if moving further away. His vision swam and then blackened once more. Izuku drifted back into consciousness with a splitting headache, feeling more emotions all at once than he thought was possible. There was anxiety, fear, impatience, hope, and despair. Something was off though, some of these emotions felt further away, as if he wasn't actually feeling them. It was an odd sensation, like the difference between smelling a food and actually tasting it. He wished all feelings would just quiet down a bit, it was overwhelming. The sensation lessened immediately. Against his better judgment he decided to open his eyes. The synthetic overhead light nearly blinded him and he winced as his headache intensified. He groaned aloud and massaged his temples, his hand was surprisingly warm and it made his headache vanish. He finally looked up and around the room. He was in the UA's nurse's office and there was a small crowd of stunned onlookers. All 3 of his moms, a deflated All Might, recovery girl, and Dean Nizu. They were all staring, slack-jawed with what could again feel as genuine disbelief and an unnatural calm. Hi everyone, sorry for worrying you. Inko recovered first and rocketed to him. Izuku, she cried, tears soaking the sheets as she hugged him. Anan and Nemuri came to Inko's side. Nemuri reached out, rubbing circles into Inko's back. She was really worried about you. Anan's hand came up to ruffle Izuku's curly hair. We all were. You were out for 2 days, she corrected with a smirk thrown towards Nemuri. Nemuri and Inko had been inconsolable before he woke up. Toshinori walked up to Izuku and bowed. I'm sorry my boy, I had no idea that would happen. He apologized before straightening. We still aren't sure what happened exactly, but Nizu here has a theory. The mouse? Bear? Dog? He was just going to refer to the mammal as a chimera. The chimera walked up his bedside and clambered up. I believe you have an invisible quirk that interacted with One for All in an unexpected way. The results of the X-rays should be ready soon. It's so very exciting. He elaborated with a slightly manic grin. Invisible quirk? X-rays. But he already had X-rays done, he was quirkless. What do you mean invisible quirk? I'm quirkless. Nemuri and Anan just smiled kindly to let him know that they understood and weren't upset. In response to Izuku's question, recovery girl wordlessly got up, went to her office and returned with 3 X-rays. She quickly slapped them up on the illuminated display. No extra pinky joint, no appendix, and no wisdom teeth. You got a quirk, kid. She rushed out. Izuku and his mom stared at the X-rays before shouting in unison, "What?" Nizu was furiously tapping away on his tablet before he spoke up to clarify. "Your records show a quirkless diagnosis," he gritted out, "via X-rays at 5 years by a Dr. Tsubasa. Obviously those test results were faked, why I'm not sure, and this Dr. Tsubasa alongside his grandson seems to have vanished some 5 years ago." He turned towards All Might. "He vanished the exact same day as when you received your injury, coincidental timing, wouldn't you say, All Might? He had a quirk. Well, an original quirk. Sure, he had no clue what it was, but he had one. Then there was Tsubasa, the implications of that were terrifying. His childhood doctor was possibly connected to the worst villain to ever exist and purposely misdiagnosed him as quirkless, but why? There was one more thing bothering him, well, two actually. Earlier when I first woke up I had a horrible headache, but when I rubbed my temples it vanished like it was never there. I could also sense emotions that weren't mine, and when I wanted them to calm down they just did." Nizu spoke up before anyone else could. "I noticed you stirring immediately, and when you rubbed your temples there was a faint greenish glow surrounding your hand. As for the emotions, I'm not sure, but right before you opened your eyes, instead of feeling impatient for you to wake, I felt calmed, but it was obvious that it was being forced on me." Izuku turned to a still distraught Inko. He could feel, no, he could sense her panic and tried to replicate the same sensation of willing her to calm. The effect was immediate. She whirled on him. "I felt that." A gasp. "Izuku, your eyes are glowing." As she was reaching to cup his face he noticed a bruise on her knuckles. "Mother! What happened to your hand?" Inko gave a sheepish grin. "Ah! I might have punched All Might when he told me what happened. Luckily I was in my hero form, she has one hell of a right hook," he said with a laugh. Izuku took his mother's bruised hand and ran his thumb over her knuckles worriedly. Then his hand began to glow and warm. The bruising receded before vanishing entirely. He felt like there was more that he could do, like a second gear, so he shifted it up. Inko's eyes began glowing this time. Everybody was in shock, none more than Recovery Girl. She knew how rare healing quirks were more than anyone. Izuku spoke with excitement. "Is that my quirk?" Before he could start muttering about possibilities he was cut off by a strange sensation. Izuku felt more than saw, someone else in the room that wasn't there before. He looked up and just past everyone was standing the more clearly defined woman from the strange dream. He heard her talk not in his mind, but with his ears. "Technically they're all your quirks now." Everyone save for Izuku spun to face the intruder. "Hi, I'm Shimura Nana, the 7th holder of One for All, nice to meet ya." Nana cheerily said, as if there was nothing at all strange about her being there. "How did you get in here?" Namuri demanded. "Get behind me!" Anan shouted. "Great, another person crowding my office." Joe grumbled. "Oh my!" Nizu said with uncommon surprise. "Stay away from my baby!" Inko yelled, eyes glowing bright from her quirk. "Master!" All Might whispered, looking like he had seen a ghost. Nana smirked with a shit-eating grin. "Hey Toshi, you look like shit." All Might immediately coughed up blood and collapsed to the floor unconscious. Nana bent over, holding her sides, laughing and wheezing. Standing up and wiping the tears from her eyes, she explained. "They're both more powerful than they used to be, but the first one with the feelings was the third's. It's called empathy. The glowing hand one that heals was the second's. It's called cell activation. Their original owners are both sulking because they couldn't hold their quirks over your head until you impressed them. They'll explain better once they're through acting like children." She huffed. Upon seeing the questioning look on Izuku's face, she continued. "Your original quirk was the one that made your mother's eyes glow. I'm pretty sure now that originally it just evolves your quirk, and maybe quirk adaptations. Pretty useless by itself, but combined with the power and quirks stockpiled within One for All, it not only evolved every stored quirk but itself as well. I think it combined with cell activation the same way the first's transfer combined with power stockpile. You can forcibly evolve a person's quirk now? Go ahead and give it a try, Mama Doria. Surprised at suddenly being addressed by this strange woman, she simply complied. She tried lifting something too big for her quirk attraction of small objects to work on normally, in this case Nemuri. A green light enveloped Nemuri as she began floating off the ground. She began running her hands all over herself sensually. Oh, this feels amazing. I have some ideas for this, she said, grinning at Inko, eyebrows wagging suggestively. Nem. Not in front of Izuku, Inko said as she dropped Nemuri on her ass. While Nemuri was massaging her butt and grumbling, Nana spoke up again with a knowing smirk. Well, Squirt, what do you wanna name your quirk? Izuku looked down in thought and muttered quietly before replying. Simple is best, so I'll name it Evolution. Well, that's my first chapter of my first ever fanfic. As promised, I'll explain some of my changes to canon and why. But first I'll start with some warning in case they're deal breakers for anyone. I know it's rushed, but I promise it slows down after the first chapter. Izuku is hetero-poly and there will most likely be a ton of people in the polycule. Izuku will definitely be overpowered, but so will everyone else, including the villains. I'll be replacing 4 members of 1A. First is Mineta because I hate him and there's no way he would make it past the entrance exams.
Definitely true. Mineta, worst character. Okay, worst, not Berserker. Okay, kind of worse for me. Just because of a lot of shit. His attitude and shit, everything.
Second is Mashirao Ajiro because his personality and quirk are criminally boring.
I don't know about him. Okay, I think I know who Ojiro is. The two guy. Yeah, he definitely has a bad, not a good quirk. It's not that it's a bad quirk. It just needs more utility. Like there's someone who made his dumb quirk tail better by making sure he can turn into other types of tails, like alligator, insect, crocodiles, rabbit. No, they don't have tails. Other animals, more or less. Let's do listening. I don't know what characters are though.
Third is Rikido Sato because his personality is boring except for his baking hobby and his quirk makes 0 sense.
Oh, Sugar Man. That's definitely not something not really a good. It's definitely a good, but bad quirk. Like they didn't really. He only eats the more white sugar. What happens to brown? That's like that's thing his quirk. Sugar rush. Ugh, not really the best quirk.
Iflita drank orange juice and went full recipro burst until he passed out. Same thing. Fourth is Koji Koda. While I like him, he doesn't bring a whole lot to the table in any meaningful way, and I doubt he would make it past the entrance exams. How do birds and rats beat robots?
Okay, that's actually a good question. How the fuck he actually passed?
He's too passive to fight himself. One replacement is Shinsu. The 3 other replacements are characters.
Okay, Shinso is pretty much good, okay? Shinso definitely deserves class 1A or 1B. I would imagine he would got rescue points probably, or something, not combat points though.
No OCS, I want to see more of and necessary for the changes I want to see in Izuku.
Cool.
You've probably figured out that one of these characters will be Toga Himiko. She's probably my favorite character and she has the capability of giving Izuku some confidence and insight into the fact that villains can just be people that have fallen through the cracks of society. On to the explanations. I've always thought quirk evolutions were the most interesting thing in MHA, but it's hardly ever utilized. Izuku's quirk will let me explore all that quirk evolutions have to offer. I made evolution finish OFA so soon because I love Nana, and most of the previous holders' quirks. Most fanfics either ignore the other holders' quirks or take forever in handing them out. I made the second's quirk cell activation like the little boys from the movie Heroes Rising because it's a super cool quirk that enables some fun things I want to do. I axed Fajin because I think when next to Ofa it's super redundant and boring. I replaced it with empathy because it'll enable Izuku to truly achieve his goal of making people feel safe, and help the polycule form faster than at a snail's pace. I dropped Hisashi off the face of Earth because of 2 reasons. 1. Him turning out to be AFO is cliché as fuck and boring. 2. If he isn't AFO he has nothing to give the story, he might as well be an OC. I changed up some of Inko's reactions because I wanted her to be a better mom and actually prove she loves Izuku a bit more. Inko gets a polycule because why not? I love Kayama and I love Midnight/13. Midnight is also a perfect tool to get Izuku some confidence with girls. 13 is great for teaching non-combat applications of quirks and thinking. She's also super passionate about quirks like Izuku. UA will be a university because why the hell would they teach heroism in high school? A hero school I imagine would be pretty similar to a trade school. Specialized classes to learn the craft. Also, I want to age up the characters to justify them being more capable and mature. I made Inko a lawyer for some plot reasons and to show that she is willing to fight for her own dreams as well and go full mama bear on anyone that discriminates against Izuku or anyone else that she loves for that matter.
A lot of things here, guys, right? A lot of things. That definitely changed a lot of story. I remember all this happening. This is new for me. I did the original story on and changed it. So I made one 2 years ago. This story is just so much changed, at least at this point. My God.
Chapter 2. Quirk Exploration Time. After rousing a still pale-faced All Might, the group made their way to Gym Gamma at Nizu's suggestion. So how is it possible that you're here, Master? A still very confused All Might asked. I knew I was forgetting something. Nana smiled and snapped her fingers. Like I said before, OFA evolved. It didn't just store the previous holder's quirks but a part of them as well. I feel much more tangible than before also, although it seems I can't touch anything. She said as she tried to poke Toshi, her finger disappearing into his chest. Anyways. Nana said dismissively. Onto quirks. Let's start with mine since it's the coolest. My quirk was called Float. It let me do just that. It was only basic levitation at first, after OFA it was more like flight although not very fast. Just try and focus on the feeling of being free, nothing able to hold you down. She said, closing her eyes, reminiscing. Oh okay, here goes nothing I guess. Izuku said, closing eyes to focus. He tried to picture himself soaring among clouds, lazily running his fingers through them. He could feel his feet begin to leave the ground. It's working, he thought. He tried to move a bit more and immediately launched upwards at breakneck speed followed by a boom as he burst through the skylight and broke the sound barrier. In his panic he disengaged Float and began to fall. He flailed and screamed, ah! As he neared the roof of the building the now inflated All Might jumped up and caught him, landing safely through the now broken skylight. Once back on the ground he turned to Nana who was laughing as Inko was trying to swat at her with her purse. Why you knew that would happen? Izuku exclaimed. Yeah but now it doesn't seem as scary right? She challenged. Well I guess not but you could have told me to wear a helmet at least. Izuku groused. PSH. Builds character. Anyway, Float is not only much more powerful, it seems to shield you from most of the wind resistance. Now that you mention it I didn't feel much wind resistance even though I'm pretty sure I broke the sound barrier. Izuku half muttered with his chin in his hand. No more stunts like that. Inko said, raising her voice. Fine, fine, can't have any fun. Nana grumbled playfully. Let's get this show on the road. The sixth will take over while I go slap the bitch out of the second and third. The second Nana disappeared, a man with black hair and a high-collared coat appeared where she had been. I am the sixth, N. My quirk was Smokescreen, it allowed me to produce clouds of smoke from my body. It was a double-edged sword, however, as it blocked my vision as well. Though I suspect that may no longer be the case. Try it out, feel it build up before releasing it. Anne said. Izuku focused, trying to narrow down the feeling of smoke screen. There were a few others chomping at the bit to be let out, but he managed to focus on the one. He felt it build for a second before releasing the sensation. A black smoke exploded from his body, filling the entire gym and completely obscuring his vision. Wait, I can see something, he thought. Through the smoke he could see everyone except N. They glowed orange and grew lighter in color on their extremities. He was amazed at the level of detail he could see. He could make out their faces perfectly. Whoa, I can see you all. It's thermal vision, he exclaimed excitedly. Nizu pressed a button on his tablet and the fans kicked on, clearing out the smoke. Unless someone has a very cold body temperature or can block their heat signature somehow, smokescreen essentially has no downsides now. Except for blinding your allies, of course. Anne said. Now it's the Fifth's turn. Anne disappeared and a large bald man wearing goggles and a lot of leather appeared. A fellow person of culture, I see. Midnight said, gesturing to her dominatrix outfit, followed by her wife and partner quickly swatting her on the arms. The man looked like he had been slapped across the face. Motorcycles. I ride road motorcycles. The sixth said. Motorcycles, Midnight air quoted, not believing the man. Shaking his head in defeat, the man turned to Izuku. I'm Daigoro Banjo the Fifth and my quirk is the coolest. It's called Black Whip. Ha! Knew it? Midnight crowed victoriously, cutting off Banjo. Ugh, is she always like this? Banjo asked Izuku, gesturing with his thumb to Nemuri. You'll get used to it, or so I'm told. Izuku said with an almost haunted look in his eyes. Banjo threw Midnight a glare. As I was saying, Black Whip allowed me to launch out tendrils that I could trap villains with or use to move around. It's connected to your subconscious, so it has a semi-sentience. If your emotions are out of control, so is it. It's also way more powerful now, so be careful. Izuku focused on the feeling from earlier that wished for action. He carefully let it out. An inky black tendril coated in a green, barely luminescent energy emerged from his palm. It was slow at first, slowly wriggling out longer and longer until Izuku had the errant thought of, I wonder how many of these I can make. As if in answer, countless tendrils sprang to life as he began to resemble an eldritch being. Izuku was worried at first, but the tendrils remained calm. Go back to one and stab the floor, he tried mentally commanding it. The tendrils immediately reduced to one and jabbed deep into the concrete floor. Oh, what about shapes? Make claws on my fingers, Izuku mentally commanded again. Black tendrils enveloped all 10 of his fingers, creating long claws. He could feel them like they were his own fingers. He bent down and slashed at the concrete. They went through it like butter, carving deep furrows. What did I say? Coolest quirk ever. Banjo exclaimed. It seems to be much easier to control, and being able to make shapes like that is definitely new. Yeah. Izuku agreed. I could also feel with them when they were like that. Izuku said, releasing Black Whip. Oh ho ho ho, your future partners are in for a treat. Midnight said teasingly, causing Izuku to go bright red with the implications. Anan and Inko slapped their wife on the arms again, causing her to grumble under her breath, never have any fun. Ugh, I do not envy you, kid. Banjo groaned. The fourth will take over now, he said as he vanished. Next to appear was a massive man as tall as All Might with medium-length blonde hair and a scar that looked to be from a claw. I am the fourth, Hikachi no Mori. My quirk is called Danger Sense. It would warn me of any potential threats to my person, even intent to harm or negative emotions after I received OFA. It could cause sensory overload and was more painful the higher the threat. Reaction time also plays into effect of any dash. Hikage was cut off by Nizu throwing a pen at the back of Izuku's head. Izuku felt a light nudge as to the direction and time slowed. He could still see Hikage's mouth moving in slow motion as he spun around only to see Black Whip swatting the pen out of the air. Ness, but I believe that it now dilates your perception of time and has interactions with the other quirks. Hikage finished weakly. Banjo reappeared. Black Whip. Coolest quirk ever, he said, and promptly disappeared again. My, that is certainly a useful quirk, Midoriya. How painful was it? Nizu queried without a hint of remorse. It wasn't painful at all actually, it felt like a subtle nod to which direction the threat came from. Izuku stated after giving Nizu an incredulous expression. Count yourself lucky then. Ninth, that quirk gave me chronic anxiety to the point I left civilization behind entirely. Hikage finished before disappearing without another word. Good, I don't think I can handle any more anxiety. Izuku muttered quietly. Nana appeared after a few seconds, holding two figures under each arm in schoolyard headlocks. She released one, now act your age, children. The first to speak up was a man with blonde hair in a ponytail and a piece of fabric covering his hairline. Fine, I'm the third, my quirk is called empathy. You already saw the effects earlier, though when I had it I could only sense other people's emotions, not influence them. Test out its limits on range and number of targets. He said reluctantly, and without any fanfare he disappeared. The other figure finally squirmed his way out of Nana's grasp. He was the spitting image of Bakugo, only older. He pointed a finger in Nana's face. Who do you think you are? He shouted point blank. Yup, got to be related to Bakugo. Izuku thought. The man spun and his rage fell off his face. I've seen your memories, and if that brat is related to me you have my express permission to slap the shit out of him. The man said. Traitor. Izuku declared his tongue. You are no hero, child. You do not deserve this power you have been given. What will you do when faced with a villain too dangerous to be left alive? Spare them, only for them to kill again. The man challenged. You've seen my memories, so you know I earned this power with blood and sweat, and I will continue to earn it. As for killing a villain, I know that it can be unavoidable. Even All Might was forced to kill All for One. I can only try to be ready if a situation like that arises for me as well. Izuku replied with as much conviction as he could about killing someone. The man stared at him for what felt like minutes before nodding. Very well, but make no mistake, that day will come, ready or not. Izuku could only nod in response. I am the second, my quirk is called Cell Activation. It can be used to increase regeneration, recovery time, and
Okay, let's see soon here.
Even permanently improve overall physical condition. It used to be activated by touch, usable on myself or others, but it drains stamina fast. Now however it seems to be tied to office power instead of your stamina and is passively always active on yourself. The second blew out a breath. And it seems to have latched onto your original quirk evolution, you can freely evolve others' quirks now. But heed my words, boy, do not go handing that power out to people unless you trust them with your life. The second warned as he vanished. What a lovely gentleman. Inko said, words dripping with sarcasm. Welp, see ya around, kid, and remember, I'm always watching. Nana said, pointing to her eyes as she began to slowly disappear. Oh, and Toshi, she said, her face softening with maternal love, I'm so proud of you. All Might deflated, spurting a small amount of blood, then tears began slowly trailing down All Might's face. Thank you, Mother, he said quietly as Nana disappeared. Izuku could sense the relief and love radiating off the man in waves. He slowly approached his mentor and hugged him while simultaneously activating cell activation and evolution. They stayed that way for a minute before Toshinori broke the hug. Thank you, my boy, I feel much better, but I don't think I'm fully healed yet, and I don't think evolution will work for me since I'm only using leftovers of a quirk now and I was originally quirkless. You were quirkless and you had the nerve to dash our boy's dreams. Inko said with quiet anger. Anan and Nemuri were quick to pull her into a hug. Now he already apologized and corrected his mistake. Inko, no need to beat a dead All Might, Anan said soothingly. Toshinori looked down, ashamed. I am sorry, my boy, I've never been more wrong. Izuku was quick to reassure Toshinori, I forgave you a long time ago, All Might, I know you only had my safety in mind. A new figure coalesced. This time it was a white-haired, too thin man. Hello, Ninth. I am the first, Yoichi Shigaraki, an unfortunate brother to AFO. Your quirk was exactly what was needed to finally finish OFA, and you're lucky it did the way it did. Normally having multiple quirks reduces your lifespan by about half. Everyone, namely Izuku's moms, gasped. My baby. Inko wailed as she began to fountain tears. Yoichi continued unabated, because when your quirk interacted with OFA it didn't just complete it and evolve its stored quirks. It combined all of the quirks into one multifaceted quirk. The quirks may interact in yet unforeseen ways. Your lifespan will not be cut short, in fact cell activation may prolong it. Yoichi reassured, much to Inko's relief. Well, that's a relief. Izuku breathed out the breath he was holding. Remember, Ninth, this power is yours, Yoichi said as he disappeared. Anan walked up to Izuku and ruffled his hair, while producing a notebook. I wrote down everything they said. Izuku threw himself into their arms, hugging them. I love you, Mom. Izuku activated evolution. Who could he trust more than his moms? The orange ringing their eyes blazed like a dying sunday. Did you just evolve my quirk? They asked, looking down. He just nodded in answer. Well, I can normally only fully use my quirk with my suit on, but let's try just one finger at a time. 13 pointed their index finger out to the gym and activated black hole. The suction came to life, sulking up loose debris on the floor. They added another finger, and another until they had all 10 fingers pointed forward with black hole activated. A previously impossible feat. Only one thing left to test. Anan said, bring black hole back down to one finger, and pointed it closer to. Nothing happened. 13's jeans fluttered a bit, but that was it. Cool, they said simply. Nemuri marched up to her partner and pouted while jutting her hip out. You could have been seriously hurt. Again. Izuku yelled in surprise. When my quirk first manifested it tore up my leg pretty badly, but good news is I seem to be immune to my own quirk now, Anan said, slightly ashamed. Izuku, pinched the bridge of his brow. He worried about how much of a space case his mom was sometimes. "Well, your turn, Mama," Izuku said as he hugged Nemuri with evolution active. Her eyes glowed purple before he released her. Nemuri kissed Izuku on the forehead before moving away from the group. "Nizu, turn on the fans please." She started pumping out her quirk. A thick cloud of pink enveloped her but didn't move towards the vents. "Nizu, did you turn on the fans?" she questioned, confused. "Fascinating, try willing it to move," Nizu said in a way of answer. Nemuri, raising an eyebrow, did as asked. The pink cloud moved around in circles around her, expanded, and condensed until it was a liquid on the floor. "Whoa! I can control it telekinetically now. Wow, that will be so useful outside, or places with good ventilation, or against someone waving an arm hard enough." Nemuri rambled excitedly. Anan nudged Izuku, "You're not the only quirk nerd." "I heard that." Nemuri pouted. Izuku turned to Recovery Girl, who had been oddly quiet the entire time, to find her half asleep resting against her syringe cane. He walked closer. "I'm sorry, Recovery Girl, you must be wanting to go home." "Ah, it's okay, boy, had to make sure I was here if ya got hurt," she said, smiling tiredly. Izuku crouched down and brought her into a gentle hug, activating both cell activation and evolution. Her eyes glowed faintly and she stood up straighter. "I feel 10 years younger now," Izuku said, turning to Nizu. "If you decide to overthrow the Earth, please spare my loved ones." He reached out a glowing hand which Nizu took immediately. His eyes glowed with otherworldly power. Then the cackling began. After about 5 minutes of fearing he had just created the first eldritch god, Nizu quieted and straightened his tie. "I have been such a fool. No security cameras outside the front gates and beyond, blind spots in the sports arena, and so much more. I have many things to improve." Nizu finished dangerously. "Well, I guess all there's..."
Some of that is true. Blind front, no gates, no camera shot, front gates behind. Blind spot, sports arena. Yeah, makes sense. Some rooms are gonna be still,
left to do is try out the strength enhancement. Izuku thought aloud. "All Might, how do you activate it?" Toshinori buffed up into his muscle form. Izuku positioned himself facing the far wall. "Well," danger sense nudged heavily in every direction and time slowed to a crawl. Nana popped into existence. "Stoop," she yelled, surprisingly not in slow motion. He cut the power to Ofa. Nana whirled on All Might. "What were you thinking? Clench your butt cheeks, what the hell kind of advice is that?" Nana admonished. "Kid, Ofa is way more powerful than when ol' meathead over here had it," she said, pointing a thumb to a thoroughly ashamed All Might. "Try a tiny amount, and work up from there," Nana actually instructed. Izuku focused on the unending ocean of power that was one for all. He tried using only a small portion, what he assumed to be 5%, and punched. A gust of wind followed the punch. Within the confines of the building it was enough to burst the remaining skylights. "Whoa, that was only about 5% and my arm still ended up hurting," he said, but before he could finish, cell activation healed the minor tears in his arm's muscles. "Never mind, cell activation already healed it. Wait a minute. Doesn't that mean I can put on muscle practically instantly?" Izuku said, having a revelation. "Now you're cooking with neurons," Nana replied, flexing her massive biceps as she disappeared. "Just don't overdo it, sweetheart. I signed you up for a martial arts gym. We're going to meet your trainer tomorrow," his mother said. "This chapter's a little short, but I wanted to save the gym and his first day at his new school for the next chapter. I edited the first chapter a bit, namely changing Gariki's name to Tsubasa, as it just makes more sense, as well as fully editing Eri out this time. I cannot figure out where I want to put her, or if I want her to be Izuku's daughter or sister. Tell me your preference. Oh, and Izuku will never interact with Inko, her polycule, or Eri romantically. Just to reassure you all, Shit's gross.
Okay, I know what he's talking about, and some of you might not, and if some of you guys are not old enough to know what that means, I hope you don't. Okay, I hope you did, but I hope you don't. Not early. Too early. I say about, if you're 15, hopefully you know some of that stuff. Not all of it. If you're under 15, I'm sorry the world has been that cruel to you. But let's continue. Which I should do some one whole fucking session. Session. Also. Okay, so recording, and I got farther than the guy that recorded it. Okay, no, I'm not. I'm taking it longer than he is. But this one's improved. But this one's been changed a lot more than since the guy uploaded his. For him.
Chapter 3. First week of new school. After pointedly ignoring his mother's suggestion of not overdoing it, Izuku proceeded.
Also, I don't remember the new school thing. That's something new. Some of this shit is definitely new from the last guy. Definitely, the offer changed a lot of the stuff. Yay.
To exercise through the night, drinking protein shakes every hour. By morning he had gained 10 pounds of raw muscle and he was barely even tired. Cell activation was amazing. He only stopped exercising when he heard his mother exit her bedroom that she shared with his mama and mom. He set his alarm to go off in 1 minute, and after silencing his alarm he pretended to yawn. After taking a much-needed shower he emerged from his room to greet his mother in the kitchen and help her make breakfast, as was routine for him at this point. Upon entering the kitchen he found his mother eyeing him with suspicion, hands on her hips. "Why is the protein powder out, young man?" Inko questioned. "A late-night snack," Izuku answered unconvincingly. "And why do you look like you put on more muscle as if overnight?" She continued to interrogate. Izuku looked down to his clothes, his white shirt that read pajamas and black workout shorts, to see that they were visibly straining against his newly acquired muscle. "Sorry," he answered, not meeting his mother's questioning gaze. "Honestly, Izuku, I know you're excited about your new quirks. But you need to moderate yourself. Please, Izuku," his mother pleaded. "I'll try, I promise," he responded. "That's all I ask, sweetheart," his mother said with a kind smile. The moment ended when he heard a door closing. He turned to see a bleary-eyed Nemuri stumbling into the hallway. "Good morning," she grumbled before pausing. "Whoa, Izuku, did you get bigger?" his mama asked mischievously. 10 pounds actually," he replied with some pride. "My little lady killer is going to kill it on his first day of school," Nemuri exclaimed. "Nem. Maybe he isn't into just ladies," his mother reprimanded her wife. "He is. We talked about it, he might even be poly, imagine all the grandbabies, Inko," Nemuri all but yelled. His mother was on him immediately, squeezing him so hard that cell activation triggered. "So many grandkids." She paused, letting him go. "Whenever you're ready, of course," she quickly clarified. His mom appeared in the hallway then, looking even more bleary-eyed than his mama had been. "What is all the yelling about?" Anan asked, voice raspy from sleep. "We're going to have so many grandkids," Nemuri yelled out in response. "What?" his mom asked, suddenly awake and staring at him with wide eyes. Underscore. After sorting out that fiasco, Izuku was now on his way to where he would be learning martial arts, Ogre's Gym. His mother had said she knew the owner from the same case she had met Nemuri on. After pulling up to a run-down building that said Ogre's Gym in unlit neon signs, he turned to his mother with a questioning, raised eyebrow. "Trust me, Izuku, this guy is the real deal. I got him off of some vigilante charges." Inko answered the unasked question. "Vigilante? Who?" Izuku quickly asked. If his mother had represented him, he knew that the vigilante had to be of the good variety, not like Stendhal. He knew most vigilantes from his notebooks, maybe he already had him in one? "He went by Knuckle Duster," Inko supplied. "Wow. He resolved more crimes in Naruhodo than any pro-hero. His quirk is still a mystery. I wonder if I can figure it out. Izuku exclaimed, beginning to mutter. Inko tapped her son on the shoulder to prevent more ramblings. Come on Izuku, we don't want to be late. Upon entering the dilapidated gym, Izuku saw a man waiting for them. He was massive and would give Endeavor a run for his money for stature. He had a large scar running diagonally across his face. He seemed to have a permanent audacious smirk that all but promised violence. There ya are Pipsqueak. The towering man greeted. Hello sir. Izuku nervously greeted. Enough pleasantries. Let's see ya throw a punch. He said as he gestured to the heavy bag behind him. Oh okay, Izuku said as he walked up to the ragged punching bag. He straightened his back and threw his fist forward, thumb tucked inside his fist as hard as he could without activating any quirks. After a soft slap sound and a sore thumb, he turned to Mr. Oguro. What the fuck was that? The man questioned while Inko looked displeased. Don't tuck your thumb like that unless you wanna break it. And you threw that punch with nothing but your arm. You gotta throw a punch with every muscle, all the way up from your toes to your knuckles. Watch me. Mr. Oguro stepped in front of the bag, nudging Izuku aside. He took up an experienced stance, legs shoulder width apart, left arm gauging the distance. Then in a flash Izuku could see the muscles tense in a chain reaction of movement all the way from his feet to his fist. As opposed to Izuku's pathetic attempt, the sound Oguro's punch made was a boom as the heavy bag lurched and its chains rattled. Now that's a punch. Oguro yelled. Izuku was in awe. With all the hero fights he had seen, that was the most impressive punch he had ever seen. Was that your quirk? Izuku asked. The man smiled a shit-eating grin at him. I'm quirkless Pipsqueak. Izuku was in awe. He hadn't felt this way since the first time he watched All Might's debut video. This man was quirkless, and despite that, the man was Knuckle Duster, the vigilante hero of Naruhodo. He had just met the man, but he already knew Mr. Oguro would be an inspiration to him for his entire life. Suddenly the sound of feet stomping downstairs could be heard. Oi! I thought you were done with classes for the day, old man. Yelled out an annoyed feminine voice. Rounding the corner was a girl his age. She had tan sun-kissed skin, snow-white hair, ruby red eyes, and an obvious rabbit mutation quirk. She was wearing black running shorts and a white tank top that said Space Jam on it. She obviously trained often, judging by how the clothes clung to her toned form. Izuku's face warmed as she caught him staring at her. Who the fuck is this? The rabbit girl asked. Rumi, this is the Midoriyas. They're customers, so watch your fucking language.
Yeah,
Mr.
I'm going to tell you that Miracle's not going to be in this. This basically is Miracle but younger, more or less. If not, I'm surprised, but this most likely is Miracle for fuck's sake, and it's going to be fucking amazing.
Oguro answered. And nice to meet you, Izuku bowed. Tell ya what kid, instead of classes, I'll train ya personally alongside Rumi here in exchange for a favor. Oguro started. What favor? Izuku asked. You'll be going to the same school as my adoptive daughter Rumi here. She barely passed middle school and I'm no better, so I can't help her. Your mother says you're one smart cookie, so if you tutor her on Sundays I'll train ya personally after school. Oguro said. What? I don't need help. I'm no weakling. Rumi retorted. Needing help doesn't make you weak, Rumi. Don't learn the hard way like I did. Oguro yelled back. Izuku was feeling a bit uncomfortable witnessing this familial squabble. He could feel Rumi's emotions waver when she said she didn't need help. He wasn't sure what that signified. If she'll have me, then I accept. Izuku said, not wanting to force the girl into something she didn't want. After a long silence Rumi responded, fine, but I'm not going easy on you in spars. Izuku could only nod before the girl stomped back upstairs. Mr. Oguro looked ecstatic. that went way better than I thought it would. She didn't even kick you. Underscore underscore underscore. It was the first day at Izuku's new school, Nabu Middle. After the experience of meeting Rumi yesterday, he wasn't sure what to expect if he saw her at school. After arriving, he headed towards the front entrance. He was wearing the school uniform that was almost identical to Aldera's. After entering the new hallways, he saw someone bump into a girl, causing her to drop the papers she was holding. The girl quickly waved off the offending person when they turned to ask if she needed help, but he could feel the girl's irritation. Without asking if she wanted help, he quickly moved to help the girl gather her papers. After a minute, almost all the papers were picked up and the girl asked, "Why did you help me?" Still gathering the last papers, he answered without looking up, "Why wouldn't I?" What a weird question, he thought. If someone needs help, you help. If you're hungry, you eat. If you're tired, you sleep. Izuku? Is that really you? She breathed out. Not expecting to know anyone here, let alone someone that would use his given name with such familiarity, he snapped his head up to get a look at the girl. Familiar yellow feline eyes were staring at him, and it was like he was back in that schoolyard again all those years ago. Her blonde hair was down instead of in messy buns, but he would never fail to recognize her, even 10 years later. She looked amazing in the school's black sailor uniform with red sash. He could feel so much hope radiating off her as well as fear. He realized that he had been staring and she was still waiting for him to answer. "Toga Himiko," he said while nodding to her question. Relief pulsed off of her in waves. Still kneeling close together, she pulled him into a crushing hug. "I thought I'd never see you again." Before he could pass out from being hugged by a girl, the bell rang. "Oh no. I don't know where Class 1A is," he thought. "I know where it is, come on Izuku," she supplied, having heard his muttering. She grabbed his hand and began pulling him along as he sputtered and blushed. Once they reached the classroom doors, they were greeted by a woman waiting for them. She had purple eyes that matched her flowing hair of wisteria blooms. She raised an eyebrow at their connected hands but didn't say anything about it. "You must be Midoriya and Toga. I'm your homeroom teacher, Ms. Sato. It's a pleasure to meet you," she greeted, and after they both greeted her in kind, she continued. "You're both new to the school district, so I'm going to be introducing you. Midoriya, you'll be first, come in when I call for you." Himiko was still gripping his hand as if he would disappear if she let go. Still resembling a strawberry, he turned to her. I am surprised you are remembered me," he said, breaking the silence. She turned her head from where she had been staring blankly at the classroom door to meet his gaze. "I would never forget my hero," she said while rubbing her thumb over his knuckles. Before Izuku could pass out, he heard the teacher call him in. Himiko released his hand and he walked into the classroom. "Go ahead and introduce yourself," Ms. Sato said while gesturing to the waiting class. I am Midoriya Izuku, I hope we get along," he greeted nervously. He really hoped the school uniform was the only thing this place had in common with Aldera. "What's your quirk?" a somewhat snide voice asked. Izuku looked up to see a blonde-haired boy smirking derisively at him. "Well, it does a lot of things, so I just call it superpower. It's a stockpiler that only manifested a few days ago due to its complicated nature." He supplied the cover story that Nizu himself had cooked up. It was vague, and due to the nature of stockpilers the lateness could be explained away. "Useless then," the blonde sneered. Izuku looked down at his red high-top shoes. He could feel the hope that this school would be different from Aldera Crumble. "I'm really useless anywhere, aren't I?" he thought. "Shut up, Monoma. Just because you can't copy his quirk doesn't mean it's worthless," an aggressive voice called out from the back of class. "To me it is," Monoma snidely commented. Izuku looked up in surprise. The boy didn't mean that he was useless? Only because he couldn't copy his quirk? He looked to see who had called out the rude boy and recognized Rumi in the back corner with her feet up on the desk, wearing ankle warmers. Wait, you can copy quirks that aren't stockpilers? That's so cool. How do you copy them? How many? How long? What about mutation types? Do you automatically know how they work once you copy them? Do they feel different? Can you have multiple active at a time? Izuku rambled out his questions. Ms. Sato clapped her hands. Okay, let's move on. Midoriya, go ahead and take the seat next to Oguro in the back. Izuku went beet red, realizing he had been rambling about quirks. He quickly made his way to the open seat to Rumi's right. After sitting down he looked to her. Thank you Oguro-san for saying that. Rumi smirked. Call me Rumi, I hate formalities, and don't mention it. Monoma is an asshole and I could tell you were misinterpreting what he said. Ms. Sato called out for Himiko to come in. She walked into the class but she was wearing a look that seemed unnatural on her. He almost couldn't recognize her, it was like she was wearing a mask. She's dangerous. Rumi said to herself quietly enough for only Izuku to have heard. He knitted his eyebrows together. Why would she think Toga is dangerous? He thought. Rumi looked at him and whispered, it's part of my quirk, I can sense the danger someone would pose to me. He was so sick of muttering, but wow, that was a cool aspect of a quirk and really similar to danger sense in a way. Himiko gave a similar introduction as him while they were whispering, Monoma immediately asking the same question he had asked Izuku. My quirk is called Transform. Himiko answered curtly. How does it work? Monoma rudely asked. Though Himiko's mask didn't falter, Izuku could feel so much fear coming from Himiko that he almost gagged at the sensation. I can transform into someone else but I have to love them. She hesitantly said. Izuku could feel her emotions waver when she mentioned love. Maybe it means they're lying? But why would she lie about the requirements of her quirk? Love could mean a lot of things, maybe the truth was just inappropriate for the setting. He mused to himself. Monoma scoffed, another useless quirk. Monoma. I gave you the benefit of the doubt but you just earned yourself detention after school. I won't have any discrimination in my class, am I clear? Ms. Sato said, eyeing Monoma in challenge. Mamama hung his head, yes ma'am. Toga dear, go ahead and take the seat to Midoriya's right. Ms. Sato said. The second Himiko sat down, the girl occupying the seat in front of him spun around in her seat. She had welding goggles pushed up to her hairline of pink dreadlocks and had yellow eyes with crosshairs for pupils. She had dark bags under eyes and had a manic smile directed at him and Himiko. You have to love someone for your quirk. How do you know you love them? Do you get their quirk? Why do you have cat eyes? They're pretty. Do you have claws? I'll make you some. And you? She yelled, turning her focus to Izuku. What exactly does your quirk do? Why was it so late? That's weird even for a stockpiler. Why is your hair so fluffy? I'm going to touch it? She asked, getting more excited with each question and beginning to reach her hand out to Izuku's hair. Whoa, down May. Rumi said not unkindly, effectively halting the barrage of questions and attempted petting. Ugfiain, the manic Pinkette exclaimed before turning around and slumping into her chair. Rumi leaned over, don't worry about May, she just gets excited about quirks and support gear. Just don't touch her goggles. Ever. Ha? You mean she's a freak? Monoma said, having overheard the conversation. A week's detention. And I'm calling your parents Monoma. Ms. Sato yelled. He's just mad that May laid him out once for touching her goggles. Rumi whispered. Now. Let's start class. She said more calmly. Underscore. After getting lunch from the cafeteria and searching for Himiko to catch up with his almost friend, he finally found her on the roof alone. She was drinking from a thermos and had a fanged smile as she closed her eyes in euphoria. This was the Himiko he remembered from all those years ago. "Hello Toga-chan," he called out in greeting. Her reaction was immediate and confusing. Her smile fell from her face and her eyes went wide before narrowing to slits as she began reaching under skirt. Danger sense nudged in her direction. When she saw him, her face softened and she brought her hand back out from under skirt and quickly capped her thermos. "Himiko, call me Himiko," she said. "Oh okay talk Himiko," he sputtered out. Why had danger sense gone off? "Do you mind if I join you?" he asked, face warming. She smiled up at him, showing off her fangs. "I'll never mind you joining me." He muttered out a thank you as he sat on the edge of the roof near her. Nobody spoke for a few 10 seconds before Izuku mustered up the courage. "Why did you get pulled out of school all those years ago?" He decided it would be best to get right to it. It had been bothering him for 10 years now. She didn't answer right away. He could feel fear coming off her again. He didn't understand, why would she be so scared? At first it was when someone had asked about the specifics of her quirk, and now about why she left. "Himiko, was it because of your quirk?" Her eyes widened. How did you? "A part of my quirk lets me know what people are feeling, it's like a sixth sense. I could feel your fear when Monoma asked about your quirk and again when I asked about why you left. Just figured they were related." He shrugged. She sighed. "I kind of lied earlier when I said I have to love the person to transform, I have to drink their blood. That day at recess was when my quirk first manifested. I always want blood, especially from the people I love. I want to be more like them, I want to become them. My mom pulled me from school after she found out." Izuku pulled out a notebook and began writing. "That's an amazing quirk, perfect for heroics. Do you get nutrients from blood? Do you need some now? Do you want mine? Does it have to be fresh? What if the blood is from two people? How long after you drink it can you transform? Do you get their strength or just appearance? What about quirks? What if you donated blood while transformed? What about clothes? What Abu dash?" He was cut off by the sound of sniffling. He looked up to see Himiko with tears running down her face despite smiling. You really think I'm not a monster?" Himiko asked in a quavering voice. "What? No, why would anyone think that? It's just blood." Izuku rushed to reassure. After a decade of bullying, Izuku didn't so much as blink at the sight of blood anymore. "But I'll never be normal." "PSH. What's normal?" "Normal hasn't existed since the glowing baby was born." Izuku huffed. Himiko wiped the tears from her eyes and looked up at him like she had so long ago, with pure adoration. This time he could feel the emotion as well as see it. There was something else there too, but not something he recognized. "Give me your number, I'm not losing track of you this time," Himiko demanded. After sputtering and exchanging phone numbers, they ate their lunches in comfortable silence save for the soft cooing Himiko let out any time she drank from her thermos. _____. Once school let out, Izuku began walking towards Ogre's gym for his after-school training when Rumi ran up beside him. "Why didn't you wait for me, asshole?" Rumi asked the moment she had caught up to him. He really couldn't figure out if she disliked him or not. Maybe she was just brash like Kaken had been? Hopefully she has more in common with Kachen than Bakugo, he thought. "I asked you a question, Runt," she stated, having grown impatient. "Runt." He looked at her. She was taller than him but not by much, if you didn't count the ears. Sorry Ogurumi, he corrected upon seeing her glare at the formality. "I'm used to leaving as fast as possible." Her face softened slightly. "Bullies huh? Well, after you get some training in, you'll be kicking their asses," she yelled while clenching her fist in the air, showing off her toned arm. Oh no, I'm training to be a hero, and not for fighting bullies." he muttered out. He felt her mood change immediately. It went from excitement at the thought of a fight to fear, borderline despair. No. You have to fight back. She cried out, before blushing enough for it to barely be seen through her tan skin. She turned and ran ahead of him. What was that? He thought. Once Izuku stepped into Ogre's gym, he saw Rumi dressed only in small black running shorts, her small white tail sticking above the waistline and a black sports bra showing off her well-muscled physique. She was already sweating as she wailed on a heavy bag with a flurry of kicks, her abs glistening as she twisted for each kick. There ya are, pipsqueak. Go get changed and in the ring, we'll work on the basics. Mr. Oguro said, making his presence known. And don't worry about sparring with Rumi yet, she'd kill you. He added, misinterpreting Izuku's staring for nerves. After blushing and rushing to the locker rooms and changing into his black gym shorts and a white t-shirt that red tank top, he made his way to the caged ring at the center of the gym. Mr. Oguro was waiting for him wearing black gym shorts and a white tank top. He took a look at Izuku's shirt and squinted. Ha! We match. He joked, flashing a smirk. Izuku could hear Rumi off to the side give an exasperated ugh. Down to business. We're going to get you started on boxing and wrestling. Izuku glanced over to Rumi, not kickboxing. He questioned. Kicks are great and all, but only if they can't be countered. He looked to Rumi, with her quirk, her body is tailor-made for kicks, you however, well just try kicking me. Oguro said, motioning Izuku forward. Izuku went for a high kick, trying to imitate the way he had seen Rumi do, only for Oguro to catch it under his armpit. See? Now I can do whatever I want with ya, he said, throwing a jab at Izuku's face with his free hand. Danger sense flared as time slowed, Black Whip activated and wrapped itself around Oguro's fist, halting it. Neat trick, kid, but no quirks during training, Oguro said as he brought his head down and head-butted Izuku before Danger Sense could trigger. Izuku lay on his back, nose bleeding as he stared at the ceiling. Seems Danger Sense and Black Whip aren't impossible to get past, maybe it has to do with sensory overload like Hikage said. He thought, cell activation already stopping the bleeding. Turns out that with the time dilation from Danger Sense, learning technique was much easier than he had first thought. After a grueling training and workout session with Mr. Oguro and rinsing off in the showers, he walked out of the locker room with his bag slung over his shoulder to see Rumi just now finishing her workout and toweling off her sweat while eyeing him. How the fuck do you not look tired? She asked. Ah, that's because of my quirk, it heals, gives me more stamina, and cuts down on recovery time, well, part of my quirk at least. She added sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. Well, that's fucking cheating. She crossed her arms over her chest. Is that why you're so jacked? His face reddened. I guess, I can use it on you too, if you want. She crossed the distance and was in his face immediately. Yes. I want to be jacked like Maverick. Hurry up, hurry up. Panicking at her proximity, he activated cell activation and evolution at the same time without noticing. Seeing his glowing hand, she grabbed it in hers. Her ruby eyes glowed with power, and after a few seconds he stopped and she let go of his hand. Whoa, that felt weird. I feel like I could go for a whole nother workout though. She yelled, posing and flexing her arms. After saying his goodbyes, he began walking to the train station. He was walking down an empty street when he felt a similar sensation as Shimura Nana appeared before him. Ah! He screeched in surprise. Oh, calm down you big baby, Nana said, covering her incorporeal ears. It turns out I still have a fan left. Nana said while posing heroically, her hands on her hips. Wait, you're Maverick. Izuku said, shocked. He had heard of the hero. She was well known in her time. Ha! Maybe I still have 2 fans left. She said, swelling with pride. underscore underscore underscore. The next few days went by similarly. He ate lunch with Himiko on the roof, got his ass handed to him by Oguro after school, and used cell activation on Rumi after each workout. Rumi had been complaining about being starving all the time now and was starting to gain more muscle. It was subtle, but he noticed her muscles becoming more defined over the week. It was Friday and Izuku was almost to school when he heard something he did not like the sound of. "I told you to do our homework, freak." A masculine voice sounded from an alley. Izuku turned the corner to see the girl that sits in front of him, Mei. Rumi had called her. She was cornered against the fence in the alley by 5 upperclassmen from their school. Then the boy in the middle grabbed Mei's goggles off her head and held them high. "I'll give these back once yo dash. Don't touch my goggles." Mei roared before punching the boy in the nose hard enough for Izuku to hear the cartilage crack. As the boy reeled back, Mei snagged her goggles from him. The other 4 boys cornering her rushed forward and began pushing, punching, and kicking at her. Mei was swinging at anyone that came close enough. It was sloppy technique, but she was obviously stronger than she looked, judging by the sounds of the impacts. Before Izuku could think what he was doing, he was rushing forward, but before he could reach them, a white blur shot past him. Rumi kicked one of the boys in the ribs so hard that he knew ribs had to have broken as the boy bounced off the wall of the alley and landed in a heap. Izuku reached the group and began pulling them off of Mei, who was still swinging wildly, despite the number of hits she had taken. When some of the boys began focusing on him, danger sense triggered, but he consciously tamped down on Black Whip when it tried activating. He didn't want to get charged with unlawful quirk use. Thanks to danger sense and a decade's worth of bullying, he was able to dodge their wild swings with relative ease. These guys had nothing on Bakugo's ferocity or combat instinct. The close quarters of the alley and proximity of allies seemed to be hampering Rumi's ability to go all out. She was kicking the bullies into walls with superhuman strength, but they were ganging up on the biggest threat. Every kick she managed to land meant taking 3 punches from the others. Both girls were awe-inspiring, but they were flagging, and he was still only dodging, taking hits on occasion. "Fight back, runt. How are you going to be a hero if you can't even save yourself?" Rumi yelled over the melee. She was right, he had to start fighting back at some point or he would only become a martyr, not a hero. He dodged another sloppy blow, then he struck out in turn, using every muscle, all the way from his toes to his knuckles. When his fist connected to jaw, the bully slammed into the chain link fence and slowly slid down it, unable to rise again. Once all of the bullies were groaning on the ground, he surveyed his surroundings. Rumi, Mei, and himself all sported matching split lips and bruised faces as they were bent at the knees, breathing hard. "Knew you had it in you," Rumi wheezed out. After a second of silence, the 3 began laughing at the absurdity of it all. He activated cell activation and held out his glowing hands in offering. After explaining to Mei that it would heal her, they all clasped hands, healing their cuts and bruises. Nobody noticed Himiko peeking around the corner of the alley with a knife in hand, biting her bottom lip hard enough to draw the blood now trailing down her chin. Even after healing the bullies a bit, straightening their uniforms up, and getting to school, nobody noticed Himiko's glances in class. Izuku, however, did notice her radiating the same emotion from earlier in the week that he couldn't recognize. Once school let out for the weekend, he waited by the front gates for Rumi, having learned his lesson the first time. When Rumi showed up, she wasn't alone. Mei and Himiko were with her. Himiko found out about our scrap and they both wanted to learn how to better defend themselves, so they're going to start training with us as well as joining our study sessions on Sundays, Rumi announced, leaving no room for argument. He didn't miss her emphasis on using study instead of tutoring. "And don't worry, I'll be training them. It won't cut into your one-on-one time with my old man. Besides, now you'll have 3 babes to gawk at," Rumi said, letting out a belly laugh and gripping the other girl's shoulders. "Sounds good to me, them learning how to defend themselves, that is," he nervously replied, having realized there would be 2 more beautiful women wearing workout clothes around him. After arriving at Ogre's gym and changing, he saw Rumi training Himiko and Mei. Himiko was wearing black yoga pants that hugged her curves and a dark red tank top that exposed her toned stomach. Mei was wearing men's gym shorts similar to his but rolled up at the waist and an oil-stained white t-shirt that had the arms cut off, exposing her surprisingly muscled arms. Rumi smirked when she caught him looking at them. Enough enjoying the scenery, get in the ring, pipsqueak. Today we're learning Krav Maga. Oguro said, startling Izuku. After that beating he had never been more happy to have danger sense and cell activation. Knuckle duster training Izuku is niche but my personal favorite choice. I'd aged Rumi for a few reasons. 1, she's top tier waifu, and 2, I wanted a really bold and straightforward character to influence Izuku. I could have accomplished the same thing with a BFF Bakugo, but I didn't want to rob Izuku of an antagonist. Himiko is back and she never even bothered with last names. I don't like when people make a non-villain Himiko and just drop her trust issues and danger, so I tried conveying that they are still there. Mei shows up just as manic as you thought she'd be, and do not touch her goggles. If you noticed, Rumi has a bit of a soft spot for the manic mechanic and is willing to rush to her aid. Next time we'll be training some quirks at UA.
Okay, some of this seems familiar, but not all of it. Some parts are the same, but not all of it. Yay.
Chapter 4. It was Saturday morning as Izuku groggily watched the news while eating breakfast, hoping to catch a new hero debut. Earlier this morning in Kamino, a turf war between two rival gangs erupted, leaving several dead. Thankfully no civilians were harmed. The reason behind the turf war is still unknown at this time. Izuku, hurry up or you'll be late, called his mother, Inko. Izuku shoveled the last of his eggs into his mouth and ran out of his house and onto the outskirts of UA's campus. Today he was going to properly practice with his quirk. Deciding to use it as a warm-up, he jogged the 3 miles to Gym Gamma. With his green tank top, that red t-shirt now sticking to his body with sweat, Izuku was fanning his shirt to cool off as he walked through Gym Gamma's doors. The lights were off and there was a small form on the floor a few feet away with a pool of red underneath it. Ah, a dead bod, wait, I can sense their emotions, they re still alive. I'll save you. As Izuku rushed forward, hands glowing with cell activation, the body sprang up. I'm alive. The body yelled. The lights to the gym flicked on to reveal a small old man in a yellow hero suit in front of him, along with a shaking Toshinori, and a cackling Nizu by the wall of the gym. Before anyone could explain what in the world was going on, Nana appeared in between the old man and Izuku. I'm alive, she parried. Silence reigned for nearly a full minute. Kid, if this is a joke, it ain't funny, the old man grouched. No joke, Sara. Wow, you got old and short, the ethereal Nana said, bursting into laughter. Sara's eyes watered. Is that really you, Nana? Nana stopped laughing and her face softened. It's a long story, but yeah. Thanks for watching out for Toshi. Nana explained everything to Sara or Gran Torino, who gave a subsequent beat down to All Might for not telling him about Nana right away. That's how Izuku learned that this possibly insane old man was the one that had trained All Might. He had immediately produced a notebook and asked for an autograph. Nizu had asked to borrow the notebook, and after reading the entire thing in less than 10 seconds he declared Izuku his pupil and told him to show up tomorrow morning for personal lessons on analysis. That had been enough for everyone to look at Izuku as if he was diagnosed as terminal. While they were finishing talking, Izuku was checking out the rest of the gym, which was now full of floor-to-ceiling concrete pillars about 10 feet apart from each other. All right kid, fire off one for all at me, Gran Torino said all too casually. Izuku turned to look at him like he had grown a second head. What? The only answer he got was a yellow boot flying at his face, Time slowed and a black tendril of power wrapped itself around the boot before Izuku even knew what was happening. Gonna be the hard way, eh? Hit it, Nizu, Gran Torino says as he dons thermal goggles. Ominous cackling could be heard coming from somewhere behind him before the lights flipped off and danger sense nudged in every direction at once. Izuku switched to thermal vision and saw dozens of turrets warming up along the walls. In near panic, he let out a smoke screen that filled the entire gym. A staccato of gunfire erupted from every direction. Time slowed to a crawl as dozens of tendrils began flailing wildly to intercept as many of the bullets as possible. Pain, but not as much as he was expecting, they're rubber bullets. Hoping to lose the turrets in the smoke, he moved position only to hear Nizu redouble his cackling. Apparently the turrets had thermal vision. Anytime he attempted to find cover from the relentless gunfire, Gran Torino was there to kick him back into the open before dashing off again into the maze of pillars. Okay, I need one for all, but I can't use all of it, so maybe just a little. He began channeling Ofa into his arm, green arcs of energy running along it, preparing to throw a punch where he thought Torino might be. He recalled what Mr. Oguro had said about punching with every muscle from toe to knuckle. That was it. He began channeling Ofa over his entire body, through every muscle. He could feel his muscles and bones straining with the power of it. He turned it down to a level where he couldn't feel cell activation about to engage from the damage. Green energy danced along his skin as if the power itself wished for action. If I had to guess, I would say this is about 5% of my maximum. About time, Zygote. Gran Torino said, rocketing at him. Since the pillars were too close to each other for float, Izuku began jumping from pillar to pillar as Black Whip and Danger Sense were handling any rubber bullets he wasn't able to dodge. He was finally able to focus on Gran Torino as they ricocheted around the gym after each other. Judging by the old man's emotions, he was having the time of his life. The game of cat and mouse went on for what felt like hours, until after a boot to the face, Izuku, in an act of desperation, activated float as he jumped after Gran Torino. He outpaced Torino and finally caught him and deactivated float, rolling to the ground with his prize. After releasing his hold on him, Gran Torino jumped up, took off his goggles and began stretching. Not bad, kid. That was the most fun I've had in years. Izuku was doubled over, wheezing. He's not human. Training so many sides of his quirk was exhausting, even with cell activation. Gran Torino began jauntily walking over to where Toshi was clapping with a proud smile and Nizu looked like had just found enlightenment. Water break for 10, then we go again. Izuku was starting to understand why All Might was so scared of the man. It was starting to get dark out by the time Gran Torino called an end to training. Izuku was pretty sure he was about one more run away from dying of exhaustion. They made their way back to Toshi and Nizu. He figured that he could get away with one more quirk activation and stay conscious. Before you go, sir, do you want me to evolve your quirk? Gran Torino backed away from Izuku's outstretched hand. Huh? No. I'm old and it took me forever to get a hold of my quirk the first time. I don't want to be slamming into the ceiling again, no, oh thank you. Is that why he's so short? Izuku clapped his hands over his mouth as he felt his lips move. Nana reappeared and fell to her hands and knees, slapping the floor as she laughed. I love this kid. Torino just gave a long drawn-out sigh of exasperation. At least let me heal you a bit, it will give you some energy too. He said, hand glowing a faint green. Torino gripped Izuku's hand. Fine, but if I start shooting my quirk out of my ass I'll kill ya. Izuku choked back a snort. Why yes sir. He let go of Torino's hand. I should be getting back home, thank you everyone for coming. I'll see you in the morning, Nizu. Izuku said and trudged home. Sunday afternoon, after Nizu's lessons in analysis, or as he called them lightning rounds, Izuku made his way to Ogre's gym to meet up with Rumi, Mei, and Himiko to study for school. He was wearing tan cargo shorts and a black t-shirt that read thinking cap in yellow lettering. He had no idea what a study session among friends was supposed to look like, but he was excited regardless. He actually had friends to study with now. On his way to the gym he grabbed some drinks and snacks for everyone at a local convenience store. "You were supposed to bring snacks, right?" Izuku walked into the gym to see Rumi wearing gray yoga pants and a black tank top, flexing in different poses as Himiko and Mei clapped and cheered. Himiko had her hair up in messy buns and was wearing a baggy black hoodie, and a dark red skirt with black thigh-high socks. Mei was wearing navy blue mechanics coveralls rolled down to her waist, exposing her black tank top. Mei and Himiko were radiating the same emotion his moms did when they looked at each other, attraction. Good for them, he thought with a small smile. As Rumi was flexing her new muscles he wondered how she had packed on so much in just a week, even with his quirk's help. She was incredibly athletic to begin with, but now however she was jacked, as she had put it. Her shoulders were pronounced and clearly defined, her biceps and triceps bulged as she flexed, and her six-pack could be seen straining through her tight tank top, and her legs looked like she could squat a car. She was giving him her trademark grin. She caught him staring again. She was also giving off the same unrecognizable emotion he had sensed from Himiko earlier in the week. "See something, yeah?" like Izuku. If he wasn't holding two bags he would have covered his neon red face, so instead he settled for sputtering, "IIB brought s snacks." "Oh relax, I don't mind you looking. Got to say though, when you said your quirk helped build muscle I didn't think it would help me gain 50 pounds in a week. It's weird, I should be even bigger but I think I just got more dense." She paused a moment then pointed a finger at him. "If you laugh, I'll kick you." 50 pounds? Even with cell activation that seems like too much to be possible. He scrunched his eyebrows together in thought. "Do you not realize that you evolved her quirk?" Nana's distinctive voice said in his head. Izuku almost dropped the bags of snacks in surprise. "I did? Wait, you can talk in my head?" "Duh," was the only response he got. I think I evolved your quirk by accident." "Pleastantalanyon," he scrambled out. All three girls let out a collective what? Confusion crossed Himiko's face. "So your quirk can let you sense people's emotions, heal, and evolve quirks?" she asked incredulously. Mei grabbed him by the shoulders and shook him. "What am I feeling right now?" It was that same unrecognizable feeling again. He just shrugged his shoulders, face red from her proximity. "I don't know either, sorry." Rumi looked at Himiko with a raised eyebrow. "How do you know he can heal?" Himiko's eyes widened slightly at her mistake and Izuku sensed her nerves. "I saw you guys fighting in the alley, I wanted to help but I was scared." "But Izuku, how can your quirk do so much?" Izuku could sense she was lying about being scared, but why lie about that? Izuku extricated himself from Mei's shaking and set his bags down. "You know dual quirks? Well, it's kind of like that, but instead of having two sides my stockpiler manifests its energy in 8 sides. What the fuck? Dang Izuku. I'll make all your babies." Everyone save for Rumi looked at Mei in shock at her forwardness. "Relax, she means support gear, I think," Rumi said with a shrug. Himiko raised an eyebrow. "You said 8, what are the other 5? Izuku sighed. "A strength enhancement I call full cowl, flight, but I like to call it float, prehensile tendrils I call black whip, a smoke screen that comes with thermal vision that I call smoke screen, and the ability to sense potential threats that also increases my perception of time that I call danger sense." "Show me everything," Mei yelled as she shook him by his shoulders again. Rumi apparently saw his reluctance. "This gym is licensed as a quirk gym, so don't worry about public usage." "Oh okay, here goes." Mei backed up as he gently lifted off the floor, tendrils lazily extending from his palms, green arcs of energy running over his skin, and finally giving off a small puff of smoke that covered his body. "How many fingers am I holding up?" came Rumi's voice. He didn't need to see her to know she was smirking. Switching to thermal vision, he could see her flipping him off. "One." He deadpanned. Deactivating his quirk, he dropped back to the ground as the smoke cleared. Wanting to move on from himself, he turned to Himiko. "Himiko, you have a dual quirk, right? Some kind of minor cat mutation and your transform." She looked a bit surprised actually. "I do. My mom had a tiger mutation quirk and I've never met my dad. Mom said he had a similar quirk as me." He could feel the anger and pain she felt when she mentioned her mom. Izuku could tell this conversation was making her worry, most likely afraid of people finding out about her reliance on blood. Izuku decided to try and test the waters. "What do you guys think about blood quirks? They're pretty rare and they have a certain stigma to them. They're just quirks like all the rest." "Why?" Rumi asked, crossing her arms over her chest in challenge. "Oh, I bet I could make some great babies for that. I've never met anyone with one though," Mei said, shoulders slumping. Himiko smiled at him, her pupils blown wide. "Well, you have now. I don't really like to advertise it, but I have to drink blood to use my quirk. It makes me crave blood all the time and I tend to get a bit grumpy if I haven't had any in a while." Izuku put his chin in his hand, thinking aloud. Reliance on blood for quirk usage combined with the traits of a cat, like hunting instinct and agility for example, would make you a perfect predator. Mei got right up in Himiko's personal space, holding out her arm. "Oh, drink mine. I wanted to see." Himiko looked a bit shocked at the offer. "You'd give me your blood, just like that?" Rumi threw her arms around Himiko and Izuku's shoulders. "We all would, we're your friends, right Izuku?" Izuku blushed and smiled brighter than the sun. He had friends. "Of course. And I can help recover the lost blood with my quirk, I think." Himiko's eyes were shimmering with unshed tears and she had a watery smile. Rumi looked at her with a teasing smirk. "Are you purring?" Himiko playfully swatted her arm off her shoulder, a dusting of red decorating her cheeks. "Shut up." Izuku smiled at the scene. They were so adorable together. "Just ask us anytime you want blood, okay Himiko?" She nodded and wiped the tears from her eyes. Thanks." He focused his attention on Mei. "What's your quirk, Hatsum? I know it's got to be something with your eyes but I can't figure out what." "Call me Mei, you helped me in the alley after all. My quirk isn't very impressive, it's called Zoom. It lets me see really far away or super up close. It also makes my hand-eye coordination better to match my sight though, it helps with working on small things." Mei shrugged dismissively. "That's really cool. You could be a great scout-type hero with that, and the hand-eye coordination could make you rival Snipe with guns. All three of you would make such a good hero team. Mei as scout/Overwatch, Himiko as infiltration, and Rumi as the fighter that can size up an opponent in an instant. You guys would be unstoppable." Izuku cheered. At the sudden silence he paid attention to what they were feeling. Rumi seemed to feel proud and simultaneously hesitant. Himiko and Mei both felt happy and disbelief in equal measure. Himiko looked at her palms, eyes unfocused. "Mei. A hero." Mei pulled her welding goggles over her eyes. "But my quirk's weak and I'm weird. Besides, I like making things, I can just do the support course." Rumi was looking down at her clenched fist with a far-off look in her eyes. "I have to be strong on my own, I can't be weak again," she said as her ears slumped down. In frustration Izuku subconsciously summoned full cowl and stomped the floor, leaving a shoe print in the concrete. "Yes Himiko, you would make an amazing hero. Mei, your quirk isn't weak and you're not weird. You just think differently and that's my favorite thing about you. You could always just double major and become a support type hero like Power Loader." Rumi, you are already one of the strongest people I know, and if getting help makes you weak then I'm the weakest of them all. You're all the most amazing people I've ever met and my first real friends, so don't talk like that. May had pushed her goggles back up to reveal watery eyes. Everyone was staring at him now, stunned at his outburst. Sorry, I didn't mean to yell. Izuku said, closing his eyes, waiting for the inevitable backlash. Izuku suddenly felt several pairs of hands pull him into a hug. He opened his eyes to see all three girls pushed up against him, his face warmed to the point he was sure they could feel the heat. Thanks Izuku. Thanks Runt. You're allowed to touch my goggles. How the fuck did you not have friends before us? Does it have something to do with your quirk coming in late? Rumi asked as she squeezed a little harder. Izuku looked away from her questioning gaze. Why yeah, I was misdiagnosed as quirkless and well, have you heard of Aldera? That quirkus school district that got shut down? You mean you went there? Mutation hate is bad enough, I can't imagine what you went through. Rumi said as she pulled him in closer. It was that blonde asshole from 10 years ago, wasn't it? Himiko asked, voice dangerously low. Tears came unbidden to his eyes as he nodded. Who? May asked, starting to get lost. Himiko snarled as her eyes narrowed. A bully. Izuku and I went to the same elementary school and the day my quirk came in, this blonde asshole called me a villain and tried to attack me but Izuku saved me. He's been bullying you all this time, hasn't he? Another nod. Ima cut him. I'll kick the shit out of him. I'll blow him up. He wasn't sure if he should be worried or thankful that empathy registered all those as truth. Thanks. He pulled himself from the hug. Can I evolve your quirks? He asked, extending two glowing hands to May and Himiko. They both smiled and each took a hand. Two sets of yellow eyes glowed with power. May began looking all over the room, her eyes changing from yellow to red to black to green. Oh! I can see in thermal, X-ray, and night vision. I'm going to make so many babies. She pulled him into a crushing hug, lifting him off his feet. Thanks Izuku. Rumi held out her arm to Himiko. You need blood, right? Go ahead. Himiko's smile was full of teeth as she took the offered arm. I can make my saliva produce an anesthetic so this shouldn't hurt, and don't worry about diseases, my quirk takes care of that. She let her chin-length tongue out of her mouth and licked a spot on Rumi's forearm before biting down. After a few seconds Himiko unattached and licked off the remaining blood before smiling up at Rumi. Izuku moved closer and brushed a glowing hand over the bite, healing it. Himiko stepped back as gray sludge began covering her, the sludge solidified into a mirrored Rumi wearing Himiko's clothes. The new Rumi squatted down and jumped all the way up to the vaulted ceiling with little effort and brushed her fingers across it. Izuku had to look away to avoid seeing under her skirt. She landed and hugged the other Rumi tightly. I can use other people's quirks now? You're so strong, Rumi. She pulled back and ran her hands all over her new body. And hot gray goop began falling off of her to reveal Himiko again. She glomped onto Izuku. Thanks Izuku. He felt something sharp poking where her fingers were. Ow ow ow. She let go and looked at her hands to reveal pointed black nails where short unpainted nails had been. I have claws now. She bent down, claws extending to 2 inches and dragged them along the concrete, claws cutting through it like warm butter. I'm glad you're happy, but we should probably study. After a collective groan they went up to Rumi's room to study. Her room was fairly large, it had a beat-up leather couch, an old TV, different types of weights in a corner along with a human-shaped boxing bag, a microwave, mini fridge, kettle, and a lot of Nana's merch. Girls got taste. Nana said inside his head, he could hear her smirking. Wow, this is basically an apartment, it's so nice. Himiko said, surprised. It was big, but small even compared to the smaller apartments, and it definitely wasn't very fancy. Something about how surprised Himiko was acting bothered him. Is it bigger than where you live with your mom? Himiko shrugged. I don't live with my mom anymore, I actually live with my grandma. Our place is about the same size. He could tell she was lying about living with her grandma but telling the truth about not living with her mom, which was concerning. Himiko, I'm an empathy, you can't lie to me, remember. You don't have to tell me everything if you don't want to, but please answer me this, are you safe where you're living? Himiko's eyes widened, not expecting to be caught. I'm safe where I'm living, she said, careful of her wording. Rumi put a hand on her shoulder. Come to us if that changes. Yeah. Mei yelled, throwing a fist into the air. Izuku gave her a megawatt smile. Good, I don't want to lose you again. After a few hours of studying they decided to watch a movie before everyone went home. Himiko wanted to watch a horror movie, Mei wanted sci-fi, while Rumi wanted anything with fighting. Izuku didn't mind either way but found an old gory sci-fi called Aliens which seemed to satisfy everyone. Izuku was sitting on the far left of the couch next to Himiko and Rumi was sitting on the opposite end next to Mei.
Okay, I need to legitimately look at something.
Partway through the movie while they were eating the snacks that Izuku had brought, Himiko turned to him, apprehension rolling off of her. Can I have some blood? She asked with a blush dusting her cheeks. He smiled at her reticence. Of course. Her pupils blew wide until they were only black rimmed with yellow. Thanks Izuku, tap me if you get lightheaded. He was about to offer her his arm like Rumi had when he felt a tongue graze his neck just above his clavicle, then he felt soft lips and heard the faint sound of sucking. He looked down to see Himiko, eyes closed, lips connected to his neck but no pain, and he could both feel and hear her purring. He blushed so hard he could hear her suction increase. After a few minutes and still not feeling lightheaded she stopped sucking and with a pop, she disconnected then licked the blood away. The 4 fang marks healed over almost immediately, leaving a scar that would fade. She looked up at him with ecstasy written on her features, a wide-fanged smile, and blood on her lips. My hero, she said sleepily. She closed her eyes once more and rested her head on his shoulder before resuming purring as she fell asleep. After a minute of fighting down his blush and something, he looked over to where Rumi and Mei were to see if they had seen the whole thing. Rumi was giving him a knowing smirk as Mei lightly snored on her shoulder, goggles over her eyes. She said it was too bright. We'll wake them once the movie's over, she whispered. _____. Later that night Himiko skipped through the door of her apartment. It was smaller than Rumi's room and completely empty save for appliances. She swung open the fridge, inside was convenience store food and dozens of blood bags, some were labeled with names, several read Grandma. Thanks to Izuku, these should last me a while. She moved over to the closet and opened it, she grabbed out her rolled up futon and underneath it was a duffel bag with cash spilling out of it. All this should last until 3rd year, I should send a thank you letter to those idiot gangs in Kamino. She said, laughing to herself. She rolled out her futon and stripped before laying down. She reached for the ceiling and flexed her fingers, claws extending. She smiled wide admiring them. So pretty, Izuku really is the best, Rumi and Mei are pretty cute too though. She said as her other hand traveled down her body lower and lower. I kind of wrote myself into a corner timeline-wise for what I want to do so I might end up having to do a pretty jarring time skip next chapter. We'll see.
Yeah. I don't know this chapter. I don't remember the last chapter. This chapter seems like a newest though to me.
Chapter 5. A week after their first study session together, Izuku, Rumi, and Himiko were on their way to Mei's place to check on her and study there instead since she wasn't answering her phone. Himiko bumped shoulders with Rumi. "So how do you know where Mei lives?" Rumi grinned at the shorter girl but kept their shoulders connected. "I've known Mei for a while now, this isn't the first time I've had to check on her. She's probably just hyper-fixated on something." Izuku felt warm at the sight of the two girls so comfortable around each other. "Does she do this often?" Rumi shrugged before grabbing him by the arm and pulling him closer, his shoulder connecting now too as they walked. "I guess. She gets tunnel vision sometimes when it comes to her special interests." Himiko looked up at Rumi and scrunched her eyebrows together. "Special interests? Like hobbies?" Rumi seemed a bit reluctant but answered with uncharacteristic seriousness. "Kind of, it's not my place to say, but Mei trusts you too, so I'll tell you. Mei is on the autism spectrum. A special interest is like a hobby, but it's more than that, it's a passion. Like you said before, Izuku, she has a different way of thinking, but that's not all. Social skills for her are a muscle she has to train, for what most do automatically she has to do manually. I've always been pretty blunt, so she sometimes comes to me when she has questions about something most people would just pussyfoot around with." Izuku was smiling bright as the sun at the rabbit girl. "It's no wonder she loves you." He clapped his hands over his mouth when he realized he just outed Mei's internal feelings. Rumi stopped dead in her tracks and grabbed Izuku by his shoulders, staring down at him slightly. "What? How do you know? Are you sure?" Releasing his treacherous mouth, he responded. "I'm an empathy, remember? When she looks at you, I can feel your mutual attraction." Rumi yanked him into a crushing hug. "Thank you. Lately she's been asking me about a warm feeling that she's never had before, but I didn't want to just tell her that she's attracted to me." Himiko shimmied her way into the hug. "Why not?" Rumi extended her arm to include Himiko too. "Because what if I was wrong? She trusts me and would just believe me. I don't have an empathy quirk. What if I told her that I loved her and that she loved me back, but I was wrong?" Himiko began purring and nuzzled her head into Rumi. "Yeah, no, for how tough you are, you're quite the softie." Rumi pulled herself from the hug and pointed accusingly at Himiko. "If you tell anyone, I'll scissor lock your head next time we spar." Lucky, Izuku thought as he focused all his willpower on not blushing. Himiko grinned full of teeth. "Don't threaten me with a good time." Rumi blushed enough for it to actually be seen through her tan skin and sputtered, Come on," as she began walking again, this time at a faster pace. Himiko giggled and looped her arm around Izuku's as they followed. They caught up to Rumi as she was knocking on the door of a house that didn't stand out from the others surrounding it except for the loud noises coming from behind it. The door swung open to reveal a woman that looked incredibly similar to Mei, just older and with red dreadlocks instead of pink that were tied into a braid that hung over her shoulder. The woman hugged Rumi immediately, then held her by the shoulders. "Rumi dear. Come to check on my little gremlin," she said affectionately. "Hi Ms. Hatsum. Yeah, we were supposed to have a study session but we couldn't reach her, so we decided to bring it to her." Ms. Hatsum looked past Rumi and noticed Himiko and Izuku. "Oh, you must be Izuku and Himiko then. My Mei told me so much about you already, I'm so glad she has such good friends now." She elbowed Rumi in the ribs and waggled her eyebrows. "Maybe more than friends. We're going to go find Mei now," Rumi said as she headed into the house as Ms. Hatsum cackled in a very Mei-like fashion. The three made their way through the house and into the backyard where a large workshop was. A cacophony of sounds could be heard coming from the structure. Rumi approached the large steel doors with Izuku and Himiko on either side. Danger sense triggered, and before Izuku could react, the metal door blew open in an explosion of smoke. All three were knocked bodily to the ground. There was something soft on top of them. "You're all here. Why are you here? Oh, you're comfy." May all but screamed in their collective faces. Rumi groaned and held her hands over her ears. "Ouch. Hi May. We came to study with you." As they all untangled themselves from the heap, Izuku noticed the bags under May's eyes. "May, when was the last time you slept?" May grinned maniacally and put her hands on her hips. "Thursday." Rumi ran a hand down her face. "May, it's Sunday." May didn't drop her grin or pose. "Oh." Himiko spoke up with a raised eyebrow. "What have you been doing?" May's eyes glittered. "Making babies. Double majoring in support and heroics means I'll get to field test my own babies. I'm making the prototypes for my hero gear." Izuku's eyes glittered to match. "Show me. Show me." May looked at him with that same unrecognizable emotion as she snatched his hand and dragged him into the workshop. On the workbench was what looked like the beginnings of a suit of armor with a metal backpack attached to it, a wetsuit that seemed to have musculature, and some kind of long rifle. "They aren't anywhere near done, but this is going to end up being power armor, a fibromuscle layer, and a sniper rifle," May said while flailing her arms wildly. Izuku was amazed. She had made so much progress in only a few days. "Wow May. You're amazing. They look kind of familiar though," he said, rubbing his chin. "I based them off some Warhammer 40k models that me and my dad used to build together, before he died," May said, trailing off as tears filled her eyes. Rumi was there, wrapping the pinkette into a hug immediately. "It's okay May, you're all right. He would be so proud of you." May sniffled. "I know, I just wish he was here to build with me again." Himiko grabbed Izuku and together they wrapped May up in between all three of them. "We'll build with you, just tell us what to do," Himiko said. May smiled warmly with her eyes closed. I feel so warm." So with studying forgotten, they helped May build until she had finally succumbed to sleep. After Rumi placed the girl in her bed, Izuku used cell activation on May's sleeping form to restore her energy until the bags under eyes were gone. _____. It was Friday morning and Himiko was just about ready to leave for school when someone knocked on her front door. "Not even Izuku knows where I live, maybe someone from the school." Her thoughts were cut off when her door was kicked off its hinges. A group of men began rushing into the apartment, with the largest in front. Himiko smiled, showing off her fangs as she reached beneath her skirt. Before the large man in the front with a basic super strength quirk could even notice her, she threw a knife into his foot, pinning it to the floor. The man yelled out in pain when his foot didn't continue forward with him and tripped onto his face. Himiko began throwing knives at the other 5 intruders as they filed in through the open door, hitting them in their knees or feet. Himiko threw her last knife at the first man's other foot as he was beginning to stand again, then disappeared from sight. After several shouts of alarm, she reappeared behind the last to file into her apartment. She slashed at the back of his knees with her fully drawn claws. With the tendons now severed, the man fell to the ground like a sack of screaming potatoes. "You came to play, so let's play," she giggled at the 4 men who were still able to stand. _____. Himiko didn't show up to school and nobody could get a hold of her. Realizing nobody actually knew where she lived, they decided to wait at the gym to see if she showed up for training. Izuku, Rumi, and May all sat around in tense silence, hoping that Himiko would show up when the front door chimed. They all snapped their heads up to see Himiko in the doorway wearing her school uniform. Her uniform was shredded and barely holding together. It was soaked in blood as she leaned heavily against the doorframe. I didn't know where else to go," Himiko struggled out between gasps of pain. As Himiko began sliding down the doorframe, Izuku subconsciously activated float and full cowl and shot through the air in time to catch her before she fell. He knelt with Himiko's bleeding form in his arms as his hands began glowing, slowly closing her wounds. There were so many. Himiko reached up and placed a bloody hand on his cheek. "My hero," she breathed out before losing consciousness. "What the fuck happened?" Rumi yelled at his side. He hadn't even noticed that she was right next to him. Mei had her goggles down and was latched onto Rumi like a lifeline. "An ambulance is on its way," Mr. Oguro said as he knelt next to Izuku and checked over Himiko's wounds. "Not all of this blood is hers. Izuku, Mei, and Rumi were gathered around Himiko's hospital bed waiting for her to wake while Mr. Oguro called Mei's mom and Izuku's moms. They had told the doctor that they were her family. She didn't seem to buy it but let them stay anyway. Himiko woke up with 3 sets of hands on her. "Where am I?" she groaned. Izuku, with hands still glowing from cell activation, spoke. "The hospital. You showed up to the gym covered in blood and passed out. What happened?" Izuku could sense fear coming off her, so he continued. "I know you're scared, but we won't abandon you, no matter what. We care about you." "Yeah." Mei cheered as she lowered her head onto Himiko's thigh. "We aren't going anywhere." Rumi agreed as she rubbed her thumb over Himiko's knuckles. Himiko's eyes watered and her lips quivered, but before she could say anything the door opened and a black-haired man in a trench coat and a police officer with a cat mutation quirk walked inside and locked the door behind them. "Toga Himiko, I am Detective Tsukachi and this is my partner Sansa. I have some questions for you. Where were you this morning at around 7 am? The noir detective questioned. Himiko narrowed her eyes to slits as her claws extended. Sansa's fur stood on end in the presence of a predator. He and the detective began slowly reaching for their pistols, but before anything could happen, ominous music began blaring over the hospital's PA system. The detective looked up in confusion. "Why do I hear boss music?" The door began to glow green before it slammed open so hard that it nearly ripped off its hinges. Midoriya Inko stormed into the room wearing her lawyer pantsuit, with Nizu riding on her shoulder holding his tablet and cackling maniacally. She was flanked by Midnight and 13, both in full hero costumes. Izuku hadn't seen his mother this mad since he was misdiagnosed as quirkless. Interrogating a minor without their guardian or legal representative in attendance and using a truth-detecting quirk without consent. "Really, detective, you should know better by now." Inko growled at the man. "Ah, Nizu's personal lawyer, is Ms. Toga your client, Mrs. Midoriya?" Tsukachi asked, ignoring her comment. "That and my future daughter-in-law," Inko stated proudly. Izuku could feel his face turn so red that heat was coming off it. The detective looked very confused. "Well, congratulations." Inko moved over to Himiko's bedside and placed a hand on her shoulder. "We haven't met yet, dear, but I'm Izuku's mother. He was so broken up when you disappeared the first time. I'm not going to let anything happen to you. Whisper in my ear everything that happened and I'll relay it to the detective." Inko leaned close and Himiko began whispering very quietly, but apparently not quietly enough for Rumi to not hear. Izuku could both see and feel Rumi and his mother growing alarmingly angry, bordering on murderous rage. Rumi's forearm bulged with rippling muscle as she gripped the metal bar on the bed so hard that it began to crumple in her fist. After several minutes of whispered conversation, Inko stood back up as she exhaled through her nose harshly, her eyes glowing green. "We'll start from the beginning. She has a blood quirk that comes with cravings. Upon discovering this, her mother forced her to suppress it under threat of violence. She doesn't know who her father is. After suppressing her urges for 10 years, Himiko was close to quirk-induced psychosis. Instead of lashing out to fulfill her bodily needs, she ran away from home after graduating middle school and stole from blood banks. She checked for her name in missing persons. Her mother never reported her as missing. She is registered with her school as living with her grandmother, a Ms. Tanaka. Ms. Tanaka is actually an elderly woman who donated blood regularly and whom Himiko posed as when dealing with the school, claiming to be her own grandmother. To finance herself, she infiltrated 2 gangs in Kamino using the donated blood of their members to impersonate them using her quirk. She harmed nobody while doing so. This morning 6 gang members tracked her to her apartment and ambushed her. She defended herself, as is her right. Tsukachi scratched his chin. All true. Gangs sure seem to have an odd sense of community, donate to local blood drives and sell drugs on the same street an hour later. The gang members used a tracking device that was hidden inside the bag of cash. Although you slashed them up pretty badly, nobody died. I can work with this, but I'll need your help, Nizu. Nizu hopped off Inko and onto Tsukachi. Happily, I can't wait to have a chat with Himiko's mother, he said, spitting out the last word as if it were poison. Himiko seemed incredibly confused. Wait, I'm not being arrested? The detective spoke up then. No, due to the extenuating circumstances and you being a minor, you're not under arrest. Your mother will be the one facing charges. Nizu turned his attention to Himiko. I took the liberty of testing a blood sample they took while you were unconscious. Would you like to know who your father is? You have the option of becoming a ward of UA or living with your father. My dad? I want to know, but Mom always said he was a monster like me and refused to say anything else. Himiko said reluctantly. Nizu smiled mirthfully. I can assure you that he's no monster and neither are you. His name is Sekijiro Ken, otherwise known as the pro-hero Vlad King. Would you like to meet him? After a unanimous what? Himiko could only nod in shock. Fantastic, he'll be by shortly. Nizu chirped as he and the police left the room. Izuku got up and pulled all his moms into a hug. Thanks mother, mama, mom. We'll be in the waiting room with Mr. Oguro, take your time. Inko said as they left the room. No wonder you know so much about heroes. Mei said as if reaching a conclusion. Izuku's eyes went wide as he realized what he just did. Please don't tell anyone, it's supposed to be secret and Mom's a really private person. He rushed out. Rumi waved him off. Don't worry Izuku, we won't tell. She turned to Himiko then, the blonde shrinking under her gaze. Why didn't you tell us? We could have helped you. Himiko looked down at her lap. That's what I was afraid of, if I got caught it could have jeopardized your futures as heroes. Rumi, Izuku, and Mei climbed onto Himiko's bed and pulled her into a hug. I think I speak for all of us when I say I would rather not be a hero than lose you, Himiko. Izuku said with watery eyes. They lost track of time as they held each other closely, Himiko's purring never letting up. Izuku idly wondered at how right it all felt. A knock sounded on the door. They all looked up to see an uncomfortable-looking Vlad King peeking around the broken door. Is one of you Himiko? They pulled themselves from the hug and Izuku turned to Himiko. We'll wait outside. As they began to stand up and leave, a hand grabbed Izuku's shirt. Stay, please. Himiko said quietly. They all sat back on the bed without another word. Himiko smiled small and waved at the large man. Hi. Tears ran down Kan's face as he slowly walked up to the bedside and dropped heavily to his knees. I'm so sorry I wasn't there for you, I didn't know that you existed until an hour ago. I met your mom when I graduated UA, I was only with her one night. In the morning I told her about my quirk and she called me a monster, I never saw her again. If you give me a chance I would love nothing more than to be your father. Himiko slowly made her way off the bed onto unsteady feet and pulled a still kneeling Ken up. I'd like that, Dad. Ken lunged forward and pulled her into a hug. At first Himiko stiffened, but it was so gentle and filled with love for his newly discovered daughter that she melted into the hug and began purring. _____. Since it was Izuku's turn to host study/movie night, he was waiting with Himiko at the gates of UA for Rumi and Mei to show up. So you all moved in with your dad? He asked, turning to Himiko. Yeah, I didn't really have anything to move anyway. When Dad saw my place and how empty it was, I thought he was going to kill my landlord. Himiko giggled at the memory. Izuku's face fell. I'm sorry Himiko, I should have. Himiko cut him off before he could continue his apology. I didn't tell you because I didn't want to tell you, you have nothing to apologize for. She said as she leaned her head onto his shoulder. Besides, now we're basically neighbors. She chirped. If you count 5 miles away as neighbors, yeah. Izuku laughed at the absurd size of UA. I went to visit Ms. Tanaka at her nursing home too actually. Himiko said with an odd expression. What for? Izuku asked. To apologize for impersonating her and wasting her blood, but she just said that if her blood helped me then it wasn't wasted. I never imagined myself being accepted by so many people before. Himiko said, her eyes beginning to water. Well, you are, and I'm sure there will be even more to come. You're amazing Himiko, you would have to be blind not to see it. He said, smiling brightly. Himiko began purring against Izuku's shoulder as two figures walked up to the gate, hands brushing against each other's. They're here. Himiko whisper shouted. Izuku smiled at the two Hey girls. After they let Rumi and Mei inside the gates, they all piled onto a UA golf cart used for transportation on campus grounds. Mei had vehemently insisted on driving. Other than Mei's maniacal laughter and a few close calls with pedestrians, it wasn't too bad. Once they made it to Izuku's house in one piece, they went to Izuku's room to begin studying. His room was full of hero merchandise, predominantly All Might. Once they were done, Rumi and Himiko began speaking at the same time. We need to talk. They both said in unison. They looked at each other in surprise and seemed to have a conversation with their eyes before nodding. Rumi looked at Izuku. It's hard to believe that you can have an empathy quirk and still be so dense, though I guess it's not entirely your fault. You can sense Mei and I's attraction for each other but can't sense it when it's directed at you. Directed at me? What are yo? Izuku began. Is this about that warm feeling I get when I'm with all of you? Mei screeched. Izuku scrunched up his eyebrows. All of us, I really am dense. I thought you all loved each other, not me too. I couldn't recognize it because it was actually being directed at me for a change. Up. Himiko said, popping the P. She climbed onto Izuku's lap and cupped his cheek. I've loved you forever Izuku, you've always seen me for who I really am. She held Izuku's head in both hands as she slowly pulled him into a kiss. It was a chaste kiss, but Izuku blushed enough to resemble a strawberry. After a moment's hesitation, he returned the kiss and held her closer, one hand moving to her lower back and the other to the nape of her neck. Himiko but lightly at his lower lip with a fang, a drop of blood. She purred at the combined taste of Izuku's lips and blood. After a minute, Himiko broke the kiss, and she turned her focus to Mei and Rumi. I haven't known either of you very long, but you both became such big parts of my life and accepted me too. I love both of you too. Mei jumped onto Rumi where she was standing, holding on like a koala. I love you. She whipped her head over to Himiko and Izuku, eyes manic. I love all of you. Rumi held onto her passenger with little effort. She looked down at Mei's manic face. I've loved you for a while now, Mei. I'm sorry it took me this long to tell you. She leaned down and kissed her. Mei froze at first, eyes wide, but after a couple seconds she melted into the kiss and hummed. After a few seconds, Rumi broke the kiss and looked at a blushing Izuku and a grinning Himiko. I fucking love all of you. Izuku couldn't believe what was happening. Was he asleep? The three most amazing women he'd ever met just confessed to him. He realized they were waiting for him to say something. Now that Izuku could recognize the feeling, it was almost overwhelming how much love he could feel coming from the three girls. It seemed to resonate and build with each passing moment. Himiko, I've thought about you every day for 10 years, falling in love with you was the easiest thing I've ever done, it just felt so natural. You're so strong despite what you've been through, you know what you want and you go for it. Rumi, I love how blunt and protective you are of those you care about, you live your life with no regrets and I love you for that. May, I love your energy and passion, and you are one of the smartest people I've ever met. I love you. If you'll have me and you're all open to it, would you all become my and each other's girlfriends? Like your moms? Rumi asked. Yeah, it's called polyamory. There are a lot of versions of it and each relationship within a polycule is different, but that's what makes it special. I would like us to all be dating each other. But before you answer, I have something to tell you that might affect your decision, but you have to promise to keep it a secret first. He explained. After they all promised and empathy registered all answers as truth, he told them the story of One for All for One, and how he came to have the quirk. That's a lot to take in, but I won't let you bear the world on your shoulders alone, I'm with you all the way. Himiko said resolutely. This is a fight you won't fight alone, I won't let you runt. Rumi said with her trademark smirk. With my babies, we'll be unstoppable. May cheered, still clinging to Rumi. Thank you, Izuku said with a watery smile. Now on to our answers, Himiko said, excitedly. I don't know how to be in a relationship, but as long as you're patient with me and we can take it slow, I want to try. May said from her perch on Rumi. We can go as slow as you want, May, and I'm obviously in. Rumi said as she carried May over to the couch and sat down next to Izuku with May now in her lap. Though it was more accurate to say that she flopped onto the couch. At the questioning looks from the others, Rumi explained with a sigh. It's a rabbit thing, it means I trust you and that I'm content. Izuku, May, and Himiko all cooed at her explanation. I've never imagined being loved back by anyone, let alone 3 people. I'm all for it. Himiko said as she leaned into May. May turned to the blonde and pulled her into a small kiss while Himiko ran her hands through May's hair and purred. Oh, that feels nice. May said after they broke apart. Himiko guided May off of Rumi's lap and onto Izuku's before plopping onto Rumi's. The two pulled each other into a deep, searing kiss with tongues fighting for dominance. Himiko rubbed the base of one of Rumi's long ears with one hand, causing a moan to escape the rabbit girl's mouth and her foot to begin tapping against the ground. Himiko purred at the reaction. Himiko came up for air first. Did you like that? Rumi blushed. I can't help it any more than you can help your purring, she teased back as her nose scrunched. Izuku and May were both watching with red faces. You can go at your own pace, May, I want to take things slow too. Izuku reassured the pinkette. May turned to look down at Izuku with love radiating off of her. Thanks, Izuku. She leaned down slowly and gave him a quick chaste kiss as he cupped her cheek, her leaning into the contact. Perfect. She cooed. Izuku looked over to Rumi, who was looking at him too. She leaned closer and Izuku met her halfway. Their lips met roughly, though still chaste. A creak from his bedroom door caused Rumi to whip her head to the noise, followed by everyone else. Peeking through the doorway were all 3 of Izuku's moms with tears in their eyes. Oh no! Izuku whispered in horror. We're going to have so many grandbabies. Inko and Nemuri shouted in unison as Anan wore an apologetic expression. The polycule is born. Next chapter will probably be a huge time skip to entrance exams time. I was reluctant to portray May as autistic for fear of not doing it correctly, but I've always thought that canon May was most likely autistic and I didn't want to dance around it. Autism isn't a 4-letter word and shouldn't be treated like an unspeakable thing. I made Ken Himiko's dad because that girl deserves at least one loving parent and it fits with the dual quirk theory I have for her. I couldn't find a good way of saying it, but May's mom is a patent lawyer and her late husband was an engineer. For May's gear I'll link a picture in the notes when it's time. She's honestly the most difficult to tone down her overpoweredness since she's so smart she could be making mechs. Shit is about to kick off next chapter. I'm so excited to be done with the backstory stuff and getting into canon timeline.
What the fuck is it? Oh, this is really short though, actually. What the fuck? Look at this. Okay, not short, but it's way better. That was definitely a new chapter for me, and you guys are gonna basically. And remember, guys, this thing's not done yet. Not done yet. How long has been this recording, and is it still recording? Yes. I find that him. Okay, am, but you know, woohoo.
Chapter 6. 3 years later. It was the day of the entrance exams at long last. After Izuku and Himiko met Rumi and Mei at the train station, all four began the walk to UA. All were wearing their school uniforms and had a backpack containing supplies for the written test and gym clothes for the practical. Izuku was watching the news coverage about a fight between a villain with a muscle augmentation quirk and the water hoses. The heroes had died and left behind a son that was only 4 years old. It was such a waste, a child-made orphan and an amazing quirk in the hands of a monster. It wasn't uncommon for heroes to die in the field, but it usually didn't happen on live TV in broad daylight. The worst villains were usually behind closed doors. Izuku was brought out of his solemn mood with an elbow to the ribs. "So what's it like still being shorter than me?" Rumi asked Izuku, giving him a challenging grin. Izuku looked down at the dark-skinned rabbit girl with a raised eyebrow. "I'm 6 feet 6 inches, you're 6 feet 2 inches, your ears don't count." Over the course of the last 3 years, Izuku and Rumi had both shot up in height. Izuku was as tall as Endeavor now, but not as bulky. Their muscles were built for movement and strength, not size. Every muscle was toned and lean, striations visible in every movement, like a wild animal pressed against the bars of its cage. Rumi punched him in the shoulder. "They're part of my body, they count." Izuku sighed in defeat. "Ugh, fine, you're an Amazonian goddess." "Happy?" Rumi stood on her toes and pecked him on the cheek. "Very. Do you think your growth spurts had something to do with your quirks?" Mei asked from Rumi's side, where she was holding her hand as they walked. Izuku cupped his chin. Maybe. Cell activation basically supercharges everything else, so it makes sense, and Rumi's quirk evolution was mostly physical, so it would make sense that it would affect her height too. "Hey Mei, did you get all your gear approved for the practical?" Himiko asked from where she was clinging onto Izuku's arm as he began muttering to himself. "Yeah. Apparently, since I'm double majoring, I can bring almost anything as long as I've made it myself." Mei responded enthusiastically as ever. "Okay, good. It's a good thing Izuku's mom's got you training with Snipe, we owe them a gift basket or something," Himiko said with a smile at the thought of how supportive the Mamadorias had been. Izuku snapped out of his theory crafting mutter spree. "That reminds me." He pulled his backpack off and began digging through it. "I've got snacks for after the written exam. Don't want to go into the practical hungry after all. Some carrots for Rumi, a pomegranate for Himiko, and a chocolate bar for Mei. It's plain, nothing crunchy," he clarified as he handed out the snacks, knowing Mei's aversion to anything crunchy. "Woo!" Mei cheered as she eagerly accepted the chocolate. "Thanks babe, you always take such good care of us," Rumi said as she accepted the carrots and bumped his shoulder affectionately. "Thanks Izuku," Himiko said as she accepted the pomegranate and pulled Izuku down into a kiss, nipping at his lower lip with her fangs and licking the blood. Rumi pulled 2 thermoses from her bag. "That reminds me, here's some of my and Mei's blood for the practical, since you can't use Izuku's quirk 'cause it's a stockpiler. Himiko's pupils blew wide as she accepted the thermoses. I have the best partners ever. She purred out. As they walked up the familiar path of Yue's entrance, someone shouldered past Izuku, barely moving him. The offender said nothing and kept walking without so much as a glance backwards. Izuku recognized the familiar head of spiky blonde hair. He had expected to see Bakugo again at Yue, but not so soon, that's for sure. Himiko's eyes narrowed to slits and were shadowed by her bangs. Was that Baku bitch? She asked in a dangerously low voice. In her anger she wasn't paying attention to where she was stepping and tripped on a loose brick. Izuku went to catch her but stopped when he noticed her floating horizontally and a girl with a bob of chin-length auburn hair with her hand outstretched, touching Himiko's shoulder. The girl was about 5 feet 1 inch and had a round face with a small blush. Izuku felt Himiko's emotions spike, too many and too fast to register what they were. Himiko's eyes went wide in recognition. Still facing the ground and unable to see her benefactor, Himiko asked quietly with hope evident in her voice, "Oka?" The brunette gave a sharp intake of air. "Himi." Oka helped Himiko into an upright position before whispering release under her breath and returning the blonde's gravity. The two stared at each other in silence as if the rest of the world had fallen away. Izuku could sense so much relief coming off the two, and affection. Tears pricked at both girls' eyes and they pulled each other into a desperate hug. "Ya disappeared, I thought I'd never see ya again. Was it because I beat up those guys for picking on Tsu?" The brunette asked with a distinct Kansai accent and a waver in her voice as she brushed her thumb over the scar going through Himiko's left eyebrow that she had gotten when she was ambushed. That's when it clicked for Izuku. Himiko had told him, Rumi, and Mei about the day she ran away. It was the day of her middle school graduation. Some bullies were picking on a girl with a frog quirk and Himiko's friend Okako had stepped in and beat down the bullies, but got pretty bloodied up and bruised for her efforts. Himiko said that was when she knew she had to run away or she would end up hurting her friend. Her cravings for blood had reached a boiling point. She chose to run away rather than harm her first crush. Himiko nuzzled her head deeper into the crook of Okako's neck and gave a muffled reply. "And no, Oka, it's a long story but I promise to tell you everything." "You must be Himiko, Ribbit," said a croaking voice from a nearby girl with an obvious frog quirk. She was short, 5 feet tall at most. She had long, green hair that went down to the small of her back and was tied in a large bow. Her face wasn't very expressive, but had large eyes and an angular, upturned mouth. Izuku could feel the girl's unease despite her expressionless face. Okako pulled herself from the hug blushing slightly more than what seemed to be usual. How rude of me, I'm Yurarika Okako and this is my girlfriend Azui Tsuyu." Okako gestured to the frog girl. Izuku registered a lot of conflicting emotions in Himiko then. They would likely have to talk about this later. "Call me Tsu, Ribbit. Okako has told me a lot about you, Himiko." Tsu said near impassively, but Izuku could feel her worry. "She has?" Himiko asked with disbelief before gesturing to Izuku, Rumi, and Mei. "These are my partners. The giant one is Midoriya Izuku, the Amazon bunny is Oguro Rumi, and the pink gremlin is Hatsum Mei." Apparently it was Okako's turn to feel the same conflicting emotions. Tsu seemed to feel relieved and hopeful. Definitely needed to talk about this later. Izuku and Mei smiled at the two and waved. Rumi threw Tsu a grin. "Nice to see another person here with a mutation quirk." Mei scooted close to Izuku, pulled him down to her level and whispered into his ear. "What just happened?" she asked, knowing Izuku would explain the nuances of the interaction well thanks to empathy. "We'll all talk about it later, but don't worry about it, okay?" he whispered back. Mei nodded and kissed his cheek before pulling away smiling. The bell rang then and everyone went wide-eyed. Himiko quickly exchanged numbers with Okako before they all but ran into the building to take the written exam. ________. The written exam had been objectively difficult but was nothing compared to Nizu's personal tests. Izuku was confident in his girlfriend's abilities too, they had all studied together for 3 years after all. He found his seat for the briefing before the practical and was relieved to see his girlfriends there as well. He took his seat with Mei on his right and Himiko on his left. Rumi was on the other side of Mei. After a minute of bemoaning the fact that they would be split up for the exam, Present Mike took the stage. Mei and Izuku began shaking each other excitedly. They often tuned into his radio show late at night while they worked in Mei's workshop together. Everyone say hey. Hey. Izuku and Mei bellowed in response, but were the only ones. Thank you, listeners. Izuku went back to shaking Mei. He called us listeners. He shouted in excitement. As Present Mike began to go over what to expect in the practical, Izuku and Mei were frantically whispering to each other and reading over every detail in the provided packet while Rumi and Himiko listened to them and Present Mike. Excuse me, a voice a few rows from behind them yelled. A spotlight lit up a tall, well-muscled boy with neat, blue hair. Yes, little listener? Mike asked, giving the boy the metaphorical stage. You mentioned 3 types of faux villains, but the packet clearly labels 4, if this is a typo then you should be ashamed. The bespectacled boy pushed up his glasses and pointed at Izuku. And you two with the messy hair and dreadlocks, you two have been whispering to each other this entire time. If you aren't going to take this seriously, then you should leave immediately. Himiko showed her teeth at the boy, not in a smile but in a way a predator might bare its teeth at prey. Rumi stood up, chair clattering to the floor as she pointed at the blue-haired boy. Watch your fucking mouth, you ain't a proctor. Besides, don't ya know better than to ask questions before the lecture is finished? The boy sputtered while cranking his arm in a very robotic fashion before bowing to Present Mike in apology for interrupting. So much spirit. Mike yelled before going on to explain the 0-pointer. _____. Izuku stood amongst a group of other examines outside of Mach City Beta. He was wearing black gym shorts and a green t-shirt that read hat in black lettering. He noticed Okako attempting some breathing exercises to calm herself down from what he could tell was nearing a panic attack. He reached out with empathy and pushed calm confidence into her. She spun around and looked at him bewildered but smiled anyway. Before he could go talk to her, a hand gripped his shoulder. In a flash of movement he acted on instinct and grabbed the offending appendage and put it into a wrist lock as he spun on his heel and reared back his fist. He was greeted with the shocked expression of the blue-haired boy from the briefing. He released the boy's wrist. You shouldn't just grab people like that, you could trigger someone. Izuku said in warning. If the boy had done that to Himiko, she would have gutted the poor boy before he could have even reacted. As the blue-haired boy began sputtering something that sounded like the beginnings of an apology, danger sense flared and Present Mike yelled, "Go!" After so many spars with Mr. Oguro and brutal training sessions with Gran Torino, Izuku reacted with muscle memory. He activated float and rocketed off, flying over the stunned crowd and the still opening gate into the Mach City. He saw the robots that had triggered his danger sense rolling down the main street towards the gate. A shockwave buffeted the street as he broke the sound barrier as he flew just over the robots. They began to aim upwards as he let Black Whip lash out, wrapping around each and dragging them along the street as he went. He reached the end of the main street and released Black Whip as he turned around to survey what he had done. There was an assortment of 24 1, 2, and 3 pointers piled in a twisted heap beneath him. The exam participants were just now clearing the gate and staring at his floating form with wide eyes. ______. In the observation room, the staff of UA were staring slack-jawed at the monitors showing Izuku. Well, most were. That's our boy. Midnight cheered as she jumped onto 13's lap and squeezed their puffy spacesuit in a hug. He certainly knows how to make an entrance. All Might in his thin form agreed. No longer did he look like a walking skeleton in a suit, he was thin but not grotesquely so, his black sclera had even returned to white. Such a feat was only possible with Recover Girl's evolved quirk that now was capable of curing diseases and nullifying poisons. Snipe sat forward and pointed at a separate monitor. "That ain't all, my lil protege is kickin' ass too. I swear she's the second coming of Lady Nagant." The monitor showed someone flying high above Amok City in a winged suit of armor holding a rifle. The feed on the monitor was too far away to get a very good look at the armor or rifle, but a separate feed showed robot after robot crashing to the ground unmoving with a single hole through each of their carapaces. "Was her support gear cleared?" Cementos asked. "Yeah, I cleared it myself, she even has all of it patented already." Power Loader responded. Vlad King stood up and pointed to another screen. "Forget them, look at my precious baby girl go." On the monitor feed, Himiko was smiling wide and ripping through machines with her claws faster than they could track her movements. After using her claws to climb the face of a building, she morphed into May and wrapped her arms around her own midsection in a quick hug while she surveyed the area. She then morphed into Rumi and ran her hands over the sides of her face lovingly before she leaped from the building towards a grouping of robots. "It appears Rumi is having fun as well," 13 commented. On another monitor, Rumi was bounding down streets almost too fast for the cameras to follow, leaving cracked asphalt and a wheezing midget with purple balls for hair in her wake. She slammed into the side of a building, almost collapsing the concrete wall, and used it as a springboard to launch herself headlong into a group of robots that had surrounded a few overwhelmed examines. She ripped through the robots like tissue paper with her lightning-fast kicks. "How's your boy doing, Aizawa?" Nizu chirped. "About as well as you'd expect against this irrational exam. He should have taken the recommended exam like I suggested." Eraserhead groused. On the monitor that was occupying his attention showed a indigo-haired boy struggling to wield a broken piece of robot as a weapon. Izuku landed next to the boy and grabbed a nearby piece of metal, formed black claws and carved the piece of metal into a sword before handing it to the bewildered purple-haired boy and flying off. Aizawa hid his smile under his capture scarf. He couldn't be biased as a teacher, but as a father he was glad the Midoriya boy had helped Shinso. Power Loader held his thumb over a large red button on a control panel. "It's almost time. Underscore. Izuku had given up on trying to count his points shortly after the start. He just decided to treat this exam as seriously as possible and do everything he could as if real lives were at stake. He was flying above the buildings as he surveyed the area with thermal vision for any robots or people that needed help. He saw a girl climbing on the back of a three-pointer and a boy with his hands held behind his head in a ridiculous pose as he shot a laser beam through a one-pointer like it was held together with gum. The boy then turned his attention to the three-pointer that the girl was still climbing around on. With thermal vision still active, he could see the boy's stomach begin to heat up, preparing to fire another laser. He must not see the girl. Izuku yelled inside his mind. Izuku flew down in a flash and snatched the girl off the back of the three-pointer in a princess carry just as it exploded. Izuku turned to the surprised boy. "Watch where you're shooting, you almost hit her." He turned back to check on the girl still in his arms. He looked down and saw the thermal image of a girl with hair and eyes that both fluctuated with heat in a beautiful pattern. She was also naked. He blushed so hard he thought he could hear a tea kettle somewhere as he let her down while averting his eyes. Her clothes must have gotten damaged at some point. He thought as he pulled off his shirt and handed it to the girl while still averting his eyes. Sorry, I didn't mean to look. Here, it should be big enough to cover you up, and don't worry about giving it back," he said quickly. The girl let out an eep, before grabbing the dress-sized shirt. "You can see me?" she asked in disbelief. "Of course I can see her, how could I not?" he thought before switching off thermal vision. Before he could turn back to the girl, a thundering crash sounded as buildings collapsed and a massive metal hand gripped the nearby building. "That must be the zero-pointer, we should get out of here," Izuku said and was about to fly off before he heard something. "Ouch!" came a pained whisper from down the street. He looked to see Okako laying face down with debris pinning her legs, and the zero-pointer launching a bus-sized fist at her prone form. Before he even realized what he was doing, he charged full cowl up to his maximum of 25% and launched down the street towards Okako. Time slowed as danger sense triggered, and he barely made it in time as he caught the fist, his feet cracking the asphalt from the force. His muscles bulged, he was barely able to keep the fist at bay as he held it with outstretched arms. His feet were digging deeper into the road as the fist slowly began to overpower him. Black Whip pulled the debris off Okako's legs, freeing her. "Run, Eureka!" he grunted out above her. "I think my leg is broken," Okako said in defeat. "Well, fuck." He cursed internally. He was pretty sure Rumi was a bad influence on him. "I could use my Black Whip talons to carve through the inside of the robot, but it wouldn't be fast enough to save Okako. I could go past my limit and throw a 100% punch, but there's no guarantee it'll work with only one punch, and I'm pretty sure it'll break my bones and leave me unable to throw a second. There has to be something." He rapidly thought of his options as time was still slowed. His mind flashed back to the news report that morning. He remembered the way that villain's quirk made muscles grow over the top of his skin, making him much stronger than normal. As he had the thought, Black Whip responded subconsciously. Hundreds of small tendrils began snaking down his body in a mimicry of the muscles beneath, each strand of Black Whip mimicking a skeletal muscle structure. After a few slowed seconds, Black Whip now encased his body in a single, thin layer of black muscles. The faux muscle ended at his ankles, wrists, and base of his skull. He could feel the weight of the monstrous fist lessen and the Black Whip muscles bulge in sync with his own. He went past his limit of 25% all the way to 100%. He threw the fist back and to the side, resulting in the zero-pointer stumbling forward from the loss of support. As it began falling towards him, he launched upwards with float and uppercut the monstrosity with everything he had. Fist connected against metal, his knuckles exploded open as metal crumpled. The robot's head snapped back in a deafening boom as it began falling backwards and exploding internally. With the threat dealt with, he descended back to the ground and let Black Whip go. When the faux muscles retreated, he saw that his right arm was purple, then the pain registered. He definitely broke every bone in his arm, but at least they hadn't shattered. Guess 100% is still too much, he thought as he kneeled next to Okako. As his arm very slowly began healing from cell activation, he reached out with his uninjured hand and laid it on Okako's purple ankle as it began to glow green. "This won't heal your leg entirely, but it'll make it feel better in the meantime," Izuku said, not noticing the girl's wide open mouth as she stared at his bare chest. "You were so cool." It was all bam then kaboom. Okako cheered while gesticulating with her hands wildly. Izuku went to ruffle his hair in embarrassment but winced when he tried to move his still very broken right arm. "You're hurt," Okako screeched. Make way," a familiar voice said. Recovery Girl made her way through the crowd of gathered onlookers, swatting with her cane at anyone that took too long to move. "Honestly, these tests get more dangerous every year, I swear." "You hurt theories?" Recovery Girl asked Izuku and Okako. "Yeah, I had to go over my limit and broke my arm. Eureka here broke her ankle when debris fell," he answered while his hand still rested, glowing on Okako's ankle. "Don't make it a habit or I'll tell your moms, young man," Cho warned as she gave a quick smooch on Izuku's arm and Okako's ankle, healing them immediately. Izuku knew that Recovery Girl's quirk sapped the energy of those she used it on, but thanks to cell activation he barely even registered it. Okako looked like she was about to fall asleep though, so he kept cell activation active on her to restore her energy. "Why yes ma'am," Izuku responded, nodding rapidly as his curls bounced. "Whoa, I felt so tired at first but now I feel great." "Was that your quirk? You can do so many cool things," Okako said excitedly as she stood up and got very close, smiling so bright he had to squint. He blushed and ruffled his hair. Thanks Eureka." "Call me Okako, you saved my life after all," Okako said, dismissing his formality. He smiled down at the girl. "Thanks Okako, you can call me Izuku." He could feel the girl's excitement turn into affection, maybe even attraction. Before he had time to think about that, some floating gym clothes jogged up to him and handed him the t-shirt he had given away. "You can have this back now, I'm Hagakure Toru by the way," Toru said animatedly. "Thanks, I'm Midoriya Izuku," he said confusedly as he put his shirt back on. He could feel their disappointment as he did so. "What happened to the girl that had my shirt, is she okay?" he asked, hoping she had found something else to cover up with. "That was me, silly," Toru said, waving her arms around. "What?" he thought, flipping thermal vision back on. It was the same gorgeous girl with a bob of hair and eyes that both seemed to shimmer. She looked to have a beauty mark similar to Nana's as well. "Is that why you were naked?" he all but screeched. "Yeah, I can't turn my invisibility off or make other things invisible, so I have to get naked to be invisible. I never expected someone would be able to see me. What do I look like?" she finished quietly. Ethereal, he thought immediately. Okako and Toru gasped quietly. He slapped his hands over his mouth. "Gotta run." "Sorry," he said as he ran toward the entrance blushing. _____. Earlier that day, deep within the substructure of the Shihasaikai main base of operations, Kendo Rappa wandered. He was looking for Overhaul so he could challenge him again, but had ended up lost in the concrete underground maze. "What, am I supposed to carry a map or something?" He slammed open a metal door. It was dark inside, so he flipped on the light switch. "You in here, Overhaul?" No response came. It was then he noticed the steel chair with leather restraints at the center of the room, a small chair, one someone would design with a child in mind. There were specks of dried blood in the chair's nooks and crannies, as if it was too much of a hassle to clean fully. He took another look around the room and saw 4 massive steel barrels that had a sign hastily slapped onto them that read "Waste." Against his better judgment he opened one. He immediately gagged and closed the lid. Inside was a soup of what used to be a human. Blood and viscera was not something he was unused to, but he had seen what Overhaul's quirk did to people. He had even felt what it was like firsthand. It felt like unimaginable pain, as if every cell in your body was crying out in agony, followed by the sweet release of death. No, Kendo Rappa hadn't gagged because of the gore inside the barrel, but because he could make out the pieces of what used to be a child. The teeth was what gave it away. He was about to go find some Yakuza to kill, but he heard something coming from the nearby vent high on the wall. He strained his ears. It was tinny, but he could make out the whimpering of a child trying in vain to muffle their cries. He marched back into the deserted hallway and headed in the direction he heard the crying coming from. He didn't have to travel far to find a door being guarded by one of the underlings. He could hear the crying coming through the metal door behind the man. Rappa's ever-present battle-manic smile was gone. In its place was a snarl. He loomed over the short pudgy guard with all his 8 feet in height. Just as the scared shirtless guard began demanding what he wanted, he palmed the man's face and effortlessly crumpled the man's skull into the metal door. After kicking the lifeless body out of the way, he opened the door. Inside was a poorly lit child's room with dozens of unopened toys and colorful paint on the walls. At the center was a large comfy bed with a wisp of a child at the center of it. She had ruby red eyes and snow white hair that went down to her lower back and a small horn on the right side of her forehead. They were features he recognized from the barrel. She was wearing a threadbare white t-shirt dress and her arms and legs were wrapped in bandages, and they were shaking as the girl looked at him with terror. The dichotomy between the room and its inhabitant was sickening. Here was a child's dream bedroom and its inhabitant was a horrified child being tortured day in and day out. No, that wasn't accurate, was it? He had felt what it was like for Overhaul to use his quirk on him. It felt like dying. This girl had been dying day in and day out for who knows how long. Well, that stops today. He punched an address into his phone and handed it to the terrified girl that was still bracing for violence. Follow that, run as fast as you can, I'll distract them. He said, the phone still in his outstretched hand. But you're wearing the bird mask, aren't you with them? The little albino girl squeaked out. He ripped off his torn-up mask. Not anymore. He could hear footsteps echoing down the hallway outside. You have to go now, tell him that the rapper sent you. Rappa said as he set the phone on the bed before he stepped back into the hallway facing the coming footsteps. The little unicorn walked up to the threshold of the room, phone in hand. She paused as she looked down, then almost in disbelief that she was able to, she crossed the doorway. But won't you die? She asked with tears in her eyes. Kendo Rappa looked back over his shoulder at the girl with a sad smile that was only possible after nearly 2 decades of self-destructive habits. That was always the point, let me do this one good thing before my final bell rings. With that he faced forward and rushed down the hallway to meet the Yakuza bastards head on. As he rushed down the dark hallways, tears began pricking at his eyes and he whispered to himself, I'm sorry Itsuka, I'm sorry I couldn't be the father you deserved. _____. Izuku and his girlfriends walked into Ogre's gym. Mr. Oguro wasn't home so they decided to hang out at Rumi's after the exams. So what happened this morning with those 2 girls that Himiko knew? Mei asked as she sat on a weight bench to take off her boots. They were from my middle school, I didn't really know Tsu but Chiko was the reason I had to run away, remember? Himiko responded as she sat down on the floor and leaned her head onto Mei's lap. Because you liked her too much and were scared you were going to hurt her? Do you still like her? Mei asked nonchalantly as she began playing with the stray hairs of Himiko's buns. Himiko knew better than to try and lie so she told them the truth. I don't know if I ever stopped. Oh, does that mean Oka and Tsu are going to join our polycule? Mei asked as she excitedly clapped her hands. Each relationship might be unique but we're a package deal and we don't even know if they're bi or not. Rumi supplied as she wrapped an arm around Izuku's midsection. Izuku ruffled his curly locks. Well, I'm pretty sure Okako is at least. Rumi bumped her hip into Izuku. Oh ho ho, first name basis already? And how do you figure she's bi? Well, after I saved her from the 0-pointer with no shirt on she was giving off some emotions. He said bashfully. Himiko wiggled her eyebrows seductively. You didn't say you were shirtless, still can't believe you took that thing down and figured out a new move on the fly. Yeah. I knew I should have fought that thing. But why were you shirtless? Rumi asked. Izuku blushed slightly. Because I gave it to a naked girl, it turns out she was invisible and only I could see her because of thermal vision. You little charmer. Anyways, I'm not opposed to new people joining the polycule but we'll have to get to know them a bit better first. Rumi decided. Me too, they seemed nice and I like Oka's accent. Mei said with a manic grin. I'm fine with getting to know them better and seeing where it goes, hopefully we all get into UA together. Izuku said. Himiko sniffled. I love all of you so much, thank you for giving the idea a chance. Of course Himiko, we love you and if you think you might be interested in adding someone or someones to our relationship, then we're willing to try at the very least. Izuku said as he knelt next to Himiko and placed his hand on her shoulder. The door to the gym chimed as it swung open. Sorry, we're close, Rumi began but stopped at the sight of a small child holding a phone like it was a lifeline. Izuku felt for the girl's emotions and nearly gagged. Her terror was so all-encompassing that he could taste it, it tasted of spoiled milk. What on earth could a little girl that couldn't be a day older than 5 be so afraid of? He tried pushing calm into the girl but he could feel the terror come rushing back. The rapper sent me, please save him. The girl said in a trembling voice. Rumi gave a sharp intake of air. That's the name of an old friend of my dad's, from his vigilante days. Everyone began walking closer to the girl but stopped when they noticed her trembling increase. Izuku knelt down on one knee about 5 feet away. That's when he noticed the bandages covering the girl's arms and legs and the fact that she was barefoot. "We won't hurt you. I'm Izuku, what's your name?" he asked as softly as he could. The child looked all around nervously, as if expecting a trick. I am Eri." "Did someone hurt you, Eri?" Izuku asked, trying to tamp down on his anger at the possibility. "And not today," she responded as her lip trembled. Izuku could feel his girlfriend's rage pouring off of them like a dam breaking. "Nobody is going to hurt you ever again if we have anything to say about it," he said with a bright smile and opened his arms up invitingly. Tears pricked Eri's ruby eyes as she tentatively walked forward into Izuku's open arms, and at the last second she threw herself into him and clutched her arms around his neck as the floodgates opened and she cried with heaving gasps for air. He held her close and stood up, her small legs wrapping around his waist. He ran his hand through her white hair trying to calm her. Rumi, Mei, and Himiko circled close and placed comforting hands on Eri. He tried to push calm into her once more, and this time it worked. Her crying subsided and her breathing steadied. The door to the gym chimed yet again and danger sense triggered as Izuku registered pure malice coming off the newcomer. Rumi stiffened and whispered, "Dangerous, lethally." The man had black hair and was wearing a plague doctor's mask and a purple feather collar jacket. "AHH, you found my daughter, we'll be going now," the man said, empathy registering her being his daughter as a lie. In his arms Eri flinched hard at the too smooth voice. "She's covered in bandages, were you the one that hurt her?" Izuku ground out. "Of course not, she just trips a lot," the man answered, clearly getting annoyed. "Liar. She's not going anywhere with you," Izuku stated with finality. Rumi and Himiko went as tense as a spring. Mei reached into her pocket. "Come along, Eri, we don't want any trouble now, do we?" he asked through gritted teeth as he pulled his white gloves off. Danger sense was beginning to nudge harder and harder in the man's direction. Empathy was registering murderous rage from the man. Eri's fear was back in force and she began to try and wiggle out of Izuku's grip. He pushed calm back into her and she stopped. "He'll kill you," she whispered into Izuku's ear. Judging by the gloves, Izuku deduced that his quirk relied on touch and was likely very lethal. "Give her back in 3, 2. The masked man began counting down as he slowly started crouching. "If I agree to per se what?" Izuku rushed out after coming up with a semblance of a plan. The man raised an eyebrow. "What?" Black Whip sprang into life and wrapped around the man's wrists just before his hands could reach the ground. Black Whip pulled his arms wide and lifted him off the ground. "Give her back," he roared as he flailed against his newfound restraints. Himiko flashed forward and leopard punched him in the throat. Her fingers curled into a fist at the middle joint instead of the knuckles. His head hung forward as he gasped for air. "Not cute at all." "Luna Arc!" Rumi yelled out as she descended on the man with an axe kick to the back of his head, jerking it further downward. The man looked up with wild eyes and without his mask as Mei pulled a small ball from her pocket and threw it while cackling. It landed on his chest with a splat. Then electricity raced along the man's skin as he convulsed before going limp in Black Whip's hold. The door chimed as Mr. Oguro stepped in. "What the fuck happened here?" he asked almost too casually. Izuku clasped his hand over Eri's free ear and gasped. "I was having a hard time deciding where I wanted to bring in Eri, but not bringing her in early felt like choosing the mean dialogue options on an RPG, I just couldn't. You might think the barrel scene was too graphic, but those barrels are actually in canon, episode 74, 34 seconds in."
Don't know if that's true. The guy is not lying, I think. I just never noticed it, more or less. If I did, I just didn't notice that. Eh. Eh.
Chapter 6. 3 years later. It was the day of the entrance exams at long last.
is definitely sex. There is definitely sex, guys. I guess it's too early for us to know. I know there is, though.
After Izuku and Himiko met Rumi and Mei at the train station. Chapter 7. After Mr. Oguro made a few calls, the police, paramedics, and everyone's parents plus Nisa showed up. The police took one look at the unconscious man before quickly cuffing him with quirk-suppressing cuffs, saying that he was a B-rank villain that led a Yakuza group. The officers took everyone's statements of what happened. Tsukachi arrived shortly after that and approached where Izuku and the girls sat, with Eri still clinging to Izuku, unwilling to let go. "I can understand why you did it, but this still is vigilantism. I'll do what I can, but there's only so much." Tsukachi started. "Actually, he agreed to a spar and this gym is licensed for quirk usage." Izuku smugly interrupted. Somewhere behind him he could hear Nizu trying to suppress a cackle. Tsukachi's eyebrows shot up. "True, why would a Yakuza boss agree to a spar?" Izuku shrugged, Eri shifting with the movement. "How could I hope to understand how a child abuser thinks?" "That does remind me though," Eri said, "someone called the rapper was the one that got her out, but he was in danger." Tsukachi sighed in defeat. "Good to know, the rapper is an alias used by Kendo Rappa, another B-rank villain. We responded to a disturbance at the Shihasaikai residence earlier today. Kendo killed over 24 known Yakuza and was gravely wounded, but he'll live. I'll do what I can for him. You'll have me and my lawyer's help, maybe we can get him into a villain rehabilitation program." Nizu chirped as he climbed onto Tsukachi's shoulder. "Well, I guess that clears up that. Then there's the matter of Eri. She doesn't show up on any systems, by all accounts she doesn't exist. Let's have the paramedics check her over while we discuss the options," Tsukachi said while gesturing to the two paramedics. Izuku looked down to Eri and she looked up at him with wobbly lips. "Those nice people want to make sure you aren't hurt, is that okay? You can say no." Eri seemed to gather her courage as her lips stopped trembling. "I'll do it." Izuku gently set her down and paramedics led her over to a bench by the wall with a decorative potted plant beside it. "There are currently two options, and seeing as the girl is rather attached to you, you four will decide. No matter what choice you make, I want Eri to attend the special classes we have at UA for children whose development has been negatively affected by villains once the school year starts. The two options are we place Eri into foster care or I make her a ward of UA and hire you four as her guardians. Do not make this decision lightly, she may come to see you as her parents." Nizu finished seriously. Izuku looked between each of his girlfriends. "What do you think?" "I doubt she'll do well in foster care," Rumi said with a frown. Himiko looked to where Eri was with a faraway look. "She deserves a place where she'll be loved, not just tolerated. I've read bad things about foster care and I want Eri to be happy, I think she'd be happiest with us," Mei said as she rubbed Himiko's thigh, bringing the blonde back to the present.
Okay, I don't know if that's true about foster care. Mm, let's see. There is some. It seems like the foster care system is somewhat bad because they have certain issues with trust and attachment anxiety. I just think the foster care system is really bad, no matter what you think about it.
"And if she starts thinking of us as parents?"
It's not a good solution, but it's a solution for children with, having bad stuff happen to them. It's definitely not the best solution, but it's definitely a solution. You have anything better though?
Izuku asked, several barely suppressed squeals of delight coming from where their parents were gathered. If she does, then I wouldn't mind. I already have some parenting books for the future. Mei said casually. Izuku, Rumi, and Himiko all blushed a small amount before Himiko spoke up. I don't know why, but I really want this. It feels instinctual. I suppose that makes sense. Cats have been known to adopt abandoned babies, even other species, up to and including bears. Izuku pondered aloud. I don't know how maternal I am, but seeing Izuku holding her was making my instincts go wild. I want this too. I kind of figured we'd get to fuck before we had a kid, but out of order is okay too. Rumi said with a shrug. Izuku went red in the face as he looked around to make sure Eri was far enough away to not hear. That's when he saw her sitting on the bench and getting visibly more upset. Her terror was coming back. Her horn began glowing and she started screaming for the paramedics to get away as danger sense flared. The paramedics backed away with raised hands, trying to calm the girl. Izuku jumped up and approached slowly, his girlfriends close behind. The glow emanating from Eri's horn increased. Stay back. I don't want to hurt you too. Eri cried out. The potted plant beside the bench began to shrink slowly at first, but the speed increased until it was only a sapling. Izuku came to the conclusion that the glow was her quirk and it was out of control. It seemed to rewind organic matter, seeing as the plant was the only thing affected. He reached out with empathy and tried to force calm onto Eri. There was resistance, but it worked. The glow from her now smaller horn abated and she began sobbing. I'm sorry. I'll be good, I promise. Now that the glow had fully disappeared, he scooped up the sobbing girl. Shhh, it's okay sweetheart. You didn't do anything wrong, mistakes are okay. Mei started rubbing soothing circles into Eri's back. Yeah, failure is the mother of success. I blow things up all the time, but I learn from it. Himiko ran her thumb along Eri's horn. You don't have to be good all the time to be loved, trust me. Rumi ran her fingers through Eri's hair, massaging her scalp. Don't worry kid, we'll help you get a handle on your quirk. Eri looked up with watery eyes. My quirk is a curse, it made Papa disappear. It must have happened when her quirk first manifested. He thought. Eri, what happened to your father was an accident. Your quirk is not a curse, it's a blessing. With training you could heal any injury, you could save countless lives with it if you wanted. Izuku said softly. Eri lowered her head back onto Izuku's chest and exhaled shakily. Really? Izuku leaned down and kissed the top of her head. Really? Deciding the girl in question deserved a say, he asked, Eri, would you like to stay with us? Izuku and the girls all held their breath as they waited for a response. Eri clung tighter to Izuku. Please. Tsukachi walked up with Nizu on his shoulder. It seems you're also uniquely capable of stopping her quirk if she loses control of it. Before I believed you to be the best option, now I believe you to be the only option. So what do you say? Nizu chirped with a smile that told Izuku he already knew his answer. We accept. He said resolutely, Rumi, Mei, and Himiko nodding in agreement. Nizu clapped his paws together. Excellent. I'll handle the paperwork. You'll all have to take an online course and pass an interview from Child Services, but I have no doubt you'll pass. Also, since you'll be caring for a ward of UA, you're expected to keep her safe. I'll be issuing you 4 bodyguard licenses for quirk usage in the defense of your ward. I am showing you for a great deal of trust in this. Do not use them as an excuse to perform heroics. Loopholes won't save you from me if you break my trust. Nizu finished with a warning in his tone. All 4 of them stood up straighter at the tone. Yes sir, they all said in unison. Nizu pulled out his tablet from somewhere. Now, The paperwork should all be finished by the time classes start in a month. The 5 of you can move into the dorms early so Eri has time to acclimate. Izuku's eyes bulged. Does that mean we got in? Nizu waved his hand dismissively. Of course. You were the top 4 ranking examines after all, you'll all be in class 1A. He turned his tablet to show them the scores. Izuku's jaw dropped. He had not only placed first with 120 villain points and 80 rescue points, but he had also broken All Might's record of a combined 150 points. Rumi was second with 80 villain points and 30 rescue points. Mei was third with 50 villain points and 55 rescue points. Himiko was fourth with 80 villain points and 20 rescue points. Fifth place was Bakugo with 77 villain points and 0 rescue points. Bakugo would no doubt be fuming once he found out. How do you have the results already, sir? Izuku asked. It had only been a few hours after all. Oh please, it's just adding up some numbers and judging the rescue points, nothing that takes too long. I was originally going to mail everyone a hologram as a kind of joke. Imagine waiting a whole week for word only to receive a letter in this day and age, and when they open it a hologram pops out. Nizu said, cackling all the while. Mail? Who the Fu-Rumi began but stopped at the sight of the glare Izuku threw her way. Inko walked up to them, leading a gaggle of parents. Can we meet our grandchild yet? She asked mirthfully as the rest of the parents were cooing at the sight of Eri clinging to Izuku. Well, he supposed he could mark them down as supporting the decision. _____. Apparently being Nizu's personal student and employee had its advantages. While the dorms were being renovated to better suit their needs, Nizu gave him a black metal credit card and told him to get anything Eri might want or need. Not wanting to thrust Eri into a crowded environment, they opted for online shopping. With Eri in his lap and pointing to things on the laptop, they bought anything she might want or need. It seemed as if Himiko and Rumi were almost instinctively good at caring for a child, really made him wonder how Himiko's mom had fucked up so royally. Maybe it was partly instinctual also? Perhaps she saw Himiko as a predator more dangerous than herself and it scared her? At any rate, he and Mei decided reading parenting books was their best bet. That's when he discovered that Full Cowl not only boosted his strength and defense but also his brain. It explained how All Might could fight at super speeds when a normal human couldn't hope to keep up. With the combination of cell activation supercharging his bodily processes and Full Cowl, he could read an entire book in minutes. All Might had seriously underutilized his quirk. With Mei's quirk being
some part that made me wrong. I think it's fun. Oh, anyways, it's on. Oh, back in my room now. We don't know if the all one for all actually one for all, if that actually increases your brain, increases everything, increases we don't know if we know it increases strength and defense, but not his brain. That is something we don't know about. So. But it could definitely make some sense, but we don't know, because the anime will not do that.
Ocular, her reading speed was also nothing to sneeze at, nearly keeping up with him. The two of them had read through every parenting book they could get their hands on within days. The online courses, tests, and interviews from child services were almost alarmingly easy. It certainly explained, at least partially, why the foster care system had the stellar reputation it did. Now they only had to wait for everything to process. Only a week after the entrance exams, Izuku and the girls were moving into the dorms. That's when they discovered the reason behind the renovations. Nizu had somehow given them an entire floor to themselves, no other students were designated to it. Izuku's room was 3 times the size of a normal dorm room and had a bed the size of 2 king-sized beds put together. On the bed was a note that said the room soundproofed. He had a feeling Nemuri had something to do with the bed and note.
Yep.
The girls' rooms were right next to his, and Aries was directly across the hall. Moving their things in hadn't taken long at all thanks to all the training they had done over the years and the freight elevator that was commonplace because of the varying sizes of people due to quirks. The first morning after moving in, Izuku was wearing a pink apron, workout shorts, and a tank top as he was making some pancakes with diced up apples inside for Eri. She was wearing unicorn-themed pajamas and a smartwatch that matched Izuku's and the girls'. She was patiently waiting in the kitchen while the girls were still waking up upstairs. "When's your birthday, Eri?" he asked over his shoulder where the little unicorn sat at the breakfast bar waiting patiently. Eri's feet ceased their swinging. "I don't know." Izuku smiled reassuringly over his shoulder. "Well, we can't have that. The doctors seem to think you're about 5 years old, so how about we call today your 5th birthday? We can throw a birthday party and even go somewhere if you want." "Really?" Eri asked in disbelief. "Of course, sweetheart, so from now on March 15th is your birthday. I'll talk to Nizu about making it official." Izuku had barely finished his sentence before the smart fridge displayed a message that said "done," followed by an animated version of Nizu doing a dance. "I don't think I'll ever get used to that," Izuku thought. Rumi came downstairs then wearing only a red leotard, her muscular hips and ass on full display. Judging by the way her nipples printed through her shirt, she wasn't wearing a bra. She strutted into the kitchen and kissed Izuku deeply before turning around making.
Yeah, definitely becoming a lot more sexual this chapter, yes, and more. So, you guys better be warned. This is definitely part of 18 plus and coming up now, more and more.
At a point to swing her hips and wiggle her tail as she made to join Eri, sitting next to her and ruffling her hair. "I know you wear those for pajamas, but don't you think it might be a little scandalous for Eri to see?" he asked. "No PE, I'm proud of my body and I have nothing to be ashamed of. In fact, my hero costume is going to be a leotard, only with thicker material," Rumi said simply. Well, he supposed she had a point. She was essentially wearing a one-piece swimsuit and he wouldn't want Eri to view her body as something to be ashamed of. He ruffled his curly hair. "You're right, sorry." He finished the pancakes as Himiko and Mei joined them. Mei was wearing a pair of boxers he was pretty sure were his and a huge t-shirt that said Naps on it that he was sure was his. Seeing her wear his clothes was much more attractive than it had any right to be. Himiko was wearing small black booty shorts and a dark red tank top that he could also see the shape of her nipples through. He quickly surmised that living with his girlfriends was going to kill him. Mei groggily hugged him from behind and mumbled a good morning into his back before shuffling off to join Eri and Rumi. Himiko grabbed him by his shoulders and heaved herself onto his back, her legs wrapping around his waist as she bit into his neck and began drinking as she purred audibly. What's she doing?" Eri asked cautiously. Rumi placed a comforting hand on Eri's back. "She's drinking his blood, her quirk makes her crave it. People used to call her quirk cursed too, but ya know what, kid?" She whispered conspiratorially. "They were wrong, there's no such thing as a cursed or evil quirk." "Did people hurt her like they did me?" Eri asked with a small, worried frown. "Yeah, but not as badly. She's come a long way," Mei answered. Eri was staring at Himiko like she had seen her for the first time. Himiko, for her part, was oblivious to the world around her as she drank her fill while Izuku bustled around the kitchen completely unimpeded by her weight or his loss of blood. After everyone had eaten, Izuku announced that today was going to be Eri's official birthday. They decided on a quiet cat cafe and a Ghibli movie night since she had never seen any. Eri seemed to really enjoy the cat cafe, but she still hadn't smiled much to her guardian's chagrin. Getting the girl to smile was starting to seem a monumental task. Lunch Rush himself made Eri a cake. Izuku's moms, Mr. Oguro, Mei's mom, Vlad King, and a majority of UA's staff were in attendance as they turned down the lights in the cafeteria and brought out the unicorn-themed cake to a very surprised little unicorn. Everyone began singing in ridiculous tones with wide smiles. "Happy birthday to you. They were partway through the song when Izuku noticed Eri was beginning to tear up, but despite that she smiled. Illuminated by the birthday candles, she smiled for the first time, and it was a full, watery smile as happy tears ran down her cheeks. The song finished and Izuku scooped up the girl before taking her seat with her on his lap. "Happy birthday, sweetheart," he whispered before kissing her temple and wiping away her tears. After a few tries she managed to blow out all 5 of her candles and they dug in. Eri quickly declared cake a close second to apples. Later that night, after changing into her unicorn pajamas and binging several Ghibli films sprawled out across her guardians, Eri gave into sleep. Izuku carefully picked the sleeping girl up and carried her up to her room. He gently laid her down and tucked her into her bed. She could skip brushing her teeth for one night. Izuku and the girls each gave her a kiss on the forehead good night. They were on their way out when a quiet voice, heavy with sleep, sounded from behind them. "Good night, Papa, good night, Mamas." All 4 whipped around to see Eri sound asleep, tuckered out after a long day of having fun. They all eyed each other with wide eyes before quietly exiting and closing the door. "Well, that happened faster than I would have thought," Rumi whispered once they were in the hallway. "But she said it in her sleep, does it count?" Himiko questioned. They all seemed to be deep in thought before Izuku broke the silence. "Let's not bring it up, we don't want her to feel pressured. Let's go to bed before we wake her." The 3 girls nodded and whispered goodnights before going their separate ways. An hour later Izuku was lying in his bed thinking about how large and empty it felt when a barely audible knock could be heard. He got out of bed wearing only his boxers and answered the door. All 3 of his girlfriends were there. Rumi was wearing a similar leotard to the one from this morning, only white and thick enough that he couldn't outright see her nipples, only their printing. Himiko was wearing a black sports bra and red booty shorts that left little to the imagination. May was wearing a black tank top that her 4-pack could be seen through, and a blue pair of Izuku's boxers that barely fit on her hips. After letting them in and closing the door, he spoke. What's up? Is everything okay?" Rumi hopped into the huge bed. "We're sleeping here from now on. I'm not sleeping another night alone when the people I love are right next door." Himiko eyed him seductively as she joined Rumi. "Couldn't have put it better myself." May grabbed Izuku's hand and dragged him to the bed. "If I have to sleep, it's going to be with the people I love." Izuku was pulled into bed with May quickly tucking herself against his chest, her breasts pillowing out and threatening to escape their confines. Himiko pressed herself against May's back, spooning her and Rumi doing the same to Himiko. Izuku pulled the covers over the 4 of them with Black Whip as they whispered their goodnights once more. The 4 were quickly lulled into sleep as Izuku wondered at the difference of how empty his bed felt only minutes prior compared to now, though there was still an absurd amount of room. Izuku awoke in the middle of the night from his and the girls' smart watches beeping and vibrating in a frantic alarm. The alarm that was set to go off if Eri pressed the special button on her watch that let them know that she needed them. In less than a second Izuku and the girls were swinging open Eri's door ready to fight God. Eri was sitting up in her bed with her blankets wrapped around her. Silent tears trailed down her cheeks as she trembled. Izuku sat down on her bed slowly and faced her. "Eri. Papa." Eri cried out in desperation as she exploded out of her blanket cocoon and launched herself at Izuku, wrapping her small arms around his neck. Izuku was a bit shocked at first, but after a moment he brought his massive arms around the trembling girl. "Did you have a nightmare?" He could feel her head nod against his neck as his girlfriends took up places around them on the bed. "Do you want to sleep with us tonight?" Izuku whispered. The only response was another silent nod against his chest. He stood up and carried Eri back to his room with his girlfriends following. _____. Smut. The next few weeks flew by. It was the day that their classmates would be moving in. Eri had adjusted well and was sleeping in her own room most nights. Her nightmares were becoming less and less frequent. Izuku woke very early to the feeling of something grinding against his growing erection. He opened his eyes to see Rumi in front of him. She was wearing a black leotard that allowed him to see the dark skin of her entire ass as it ground against him. Himiko was on the other side of Rumi, laying halfway on top of Mei as she kissed at her neck and kneaded one of her DD-sized breasts through an oversized t-shirt. "Our Rumi," he moaned out, assuming her to be still asleep. Rumi's arm reached back and pulled herself closer against him before looking over her shoulder to reveal that she was not only awake but smirking at him. "Is this okay? I know we've been taking it slow, but sleeping in the same bed is killing me," Rumi asked. Izuku grabbed her hip and began moving with her. "Yeah, it's been killing me too." Rumi grabbed his hand and guided it down between her legs and placed her hand over his, guiding his ring finger and middle finger to rub at her clothed clit. A moan escaped Rumi's mouth as his fingers found a rhythm that had her soaking through her leotard. A moan drew his attention to where Mei was. Himiko's hand that was kneading Mei's breast was now inside of Mei's boxers as she straddled her leg. Mei was cupping the back of Himiko's head as they were locked in an open-mouthed kiss. Rumi's hand reached back again and began tugging his boxers lower, the elastic band snagging on his cock. Deciding to help, he undid the snag and pulled his boxers down past his hips, his dick finally free and pressed between Rumi's cheeks. She wrapped her hand around it, her fingers barely able to touch, and gasped. She spun around and looked down with wide ruby eyes. "Holy shit, I could tell you were big, but I didn't think you were horse cock big," Rumi exclaimed. Hearing the exclamation, Himiko pulled out her hand from Mei's boxers and licked her fingers clean. Izuku's cock throbbed in Rumi's grip at the sight. They scooted closer to finally get a good look at Izuku in all his glory. Mei reached over Rumi and swatted her hand away before fondling him like she did when she was taking measurements. 12 inches long and 2.5 inches in diameter. Rumi drooled while Himiko licked her fangs. "Holy shit, you're going to split me in half," Himiko said with a dazed expression. "Quirk growth spurts are the best," Rumi said as she wiped her drool away. "I don't know if I can fit that, but that's what these tests are for," Mei said as she began pumping her hand along his cock. Rumi flipped over to his other side and joined Mei in jerking him off. Himiko flipped over Mei and settled between his legs and cupped his heavy balls as she took the tip of his massive cock into her mouth, her long tongue swirling around it. Mei and Rumi began kissing along his neck as their hands pumped in sync. He began to moan as his hips started to buck. He was helpless in the face of the combined assault. "See close," he moaned after a minute. They redoubled their efforts, Himiko fondling his balls as she took more of his cock into her mouth. Rumi and Mei began to pump faster as they began to nip at his neck, perfectly in sync. With a guttural moan and thrust he finally came, Himiko taking more of him into her mouth as Rumi and Mei began to slow their movements. He could see Himiko's throat working as his orgasm continued, her not letting up for a second. With one final buck of his hips he finished. Himiko broke her suction on his dick with an audible pop as Rumi and Mei stopped their movements and laid their heads on his chest. After an audible swallow, Himiko laid down on Izuku's chest. "That was amazing," Izuku breathed out with a ragged breath. "You taste good, but next time you're going down on me," Himiko said with lust in her eyes. "Deal," Izuku said quickly. They drifted off like that until their alarm went off a couple of hours later.
Continue.
Chapter 8. Eri was out shopping with his mother and his girlfriends for school supplies, no doubt getting spoiled. Izuku was wearing tan cargo shorts and a blue t-shirt that said gloves. He was in the kitchen cleaning up breakfast and preparing a large dinner for his new classmates when a message notification pinged on his phone. He pulled it out to see that Nizu had sent him a link. The link led to a breaking news article about Tartarus. The warden had been reading the crimes of an inmate aloud to someone and accidentally broadcast the inmate's crimes over the prison's shower speakers. The crimes involved the torture of a child, and when the other inmates heard this, they swarmed the perpetrator and beat him to death despite wearing quirk-suppressing gear. The victim was Overhaul. Izuku had no doubt in his mind that Nizu had somehow orchestrated it. He was both terrified and elated. Overhaul could never harm Eri again, even on the off chance that he could have escaped. A student came through the doors, pulling Izuku out of his thoughts. It was the blue-haired boy with glasses. Great. Upon seeing him, the boy set down a cardboard box and marched up to him with near mechanical stiffness. Izuku thought the Bluenut was about to berate him once more, but the boy bent at the waist in a bow so harsh he could almost hear hinges creaking. I severely misjudged you. I'm sorry for my past actions. Please forgive me. The boy said, each word accentuated with a robotic arm chop while still bent 90 degrees at the waist. Izuku was not used to people admitting their poor treatment of him and actually apologizing. It felt good, great even. I accept your apology, thank you. The shorter boy straightened from his bow. I'm Midoriya Izuku, it's a pleasure to formally meet you. The Bluenut pushed up his spectacles higher on the bridge of his nose. I am Tenya Itza, the pleasure is all mine. I must say I am surprised you beat me here. I was sure I would be the first to move in. Well, that certainly tracked. He seemed the type to be overly punctual. Izuku smiled friendly and ruffled his hair. He didn't want to have to explain his circumstances dozens of times today. We've been here for a couple weeks actually. We had circumstances. I'll explain more once everyone is here. I can't say I'm not curious, but I will wait. Do you know if the dorm advisor is here yet? Itza asked. Izuku's eyebrows rose. He hadn't even known there would be a dorm advisor. I don't think so, it's still early though. I haven't looked, but I think there's a sheet on the table with your room placement and key. Would you like some help with your things? Itza bowed again, only this time not as harshly and not as deep. I would greatly appreciate your assistance. Shortly after helping Itza move all his boxes into his room, another person walked through the main doors. Well, she didn't walk, she floated through. She had incredibly long periwinkle hair that practically draped down her back and twisted in a spiral at the end. She was wearing a light blue dress that clung to her curvy figure and matched her hair and eyes. Her blue eyes gleamed with curiosity as she spotted him coming down the stairs. In a manner that was reminiscent of May, she zipped over and into his personal space. Hey, am I late? Are you already moved in? Am I in the wrong building? Why are you so tall? Why is your hair so fluffy? Is it full of secrets? The floating girl asked in a bombardment. Being used to May's rapid-fire questions, he answered hers in order. You're not late. I am, and so are 4 others. I don't know. My quirk gave me a supercharged growth spurt. It's always been fluffy, so genetics I guess. If it was full of secrets then I couldn't tell you, could I? He finished with a teasing smirk. The girl beamed at him, her happiness was so bright he almost had to look away. Most people don't answer all my questions. I'm Hato Nejire, a 3rd year. I'm the dorm advisor and Ta for 1A. His eyes went wide. He had heard that name come up in dinner conversations with his mom several times before. She wasn't just any 3rd year student, she was one of the big 3, the 3 strongest hero students at UA. It was said that once they graduated they would likely be in the top 10 rankings within a year. After hearing so much about them, he had watched their sports festivals and started notebook pages dedicated to each of them. You're one of the big 3. It's a pleasure to meet you. Would you sign my notebook page I'm dedicating to you? He said as he produced a notebook. Of course I'll sign it, but you're wearing shorts and a funny t-shirt, where did you have that? She asked as she floated around him looking for a way he could have been storing the notebook. I was just holding it, people never seem to notice it until I hand it to them. He shrugged as he handed her the pen and notebook that was open to her page. She took the pen and notebook and was about to sign but froze. She was staring unblinking at Izuku's drawing of her in her hero suit, arms forward and spirals shooting out of her palms as she made a face of determination. It was from when he had seen her on the news fighting a colossal villain. "Is this how you see me?" Izuku wasn't sure what she meant by that, so he checked her feelings. She was radiating joy, so it couldn't have been a bad thing. "Yes," he answered confidently. She did a little twirling in the air as she signed the page, but Izuku didn't miss the blush dusting her cheeks. She lowered herself back to the ground and looked up at him with a bright smile as she handed him the notebook back. He returned her bright smile with one of his own. "Let's get you moved in." After moving Nejire into her advisor room on the ground floor, it was early afternoon and time to meet up with the girls and Eri at his mom's house. Izuku walked through the doors of his mom's house and was greeted by Eri rushing up to him in a mini UA girl's uniform and a red backpack. Papa, look. Our uniforms match." "How does it look?" she said excitedly as she twirled for him. Izuku had heard her call him Papa several times now, but it felt no less amazing. The idea of having kids one day had always seemed so far away to him. Ever since Eri had started calling him Papa and his girlfriends Mamas, that murky concept had become crystal clear in such a short span of time that it had him reeling, but he wouldn't trade this feeling for anything. He and the girls had been fully informed of what happened to her so they could better care for her. She had gone through so much, and she had come so far already. He was so profoundly proud of Eri, of his ward, of his daughter. "Papa, what's wrong?" Eri asked quietly, snapping him out of his thoughts. He wiped at the wetness on his cheeks. He knelt, bringing himself down to her level. "Nothing's wrong, Eri, these are happy tears. Your uniform looks great." Eri hunched her shoulders in embarrassment at the compliment. "You're so happy that you cried? Why?" He opened his arms to her and she wasted no time embracing him with her eyes closed and a smile on her face. He tucked some stray white hairs behind her ear. "Because you make me happy, I love you, sweetheart." Eri buried her head into his shoulder and sniffled. "You do?" she asked with a muffled and watery voice so quiet he almost didn't hear the question. He held her closer and kissed the top of her head. "I do, and I always will, no matter what." Eri's shoulders were shaking now as she turned her head towards him and looked at him with wet, ruby eyes. "I love you too, Papa." The sound of a camera shutter made him look up. His moms and girlfriends were all watching discreetly from a distance away with eyes shimmering with unshed tears. He stood with Eri cradled close and walked over to join his family. "I know this might seem soon, but I can't imagine myself ever changing my mind about Eri." "What do you think about making this official?" he asked, wording his question carefully so as not to clue in Eri. Everyone but him and Eri choked back a sudden sob and his girlfriends nodded in agreement. "I feel the same," Rumi said with a confident grin. "Same here," Himiko said with a fang-filled smile. "I'm in, it's only a formality at this point," May said with a manic smile. He looked down at Eri, who was obviously very confused at what was happening. "Eri, I have something very important to ask you. No matter what your answer is, know that we will always love you." Eri met his eyes and was obviously nervous, so he decided to press forward. "Do you want to be a Midoriya? To officially become my daughter?" Eri smiled a tight-lipped smile as she tried and failed to suppress the quiver of her chin. Tears came unbidden to eyes. Her restrained emotions broke like dam. She let out a strangled sob as her lips separated into a wide unrestrained smile and tears poured down her face. She began nodding, her snow-white hair shaking as she struggled out a single word through her sobs, "Why yes." Izuku and Eri were enveloped in a massive hug by all of his family. Nana spoke inside his head, "Congratulations, kid, are you going to tell her about us and evolve her quirk?" "No, not yet at least. She doesn't need the burden of such a secret, and I won't evolve her quirk until she has a better grip on how it works now. We have no clue how it could evolve. Izuku thought. _____. He ended up staying at his mom's place much longer than he had planned. They threw an impromptu celebration for the new Midoriya. Inko had adoption papers already drawn up and was only missing his signature. It was almost dinner time. He needed to get back to make the dinner he had prepared for his new classmates, so they headed back home. Eri was still in her school uniform and being carried by Himiko. Her head was resting against her shoulder with her arms tucked against her chest. The sound of her soft breathing could be heard as she slept, Himiko's purring having lulled her asleep. Himiko was wearing an oversized tan cardigan and a black skirt with thigh-high black socks. Her cheek squished against Eri's head as she held her close. Rumi was wearing high-waisted blue jeans, and a black tight-fitting crop top. She was walking hand in hand with Mei behind Himiko. Mei was wearing blue jean overalls with a baggy yellow sweater under the overall straps. Izuku was in front and carrying the ludicrous amount of school supplies his girlfriends and moms had gotten for Eri. He knew they were excited when they heard Eri calling him Papa, and he knew that it would mean them spoiling her as much as possible, but this seemed excessive. With hands full, he still managed to open the doors to the dorms for his little family. They walked past into the building and soon heard an excited gasp. "She's adorable!" A feminine voice whisper shouted, followed by the sound of Rumi harshly shushing the person. He entered and saw Himiko whisking a still sleeping Eri upstairs to put her in her bed for a nap. There were people milling about the common area, Nejire, Okako, Tsu, and Itza included. He saw some floating clothes and flipped on his infrared vision to see Toru smiling at him, her eyes and hair shimmering like a kaleidoscope. She was wearing a pink long-sleeved shirt and a long gray skirt that went down to her ankles. Looking at her now, he realized she must have been around 5 feet 0 inches. He returned her smile before deactivating the vision. A pink-skinned girl with small yellow horns and black sclera with golden irises was eyeing Rumi, and Maze joined hands with a grin before her eyes locked onto him and her grin turned mischievous. She was about 5 feet 3 inches and was wearing a white turtleneck tank top that showed off her toned stomach and cut-off jean shorts that were short enough to see the pockets. "You must be the Midoriya guy that was smooth-talking my girlfriend," the pink-skinned girl said as she threw a possessive arm around Toru. "Not very manly," said a red-haired boy with sharp teeth. "Are all the girls already dating?" exclaimed a black-haired boy with cylindrical elbows and a yellow-haired boy with a black lightning bolt running through his hair in unison. Izuku went red and was about to start floundering apologies before Toru elbowed the girl in the ribs. "I told you not to tease him, Mina." Toru harumphed. Mina began laughing hysterically before she pulled Toru closer and kissed what seemed to be her head. "Sorry, but did you see his face?" Mina turned her attention back to him and pouted, her cheeks puffing up. "Though I am a bit jealous that you can see my girlfriend when I can't, but I don't need to see her to know she's beautiful," she finished with a warm smile. "I can see her too," Mei exclaimed. "Same, Ribbit," Tsu calmly stated. Well, it wasn't too surprising that Tsu could also see Toru, since some frogs can see in infrared. Toru fidgeted. "I'm not used to being seen by so many people." Mina threw up her hands in exasperation. "No fair." "What's not fair?" Himiko asked as she descended the last steps. "That Mei, Izuku, and Tsu can see the ethereal girl," Rumi teased, her nose scrunching cutely as it always seemed to do when she was teasing. Izuku didn't need his thermal vision or empathy to know that Toru was embarrassed and most likely blushing up a storm. Deciding to help her and himself out, he tried to change the subject. "Why don't we all introduce ourselves?" "Wait, I believe we are missing 2 students," Itza said, arm chopping the air. Nejire pouted. "They're in their rooms, they said that they don't want to come down." Izuku raised an eyebrow. Why would anyone not want to get to know their classmates they would have for the next 3 years? "I guess we'll have to meet them later." Nejire regained her bubbly attitude quickly and floated through the air. I'll go first. I'm Hato Nejire and I'm a third year, Class 1A's dorm advisor, and ta. I like lilies and jasmine tea. I can use my quirk wave motion to fly or shoot spiral beams of energy, but it eats at my stamina. Mina clapped her hands together excitedly. Be sure to include your name, quirk, and a hobby or something you like. I'm Ashido Mina, but just call me Mina. My quirk is called acid. It lets me secrete a powerful acid from my skin. It can even melt steel. My hobby is dancing. When Mina had mentioned quirks, Izuku pulled out a notebook and began writing furiously. I'm going to make you a baby. Mei exclaimed as she too began writing in a notebook but was labeled babies. Before anyone could get the wrong idea, Rumi said, she means support gear. There was a chorus of O's. A boy standing next to Mina with spiky red hair and sharp teeth made a fist and pounded his chest. My name is Kiris Himaejiro. I like manly things. My quirk is called hardening. It's not very flashy, but it hardens my skin so I can take a hit better than anyone, he said with flourish as he flexed his arm. Toru waved her arms around. I'm Hagakure Toru. My quirk is, as you can't see, invisibility. It just makes me invisible and I can't turn it off. My hobby is shopping for cute things. I wonder if it's in light refraction emitter field. That could be used to create flashes of light in theory. Izuku mumbled aloud as he wrote. Surely she couldn't outsparkle Moi, said a flamboyant boy wearing a cape next to Toru. My quirk is naval laser. I can shoot a laser from my belly button. I like flashy things and my name is Aoyama Yuga. He finished with a twirl of his cape. A very tall girl with long raven hair in a spiky ponytail stood up from where she sat next to a petite punk girl with a violet bob hairstyle and asymmetrical bangs. The raven-haired girl was so tall that she must have been around 6 feet 4 inches, she wore black yoga pants and an expensive-looking cashmere sweater that went past her hips and hung loosely to her incredibly busty frame. She bowed politely. I am Yayorozu Momo, but you can call me Momo since Yayorozu is a bit of a mouthful. I'm double majoring in support and heroics. My quirk is called creation. It allows me to make any non-organic material using lipids, but I have to have the atomic structure memorized as well as the blueprints. I like making tea and reading. Mei was positively vibrating with excitement. She rushed forward in a flash. Can you make theoretical material? Momo surprisingly didn't lean back in surprise at the girl's sudden proximity. She just smiled serenely down at the pinkette. I suppose if I knew the atomic makeup of the material, then in theory yes. Izuku could practically see Mei swoon. We're going to make so many babies, she said before returning back to Rumi as Momo sat back down. The punk girl with long jack-like earlobes was very petite, about 4 feet 10 inches and with a very modest bust. She was obviously athletic, as was showcased by her toned, flat stomach and wiry muscle on her arms. She was wearing faded black skinny jeans with fishnet stockings peeking above the waistline and through the several holes in her jeans. She had a short, loose white t-shirt that said Deep Dope on it, a black choker, black nails, leather bracelets, and had a red flannel tied around her waist. She rested a hand on Momo's knee and lazily waved the other. Yo. Name's Jiro Kyoka. My hobbies are playing and listening to music. My quirk is called earphone jack. I have super hearing and can send my heartbeat through my jacks. Izuku raised his hand. It reminds me of present mix quirk. Can they be plugged into electronic devices? Oh, what about a speaker? Mei asked. Yes, I can even plug one into a phone and the other into a speaker to greatly amplify the sound playing from the phone, Kyoka answered. Mei and Izuku were both furiously writing in their respective notebooks. Izuku raised his hand again. Unrelated, but I love your shirt. I don't see many other Deep Dope fans. Kyoka blushed and her jacks went a little wild. Thank you, it's my parents' band actually. Izuku's eyes went wide and his jaw dropped. Whoa, that's so cool. Would you introduce me to them if you get the chance? I would love to get their autographs. Sure green. Kyoka said, still flustered. Momo began rubbing soothing circles into the back of Kyoka's hand that was still on her knee. Green. Izuku thought. Next in the loose circle was Itza. He stood up from his seat with a sharp motion and began chopping an arm through the air. My name is Tinya Itza, my hobby is running, and my quirk is called engine. I have engines in calves that run on citric acid that allow me to run very fast. Mei was crouched behind him scribbling in her notebook before Izuku could even see her move. Do they overheat? How fast can you run? Does the concentration of citric acid matter? What's the fuel economy? What Abu dash? Please slow down, I cannot hear your questions if you ask them so fast, let alone answer them. Itza interrupted. Mei seemed a bit crestfallen, so Izuku intervened. She asked if they overheat, how fast can you run, if the concentration of citric acid matters, and what the fuel economy is. Izuku said slowly. Ah, thank you, they do overheat if I push them past third gear. My record speed is about 80 miles per hour. I'm not sure if the concentration of citric acid matters, I usually just drink orange juice as fuel. The fuel economy varies, but it's about 12 ounces of orange juice for an hour of activity. Mei scribbled in her notebook and walked over to where Izuku was standing between Rumi and Himiko. She pressed her head against his chest in a show of affection. Mina raised an eyebrow at the display. Next up was a black-haired boy with a plain face and cylindrical elbows. I'm Ciro Hanta and my quirk is tape, I can shoot tape out of my elbows. My hobby is relaxing with friends. The blonde-haired boy spoke up next. My hobby is video games. My quirk is electrification, I can zap things but I get a bit dopey if I overdo it. Oh, and my name is Kaminari Denki. He said, making finger guns. A huge boy with 6 arms stepped forward from where he was standing somewhat behind the loose circle. A mouth formed at the end of an appendage. My name is Shoji Mizo. I enjoy hiking. My quirk is called Dupli Arms, I can create many different appendages that can duplicate body parts like eyes, mouths, hands, and so forth. Momo sat forward with concern etched into her brow. Are you wearing a mask because you feel unwell? I can make you some herbal tea. She made to stand but Shoji held up a hand, halting her. I wear a mask because the sight of my face once scared a child and I have grown too accustomed to it. A raven-headed boy nodded in understanding where he stood leaning against a wall. Momo leaned back into her seat but she still wore a concerned expression. Okay, but if you want to take it off I'm sure nobody here would be alarmed. Quirkist views have no place at UA. Shoji nodded. Thank you. The boy with the head of a raven spoke up next. I am called Tokoyami Fumikage, I enjoy reading and my quirk is called Dash. He was cut off by a raven-headed shadow popping out of his back and T-posing above the boy. Dark Shadow. Wow. A sentient quirk. They're even more rare than healing quirks. Izuku gushed, ignoring the fact that he had both. Fumikage feathers ruffled at the attention as Dark Shadow began shaking the boy's shoulders. I knew people at UA would understand our greatness. Fumikage regained as much of his composure as he could and closed his eyes. Revelry in the dark. It was silent for a second until Okako blushed from where she sat on the love seat couch with Tsu cuddled up to her. She was wearing a peach-colored shirt and black shorts. He hadn't noticed before but she had a bit of baby fat still clinging to her, she wasn't necessarily overweight, just a bit pudgy perhaps. It did nothing to detract from her attractive curves however, if anything it added to it. He could tell there was underlying muscle under the fat, as if she trained but ate poorly. Oh. I'm Yurarika Okako and I like astronomy. My quirk is zero gravity, I can remove gravity from anything I touch without affecting its mass. Whoa, you could just yeet someone into the sun. Kaminari exclaimed. I wouldn't do that. She said quickly. Since you can affect one of the laws of the universe, I'm assuming there are some drawbacks. Izuku asked, ready to write. My weight limit is about 2 tons and I get queasy if I overdo it, but I've gotten a lot better over the last 3 years. Okako answered with a light blush. Tsu raised a large hand that didn't fit her small frame. She was wearing a gray long-sleeved blouse tucked into a yellow skirt that went down to her ankles. Ribbit, I'm Azui Tsuyu, call me Tsu. My hobbies are swimming and taking care of my younger siblings. My quirk is fairly obvious, it's called frog. I can do anything a frog can but better. Rumi laughed. Well, there goes the explanation of my quirk. There are so many things frogs can do. You can obviously see in infrared. Can you produce a poison like a dart frog? What about finger claws like a horror frog? What about optical camouflage? Izuku asked quickly yet intelligible. Tsu let out a quick succession of small ribbits and emanated happiness. No poison, not yet at least. A horror frog's fingertips are made to break, and since my X-rays show normal finger bones, I don't think so. I can cloak myself though. She demonstrated by turning invisible against the couch. Toru waved her arms around. No fair, she said cheerily, but Izuku could sense her melancholy. A very tired-looking boy with wild indigo hair lazily waved. I'm Izawa Hitachi, I like sleeping but my quirk gives me insomnia. My quirk was called brainwashing before I had it changed to hypnosis. It lets me give commands to those affected by it. It relies too much on surprise for me to share more details, sorry. Izuku stopped his scribbling. Wow, that's amazing. You could take on villains as strong as All Might without even having to fight them directly. Hitachi looked down to his feet. Thanks, I never did get the chance to thank you for the entrance exam. I wouldn't have passed without your help, so thank you. Izuku had almost forgotten about giving him a makeshift sword to use. He ruffled his hair bashfully and smiled. Think nothing of it. Rumi made a fist and poked her chest with her thumb proudly as she grinned audaciously. I'm Oguro Rumi, I like training, and I'm sure you can figure out my quirk. Mei slapped her notebook closed and adjusted her goggles. I'm Hatsum Mei, future CEO of Hatsum Industries. I'm also a double major. My quirk is called Zoom, but it also lets me see in infrared or thermal, through walls, and in night vision. Himiko sidled closer to Izuku and crossed her arms as she narrowed her eyes. I'm Kin Himiko, call me Himiko. I like pomegranates. My quirk used to be called Transform, but I had it changed like Sleepy, it's called Copycat now. It's a dual quirk, one part gives me a mild cat mutation and the other lets me take on the forms of others and use their quirks if I drink their blood. Before anyone asks, my quirk kills any blood-borne diseases. There was a wide range of reactions, some seemed put off while others were impressed. Nejire was hopeful for some reason when she mentioned the cat mutation. Aitsa pushed up his glasses. I'll be honest, I'm not sure how to feel about you needing to drink blood. Tsu raised a finger to her chin and tilted her head slightly. Isn't it the same as you needing to drink orange juice? Aitsa stiffened and bowed to 90 degrees at Himiko. I hadn't thought of it like that, I apologize if I made you feel uncomfortable or unwelcome. Himiko's posture relaxed and she smiled freely. Thanks. It was finally Izuku's turn. I'm Midoriya Izuku and my main hobby is learning about quirks. Before I say anything about my quirk, I have to ask, has everyone signed the non-disclosure agreement and passed the background checks? Everyone seemed very curious as to what that had to do with everything but nodded anyway. Momo raised a hand. My family's lawyers said that the non-disclosure agreement was ironclad and that the background check was incredibly thorough. Do you know why? Izuku smiled nervously. Well, my mother is Nizu's lawyer and she wrote them up. It's partly to protect the identities of the staff that wish for their real names to remain private. It's also because of the nature of my quirk. My quirk is like a dual quirk, but it has 8 sides instead of 2. After a chorus of gasps and exclamations, Izuku continued. I have a strength enhancer, prehensile energy tendrils, I can emit black smoke and its adaptation lets me see in infrared, I can fly, I can sense incoming danger, I can heal myself and others and also boost their stamina, I can sense other people's emotions and even influence them but not subtly, and I can, forcibly evolve quirks. Chaos erupted, everyone was saying something at the same time resulting in an unintelligible garble that echoed through the large room. Izuku's smartwatch began vibrating, even though he couldn't hear anything over the clamor he knew it was playing the tune that signified that Eri needed him. He and his girlfriend spun around to race upstairs but stopped when they saw Eri on the steps clutching a stuffed unicorn with a fear-stricken face. She must have been on the way down from her nap when she heard yelling. His eyes glowed as he reached out with empathy. With a mental wave of his hand, he forced everyone behind him to calm, the clamor quiet until you could hear a pin drop. Eri jumped from the middle of the flight of stairs into Izuku's open arms. "Papa! Mamas!" she cried out. The shouting began again but quieted immediately when Izuku turned and glared at them with glowing eyes as he floated off the ground with Eri hiding her face against his chest. Now that everyone had quieted again, he lowered himself down and rubbed calming circles into Eri's back. "It's okay, Eri, they were just a little excited is all." Eri lifted her head barely to peek at the newcomers but let out an eep and buried her face again. There's a bad man here," she whispered quietly enough only for him to hear. Izuku's eyes widened slightly, she must mean Fumikage since Overhaul wore that stupid mask. "He's not a bad guy, I promise. That's just how he looks." Eri peeked again to get a better look before looking up at him. "Who are they?" Izuku leaned down and kissed her forehead with a smile. "They're my classmates, they're going to be living here too." Izuku moved a little closer to the group. "Everyone, this is our adoptive daughter Eri, don't overwhelm her," he warned as Himiko, Rumi, and Mei closed in. "I knew you guys were in a polycule," Mina said with excitement. Denki and Hanta visibly deflated. Momo blushed and squeezed Kyoka's knee. "I have read about polyamory but this is my first time meeting a polycule." Izuku handed Eri off to Rumi who took her without a word. "I'm sure everyone has questions about our relationship, my quirk, and Eri but it's past dinner time and I have everything prepared to make enough for everyone if someone is willing to help me in the kitchen." Momo kissed Kyoka's cheek before jumping up. "I've been taking cooking classes and I would love to get more experience," she said, leaving Kyoka a blushing mess as she followed Izuku into the kitchen. Nejire floated in behind her. Hey, I need to get better too." Rumi, Himiko, and Mei began introducing Eri to their classmates one at a time, careful not to overwhelm her. Izuku donned his pink apron and handed Momo and Nejire white ones with frills on the edges. "Let's get started." Chapter 9. Making dinner for 20 people hadn't been as difficult as Izuku had initially thought it would be, having 2 helpers certainly made it easier. Momo seemed to know what she was doing but was obviously still new to cooking, she seemed overly focused on doing everything by the book. Nejire seemed fairly at home in the kitchen but there was a fire in her eyes as she took in any new information like a sponge. She was doggedly determined to learn how to cook better when she was already pretty savvy, it was odd to say the least. They were just beginning to plate the spaghetti with homemade meatballs and garlic bread when Izuku turned to Nejire. "You seem to know your way around a kitchen already, why are you so determined to get better?" Nejire turned her head, and if it wasn't for the laughably large hair tie that Momo had made for her long hair would have dragged through the red sauce. The smile she wore constantly turned loving. "There's someone I want to impress." The combination of the way she smiled, her tone, and her emotions reminded him of Himiko, Mei, and Rumi when they were with Eri. "I do as well, though she says I don't have to try and impress her," Momo interjected while glancing into the living room at Kyoko with stars in her eyes. "How long have you two been dating?" Izuku asked. Momo blushed but didn't take her eyes off of Kyoko. "Only just over a year. If you want to know how we met, you should ask her. It's too embarrassing for me to tell the story." "If it's so embarrassing, why would you want it told at all?" Nejire asked with a tilt of her head. "It's not too bad, it's just embarrassing for me." I was not very subtle. "Besides, she loves to tell the story," Momo replied with a warm smile. "Well, all right, I'll at least not ask in front of everyone then," Izuku said. Momo let out a small giggle. "I appreciate that." Everyone helped set the table and sat down to eat. Mei was sitting airy in her chair, placing a bib on her, and wrapping her hair up into a bandana. White hair and tomato sauce did not go well together. Okako gestured to Eri while addressing Himiko. "I can see why ya were too busy to hang out the last few weeks. Suddenly becoming a new mom must be difficult." Himiko smiled at her understanding. "It certainly takes adjustment, but it's worth it. Sorry I didn't tell you sooner." Okako waved off Himiko's apology as Tsu tilted her head and put a finger to her chin. "Ribbit, tomorrow is only a half day. If you can find a sitter, we could go on a double date. Is it still a double date if one group is a polycule?" "I'll ask my moms. Mr. Ken might be too busy tomorrow," Izuku said. Himiko laughed. "Yeah, Dad gets super stressed at the beginning of the year. Besides, I think he's still pissed that I'm not in his class." Nejire bounced in her seat. Oh. I knew it, you're Vlad King's daughter. He always talks about you." Himiko flushed in embarrassment and nodded. "Whoa, you could say that heroism is in your blood," Kaminari said while elbowing Kiri's Hima in the ribs. "Get it? Get it?" After a small round of laughs, Itza spoke. "I too come from a line of heroes. Have you heard of Ingenium? He is my brother." To Izuku's senses, he could tell just how proud the boy was of his brother. "Wow. I knew your engine seemed familiar." The indigo-haired boy spoke up next with a tired voice. "I guess this is as good a time as any. My dads are Eraserhead and Present Mike. I love present mix radio show," Mei exclaimed. In the seat next to Hitachi, Izuku lit up. "Eraserhead is one of my favorites. Since my quirk came in late, I always admired that he fights essentially quirkless." Hitachi smiled weakly. "Yeah, he's been training me for a while now." Izuku smiled brightly. "That's so cool. Hey, I might be overstepping, but I know you said you have trouble sleeping. Do you want an energy boost?" "Yes," the tired boy replied without a second's hesitation. Izuku put a glowing hand on Hitachi's shoulder. After a few seconds of contact, the bags under his eyes lightened and he visibly perked up. "We're best friends now. My dad is going to love you," Hitachi stated matter-of-factly. "How late did your quirk come in, Midoriya?" Momo asked curiously. "About 3 years ago," Izuku answered carefully. After a chorus of surprise, Okako donned a dark look. "You had bullies, didn't you?" "I hate bullies." Tsu put a large calming hand on Okako's thigh, the normally bubbly girl immediately calming down. "I did," Izuku said, choosing not to elaborate. Mina puffed up her cheeks comically. "Ugh. I can't stand bullies. I've had my share of my own too." "Same, Ribbit." Tsu agreed. Several more admitted to also having had bullies in the past. Izuku was relieved to have so many understanding classmates. Everyone continued to eat in relative silence, but he could tell most of them were holding back questions. Deciding to not beat around the bush and risk people potentially cozying up to him for a quirk evolution, he brought up the elephant in the room. Izuku coughed to get everyone's attention. All of you passed your background checks, and I know we might not know each other well yet, but we're going to be together for the next 3 years. What I'm trying to say is I'm willing to evolve anyone's quirk that wants it. Everyone was silent as they looked at each other to see who would say something first. The pregnant silence continued for several long seconds before Itza spoke. We will likely be competing against each other in class as well as the sports festivals when it comes. Would you freely give such an advantage to potential opponents? Well, to be honest, I hadn't thought of it like that, but my answer is still yes. Evolving quirks doesn't cost me anything, and when we inevitably compete against each other, it wouldn't sit right with me knowing that you're not at your strongest. Besides, we're future colleagues and I want to see each and every one of you succeed. Izuku said, finishing with a radiant smile. Izuku was nearly overwhelmed from the deluge of positive emotions coming from everyone. There was so much that it had a taste. There was sweet, tart, and tangy. It was like sampling every candy in a sweets shop at once. So manly. Kirishima said, wiping a single tear from his eye. Momo leaned forward, her fingers steepled. To be honest, I was planning on turning down your offer. I wanted to prove that I belong here on my own merits, but if you put it like that, I would not only be handicapping myself for nothing more than pride, I would also be insulting each of you by not facing you at my strongest. I will accept your gracious offer. She finished with a polite bow of her head. Some stated similar concerns while others simply accepted, but everyone accepted his offer in the long run. He warned everyone that it would not only evolve their quirks but their adaptations as well. He made everyone promise not to test anything until they were in a proper setting. With that out of the way, he stood from his seat and placed a glowing hand on the shoulders of each of his new classmates in a mockery of duck, goose. After they finished eating, Rumi stood. Everyone that ate but didn't cook helps clean. Everyone but Momo, Nejire, and Izuku helped clean up dinner and the kitchen. Izuku excused himself to get Eri ready for bed. Eri was in her unicorn onesie pajamas and standing on a stool in front of the bathroom mirror brushing her teeth. Izuku was right next to her brushing his own and making sure she actually brushed. They were in the smaller family bathroom that sat between the two massive gym locker room-esque bathrooms that were separated by gender on the ground floor of the building. Eri finished and put her stool away before tugging on Izuku's shorts. "Papa, can I stay with you tonight?" Izuku furrowed his brow. "Is everything all right, Eri?" Eri shuffled her feet before answering. "Yeah, I just want to." His brow relaxed and he scooped up his bashful daughter before poking her nose playfully. "Of course you can." He sat the now giggling girl onto his broad shoulders and raced up the stairs to his room, Eri giggling all the way. When he arrived, he was surprised to see the entire class outside his door. "You guys get an entire floor to yourselves?" Mina asked, throwing her hands up in the air at the unfairness of it all. "We think it's because Izuku is Nizu's personal student and that we're technically employees." Rumi answered with a shrug. What's going on?" Izuku interjected. Mina whipped her head to him, her fluffy pink hair ruffling at the sudden movement. Her golden eyes lit up when she saw Eri on his shoulders. "You two are too cute. We were talking about rooms and I said that our room was bigger than normal, they wanted to see it." May said simply. Are we just going to gloss over that Green is the dean's personal student and they're all employees?" Jiro asked. "Yup." May answered happily as she headed into the room. "Eri is a ward of UA and we're her paid guardians." Izuku answered simply before following May. Rumi led everyone inside the room. It didn't take long for Mina to throw her hands up again. "Your room is huge. And the bed is massive. It's like a flat." The room as well as the bed were doubtlessly huge. The room had a couch in front of a projector screen. There was some hero merchandise but nothing compared to his room at his mom's. There was evidence of Mei, Rumi, and Himiko as well. There was a glass display case of Mei's Warhammer models, they were hand-painted with impossible detail. Rumi had a Blu-ray collection of hundreds of MMA fights lining the wall next to the projector screen. Himiko had a display case of dozens of different types of knives, all in pristine condition. Sorry. Izuku offered. Mina let out a defeated sigh before perking up with a look in her eye. We're doing a girls' night here at some point. Well, it looked like he would have to sleep at his mom's place when they decided to do that. _____. The day was finally upon him. The first day of school at UA. Sure, it was really just an assembly, but it marked a milestone for Izuku. This was the beginning of his hero career. After a light breakfast, Mei helped do up Himiko's hair into messy buns, as was their morning ritual now. Rumi combed Eri's long white hair once she was done with her own. Once they were all dressed and ready, they took a commemorative photo together in their uniforms on the front steps of the dorms. Izuku wasn't sure what the future held, but he knew he wanted a reminder of this day. Izuku and Eri took off earlier from the dorms than anyone else in order to get Eri to her class in time for him to get to his own. They arrived at a room that looked like any other classroom, only larger and with a glass window. They entered to see the occupants. There was a woman who was undoubtedly the teacher waiting near the door. She had short, white hair with flecks of red spaced throughout. She wore a white turtleneck sweater, blue jeans, and glasses. She smiled at him. Ah, you must be Midoriya. She crouched down to look at Eri, who was hiding behind his legs. And you must be Eri, I'm Mrs. Tatsuma, but you can call me Fuyamai. She said kindly. Izuku smiled down at his shy daughter, trying to encourage her. Can you say hi to your new teacher?
Jimmy, I know that's definitely Endeavor's daughter, or Todoroki's sister. So there might be more changes that I don't know about. Oh wait, I do know about that changes. But who cares, right? Let's continue.
Eri reluctantly extricated herself from her hiding place. Hi Fuyamai. He looked up and noticed 3 other children trying to get closer without being noticed. They all seemed around the same age as Eri. Fuyamai must have noticed and stood up while waving the children closer. Kids, this is Eri. She'll be joining us for classes starting today. Why don't you introduce yourselves? She suggested gently. 2 girls stepped forward immediately, perfectly in sync. They were obviously twins. Both were identical down to their sharp, predatory teeth. The only exception was their hair color. One had red chin-length hair that matched the red in Fuyamai's own hair, while the other's was tundra white. What was particularly striking was their eyes. They both had mismatched heterochromia. The redhead had one piercing blue eye on her left and a vibrant red on her right. The white-haired girl had similar eyes, but they were flipped. The red-haired twin spoke first. I'm Tatsuma Mika, and dash. I'm Tatsuma Rin. The white-haired twin interjected. They're my daughters if you couldn't tell. Fuyamai offered with a smile.
Not sure anymore.
She waved the last child forward. A girl, smaller and younger than the others, peeked around the twins. He would eat his notebooks if she didn't have a snow leopard mutation quirk. She had a wild mane of white hair with 2 white fur-covered ears poking out. They were more rounded than most cat ears. Her eyes were slitted and a dull, nearly gray-blue. She had white fur with black leopard spots going all the way up to her elbows and knees. Her hands and bare feet were humanoid but decidedly paw-like. She had black pads on the tips of her fingers and palms. She also had a thick, fluffy tail that looked to be as long as she was tall. It was wrapped tight around her midsection, making it look like an oversized belt. The little snow leopard girl sniffed at the air before taking a few more tentative steps closer to Eri. She smiled, revealing teeth similar to Himiko's, but all her teeth were sharp instead of just the canines. I'm Yuki, you smell nice. Izuku gave Eri a gentle nudge forward. He watched as she was led away by the kids to be shown around the room full of toys. He really hoped this would work out. To his understanding, Eri had never even interacted with children her own age before. Fuyamai seemed to catch on to his worry. "Don't worry, she'll do great here. My kids know the ropes, they'll make her feel welcome." He rubbed the back of his head. "Thanks, I'm just nervous, I guess." She smiled in understanding. "That's to be expected, but you should get going, don't want to be late after all." Deciding she was right, he called Eri over and gave her a hug and kiss to the forehead goodbye with a promise that he was only a button press away. A few hallways later he was standing outside of a massive, floor-to-ceiling door labeled WANA in huge lettering. He could already hear an argument through the doors. "Put your feet down this instant, you are being disrespectful to this august institution." A voice he recognized as Itza said indignantly. "Tch, leave me alone, glasses." Izuku froze for a half step. He had hoped to never hear that voice again, despite how likely it was that he would have passed the practical. After gathering himself, he strode into the classroom. He ignored the feeling of red eyes burning into the back of his head as he checked the board for his seat number. He was in seat 18, directly behind Bakugo. Great. He made his way to his seat and noticed that his girlfriends weren't here yet. He also noticed the other missing student from last night, a boy with a horrible burn scar on one side of his face and hair that was red on one side and white on the other. At first glance he seemed incredibly apathetic, not a single emotion showing on his scarred, yet handsome face, but Izuku knew better. With empathy he could tell there was a simmering rage festering within the boy. The instant he sat down, the head of spiky blonde hair in front of him spun around to look him dead in the eye. "How the hell are you here, Deku?" Bakugo seethed. Izuku's eyes hardened. "That's not my name," he said coldly. Bakugo's eyes widened slightly. Izuku had never talked back so brazenly before. Thanks to empathy he knew that Bakugo was confused and frustrated, but not actually angry, surprisingly. "This must be Baku, bitch," Rumi stated matter-of-factly as she led his girlfriends into the room. She quickly moved to stand next to Bakugo's seated position. She was positively looming over him without a trace of her near ever-present grin. "What the fuck did you call me?" Bakugo began to ask angrily as he tried to stand only for Rumi grab his shoulder and press him back into his seat. Rumi tooted and wagged her finger. "Behave or I'll let Himiko do the talking," she threatened while gesturing with her head to the side. Himiko was standing to her side nearly in front of the desk with her claws fully extended and her eyes were narrowed to slits. She wasn't moving a muscle, not so much as a twitch or blink. She stood there in predatory stillness, watching, waiting for her prey to make a fatal mistake. On the other side of the classroom, Tsu had gone just as still, frozen in place. The presence of a predator having made itself known, triggering her prey instincts. Izuku was about to intervene, to tell them that he could fight his own battles, but Mei's gentle hand on his shoulder and her small shake of her head stopped him. They had apparently planned for this. Rumi, hands still gripping Bakugo's shoulder, leaned down until she was able to whisper in the blonde's ear. "Leave him alone, this is your only warning." The bell rang and Bakugo growled. But before he could retort, one of Rumi's ears swiveled to the classroom door and she stood before abruptly walking away to take her seat, Himiko and Mei following suit. "Decent awareness, Oguro. The rest of you have work to do," a tired voice said from a yellow sleeping bag on the floor. Nejire floated in through the doors. Her golden spirals that let her fly were now periwinkle in color and not as tightly coiled. "Wow. Izawa-sensei never gives compliments." Behind Izuku, Hitachi snorted as the sleeping bag groaned. Out of the sleeping bag a rough-looking man emerged. He looked disheveled, sleep-deprived, and had messy black hair. Many pairs of eyes snapped to Hitachi after seeing the similarities. The purple-haired boy shrugged. "What? I'm actually adopted." Itza pushed his glasses up high on his nose. Is this not nepotism? Nejire laughed. Hard. She was floating in the air on her back, clutching at her stomach as she continued to laugh. If she wasn't wearing spandex shorts under her skirt like Rumi, she would have flashed the entire class. After gathering herself, she explained what was so funny. If anything, Hitachi is in for a rougher time than the rest of you. Aizawa pulled out a duffel bag from under the teacher's podium and placed it on top, revealing it to be full of gym uniforms. Put these on and meet me on the PE grounds, he said before walking out of the classroom. Nejire lazily drifted through the air after Aizawa. You better hurry, she warned. Everyone scrambled, none faster than Hitachi. _____. The moment the girls were in the changing room, Okako approached Himiko. Why did Izuku get mad because that blonde boy called him Deku? Isn't it like Dekaru? Like you can do it? Okako asked innocently. Deku means useless. That was Izuku's longtime bully, Himiko said with a snarl. Okako let out a small gasp that was echoed by several others that had overheard. What? Why is there a bully at UA? Mina asked, her tail thrashing behind her. Well, that answers my question of why you guys were so confrontational towards him, Jiro said. Rumi leaned to the side to look behind the pink girl. Connected to her lower back was a smooth, pink tail that started off thick at the base but tapered as it went. It was longer than the girl's legs. Have you always had a tail? Mina instantly brightened. No. It must be part of my quirk's evolution, we're tail buddies. I woke up and it was just there. I thought there was a snake in my bed at first. Yeah, it scared me half to death when she woke up screaming next to me, Toru said with her usual exuberance. Rumi looked at the girl in question, expecting to see floating clothes, but plainly saw a pretty girl with alabaster skin that had never known the harshness of the sun. She had wavy, shoulder-length hair that changed colors like a prism with an ever-moving source of light. Her big eyes were lit similarly from within, as were her long eyelashes. Hagakure! Everyone but Mina exclaimed in unison. Mina immediately doubled over laughing. Toru flipped her colorful hair. That's me, she said playfully. Isn't she beautiful? Mina asked after she had recovered from her laughing fit. Well, I can certainly see what Izu meant by ethereal, Himiko said in agreement. Everyone mumbled their agreement, causing Toru's facade of confidence to crack and her to blush before turning invisible again. Being seen is going to take some getting used to, Toru said bashfully. We should probably hurry up, Momo suggested. _____. The boys' locker room had been a bit tense, but Izuku was now standing with the rest of the boys on the PE grounds waiting for the girls. They were taking longer than he thought they would. Aiza turned to him and chopped at the air with his arm, the exhaust pipe protruding from his elbow adding to the effect. What was that about in class? He tried to whisper. Izuku let out a sigh before answering. Bakugo was my old bully. Aiza gasped incredibly loud, gaining everyone's attention. That rude blonde was your bully? And he's at UA, he all but screamed. Every one of the boys glared daggers at the blonde in question, even the scarred boy surprisingly. What do you want? Bakugo roared in defiance. Unmanly, Kirishima said, shaking his head. That's not very plus ultra, Kaminari said. Aizawa was raising an eyebrow at the whole exchange and listening carefully. Izuku scratched the back of his head. Guys, just leave it. Allo, wait a minute. Aiza, are those exhausts on your elbows new? Aiza looked down at his elbows, then to Izuku and smiled. They are. I assume it is my quirk's evolution. They're exactly like the ones my brother has. I can't thank you enough. Izuku whipped out a notebook and began scribbling. That's so cool. That will probably add a lot of maneuverability and verticality to your mobility. The girls approached from the locker rooms while Izuku was mid-mutter storm, Mina scooching close. What's cool, Midori? She asked casually, her tail tapping on her chin in an inquisitive manner. You have a tail now? It's so cool. Izuku yelled. She immediately dropped the casual act and began bouncing in place. I know. Thank you. She said before glomping onto him in a hug, her tail joining in. They both bounced in excitement together before realizing their position and pulling away, Izuku resembling a strawberry and Mina blushing violet. Just hugging my girlfriend right in front of me, huh? Toru asked. Izuku turned to see Toru with her hands on her hips and tapping her foot like Rumi did when she was upset or impatient. Wait. He could see her. I can see you without thermal vision. He exclaimed yet again. Toru smiled and did a little twirl, giving him a hug as well. I've wanted to see myself for so long and now I finally can, thank you so much. And look at this. She stepped back and turned back invisible, but this time her clothes were also invisible. You can extend the field of light refraction. Izuku said excitedly as he began scribbling in a notebook. All right, what the hell is going on? The tired voice of their teacher droned. He evolved everyone's quirk, Dad. Hitachi said simply. Ugh, problem child. Aizawa said as he ran a hand over his face. Well, not the blonde bully or the red and white-haired boy, Ribbit. Tsu supplied, a finger on her chin. Aizawa unceremoniously threw a baseball to Izuku, which he caught easily. Enough chit-chat. You broke All Might's record on the entrance exam, so you're up first. What was your throwing distance in high school? You broke All Might's record. Kamimari asked dumbfounded. What? How? Bakugo screeched, his palms popping with miniature explosions. Enough. Aizawa snapped before continuing, answer the question Midoriya. About 75 meters, sir. Izuku replied quickly, his back going ramrod straight. His mama and mom had not exaggerated when they told him that Eraserhead was a bit of a hard ass. See how far you can throw it using your quirk. The only rule is stay within the circle, anything else goes. Aizawa instructed. Rumi and Jiro, you should cover your ears. Izuku warned. Izuku took his place in the center of the chalk circle. He tossed the high-tech ball in his palm experimentally. Deciding that brawn was the best move here, Black Whip snaked under his gym uniform to form a layer of extra muscle. His uniform was now straining at the seams. A single black tendril wrapped around the ball and extended from his palm as he took a pitch stance. Viridian lightning arced across his body as he powered up full cowl to 25. I cancelled your quirk. I saw you at the entrance exam and I've read your file, you've only had your quirk for 3 years. You were going to break yourself again, weren't you? You have power, but what good is it if you break yourself and become just another victim in need of being saved? Izuku's eyes hardened and he glared for everything he was worth. I know my limits, the only reason I went past them that day was to save a life. Now if you don't mind turning off your quirk, I would appreciate it. I don't take kindly to people arbitrarily using their quirk on me just to prove a point. He growled. Aizawa quickly glanced at Bakugo and back before turning off his quirk. I'm sorry. He said simply but sincerely. Izuku stood there dumbfounded and slack-jawed. He had never had a teacher apologize to him, and certainly not so easily. Thanks. He said dumbly before picking up the discarded ball and retaking his previous stance. He stomped one foot forward as he snapped into motion, the sudden movement shredding his already straining shirt and kicking up a dust cloud. The Black Whip tendril released the ball. A deafening boom sounded, then another, and another. Silence reigned for what felt like an eternity until Aizawa faced his phone forward, its display reading 4,705.4 meters. Everyone either cheered or wolf whistled with the exception of a few. Bakugo stomped forward as he roared, Deku! You had a quirk this entire time. You owe me an explanation. I don't owe you shit, and I told you before, That isn't my name. Izuku seethed. Bakugo, see me after class in my office. Aizawa said dangerously. Aizawa turned to the rest of the class. You'll be doing the fitness assessments you did in high school, but this time you'll be using your quirks so that I can get a baseline for each of you even if your quirk isn't applicable. What about orientation? Oh, this is going to be fun. Maybe we can figure out how our quirks evolved. Aizawa's glare silenced any further questions. Normally this is where I would lie and threaten expulsion for whoever comes in last in order to make you try your hardest, but according to your files both Jiro and Midoriya can sense lies, not to mention Hato would likely ruin the surprise. He said, throwing a glare at his TA who was doing her best to look offended at the accusation. The truth is, I only have 3 short years to get you ready for the real world. The life of a hero is dangerous. Heroes die or are maimed all the time. I refuse to read your obituaries before you read my own. I understand that you want to have fun, but if I decide you aren't taking this seriously enough, I will not hesitate to move you to Gen Ed. Am I clear? Yes. Everyone shouted at the same time. That speech had certainly sobered everyone up to the reality of being a hero. Aizawa tossed a new ball to Bakugo. Let's see if your bite is as bad as your bark. After Bakugo yelled obscenities and blasted the ball, Izuku approached Aizawa. Thank you for apologizing, it means a lot. I was in the wrong, it's only logical that I admit it. I know what happened at Aldera and what the nature of your relationship with Bakugo was. I refuse to be another teacher that's wronged you. Nemuri would murder me. He said with a shudder. I know you two are friends, so I thought it was weird that I've never met you before. Izuku said. I don't get out much. Aizawa said simply, and boy did Izuku believe him. Would you like an energy boost, sensei? Izuku asked, his outstretched hand glowing. Hitachi texted me about this, I've been hoping you'd ask. He reached forward and took Izuku's offered hand. Several seconds passed before Aizawa let go. You're officially my favorite, problem child. He said with a semi-manic grin. Izuku ruffled his fluffy hair. You've always been one of my favorite heroes actually, would you sign my notebook? Also, do you want me to evolve your quirk? He asked while producing a notebook and flipping it to Aizawa's dedicated page complete with a lifelike drawing. Aizawa laughed before taking the notebook and signing. I'm glad to see you have this coded with a cipher, the rats taught you well. As for the evolution, it would be illogical to turn down such an opportunity. Izuku reached forward with a glowing hand once more, Aizawa taking it again, his eyes glowing with power as his quirk evolved. Aizawa blinked several times. Do you mind if I test it on you? Aizawa asked. Go ahead. Izuku answered. Izuku summoned a tendril of Black Whip that was subsequently cancelled out by Aizawa's quirk. Aizawa blinked, his red eyes returning to normal as his hair settled back into place. Izuku tried to summon Black Whip again but found he couldn't for several seconds. It seems to have added a lingering effect. I can finally blink in combat. You are definitely my favorite. Aizawa said with a sigh of relief. I don't want to be treated any differently. Izuku said seriously. Aizawa grinned maliciously. Being my favorite isn't a good thing, just ask Hitachi. Izuku shuddered before he moved away to watch the rest of his class perform the ball throw. They were all impressive in their own right. Kyoka, Tsu, Mina, and Mizo had emulated him. Kyoka threw the ball with a jack, Tsu with her tongue, Mina with her new tail, and Mizo with an incredibly long arm. Todoroki, as he learned was the scarred boy's name, created a glacier that launched the ball. Okako had simply removed the ball's gravity and let go, the ball drifting upwards until it left the atmosphere. Aoyama blasted the ball with his naval laser before he thrust his hands forward and lasers shot from them too, launching the ball even further. The boy seemed as surprised as everyone else. He rushed up to Izuku and showed him his palms. There were small diamonds embedded into the center of his palms. I can shoot magnific lasers from my palms now and my tummy does not hurt. He hugged him before he got on his tiptoes and began kissing him on both of his cheeks. Thank you, monsieur. Izuku blinked as Aoyama sauntered away, throwing him a wink over his shoulder. He looked at his girlfriends who only shrugged in response. Momo took her place in the circle and lifted her shirt as she activated her quirk. Out of curiosity Izuku switched to infrared, and could see intense heat emanating from in front of the girl until a massive, antique cannon plopped to the ground. What was really interesting was the pocket of super-cooled air in front of Momo. According to the emotions coming off of her, she was surprised and nearly taken aback. She quickly gathered herself and blasted the ball even further than he had. She wheeled the cannon out of the way as Izuku approached her. You were surprised, why? He asked. Momo looked at him in surprise before understanding crossed her features. Empathy, right. Well, it was just too easy to remember, and it seemed to barely dent my fat reserves when something that large should have been draining. In fact, my memory seems impossibly sharp today. I can recall things with such ease that it feels like I'm reading the information at will. I can recall what breakfast tasted like as if the food was still in my mouth. Izuku hummed in thought. I have a theory. I think your impressive memory might be your quirk's adaptation, and now that it evolved you essentially have a photographic memory. As for how easy it was to make such a large object, I was watching with thermal vision and there was a pocket of super cold air in front of you after you made the cannon. I'm guessing that your quirk now pulls in nearby molecules, in this case oxygen, and breaks them down to supplement your creation process, effectively lowering the strain on your personal resources. Momo's eyes sparkled as she clapped excitedly before enveloping him in a crushing hug, her massive assets squished against his chest. I have to tell Kyoka, she said before rushing off to her girlfriend and leaving him blushing as Himiko sidled up to him. Himiko leaned her head on his massive arm. I'm kind of jealous. What did they feel like? Soft and warm. He answered quickly. She hummed wistfully. Mei and Rumi would often describe him and Himiko as touch-starved, considering how much they both valued positive physical contact. They had never disagreed, they weren't liars after all. Next up was the 50-meter dash. Izuku was paired alongside Aitsa. The buzzer sounded and both students blasted forward, a boom resounding from the displacement of air. Izuku launched forward with a combination of black whip muscles, float, and full cowl. Aitsa rocketed forward in a blur, his legs and arms leaving trails in the air. Izuku won with a score of 1.8 seconds, Aitsa scoring 2.01 seconds. They both congratulated each other while the rest of their classmates looked on in shock. The only other notable matchup was between Tsu and Rumi. Rumi bounded forward, her feet only touching the ground twice. Tsu pounced forward frog-like at incredible speed. They both tied at 4.06 seconds. Izuku mused that Tsu's quirk evolution would likely present itself as mostly physical like Rumi's had. Next up was the long jump. Izuku just engaged float and cleared the sandbox. Rumi leaped across as easily as Tsu. Okako simply floated across. Aoyama blasted his way across, much like Bakugo. Todoroki just created a bridge of ice and casually walked across. The last outdoor test was revealed to be the distance run. Izuku for his part casually floated through the air at the lead. Momo created a solar-powered scooter. Aitsa was jogging at a leisurely pace that didn't even break a sweat thanks to his new engines. Rumi was keeping up with pure endurance. Tsu hopped along for a time but eventually had to call it quits, her method fast but ill-suited to tests of endurance. Mina skated on acid as Todoroki did so on ice, both eventually giving in to the overuse of their quirks. Once only Izuku, Momo, Aitsa, and Rumi were left and looked to be able to continue for some time, Aizawa called it. Next up was seated toe touch inside the nearby gymnasium. Izuku with Black Whip, Mina with her tail, Tsu with her tongue, Mizo with his elongated arm, Fumikage with his dark shadow, Kyoko with her jacks, Momo with a pillar of iron, Todoroki with ice, and Ayuma with his laser easily maxed out the test. Grip strength was next. Izuku easily maxed out the test with a combination of black whip muscles and full cowl, the machine reading 999.0 kilograms before it broke. He decided he needed a name for the combination and quickly dubbed it Black Cowl. Momo created the Jaws of Life to similar results. What was most impressive, at least to Izuku, was Rumi's and Mizo's tied score of 540.00 kilograms with nothing but pure, unadulterated strength. Next were sit-ups. Rumi took off her shirt so that she was only wearing a black sports bra and settled in next to Izuku. Both were mostly shirtless as they egged each other on in competition. They were both sweating profusely and in their own little world when someone said 1000 and Aizawa called a stop to the test. Unbeknownst to them, they were the only two still going at the time and they had attracted a drooling crowd. Aizawa displayed a holographic leaderboard of the class stating those in the lower ranks needed to pick it up even if their quirks weren't applicable. Izuku had placed first with Momo in second, and Rumi close behind in third. Hanta, Denki, and Toru all looked at each other warily, they were the three trailing behind the rest of the class. Todoroki and Bakugo had placed in the middle of the pack. Izuku could hear Bakugo's jaw grinding from where he stood. Aizawa dismissed the class before walking off. _____. Aizawa rounded the corner of the building where he knew the big oaf was attempting to hide. You could have just come watch. He said once All Might's atrocious yellow suit came into view. All Might deflated into his skinnier form. I didn't want to distract anyone. Aizawa eyed the man carefully. I know there's some kind of connection between you and Midoriya. If it pertains to his frankly ludicrous quirk it would help me teach him better if I knew everything. All Might was silent in uncharacteristic contemplation before his face grew serious. You're quite observant, there is indeed a connection but I cannot tell you the exact nature of that connection yet. It's not my secret to tell, I will talk to Midoriya about bringing you in on it though. _____. Back in his school uniform, Izuku walked to Aries' class to pick her up and for some reason Nejire was walking with him. He wasn't going to complain however, he enjoyed Nejire's company. Izuku's phone pinged with a text message. He pulled it out and quickly read it. All three of his moms were busy today and couldn't watch Eri. Something wrong? Nejire asked, having noticed his frown. No, not really. Babysitting plans fell through, is all. He said. Well, if you and Eri are okay with it, I could watch her. Nejire suggested with a smile. Izuku hummed. I'm okay with it but Eri is a little slow to trust new people, I'll ask her though. How do you know she won't just agree because that's what she thinks you want to hear? Nejire asked in concern. He tapped his temple. Empathy. I never imagined it would be so handy with raising a child. Nejire raised both of her eyebrows in surprise. Oh. I didn't think about that, I'm kind of jealous. I noticed that your spirals changed color. Izuku said as he pulled out his notebook to edit her page. Nejire beamed up at him. Yeah, they match my hair now. It must be my quirk evolution, they aren't as coiled as they used to be and it takes less energy to fly now. If they're less coiled, does that mean they travel faster? He wondered aloud. Nejire hummed in thought before she looked up and down the hallway quickly for anyone and shot off a small spiral down it. The small spiral blasted down the hallway quickly and impacted on the far wall harmlessly. It does. She exclaimed with a little bounce. You could have hit someone. Izuku said worriedly. She waved his concern off. PSH, that was only a 1% charge. It would only tickle. They arrived at Aries' classroom and looked in through the window. A miniature red dragon chased a miniature white dragon through the air of the large classroom. Below them the little snow leopard girl, Yuki, was holding Aries' hand as they laughed and scampered after the dragons. Seeing Eri so carefree with children her own age changed something in him. At first his motivations for being a hero had been because he simply wanted to help people. He still wanted to help people of course, but now his goals were a little more clear-cut. He wanted to create a world where Eri and other children didn't have to grow up afraid, where they were safe, where they could be happy and carefree. He wasn't entirely sure how to accomplish that yet, but it lit a fire in him nonetheless. Nejire opened the classroom doors, catching the attention of the kids inside. Yuki's ears swiveled to her location. The little snow leopard girl let go of Eri's hand and got down on all fours before bounding at Nejire while excitedly shouting, "Mommy!" The little girl slammed into Nejire's chest, earning her an OOF. She began rambling and purring like a truck. "I made a new friend, Mommy. Her name's Eri. She smells like you. She's really nice. She has white hair like me." Nejire just smiled with maternal affection as she ran a hand through the girl's mane and listened intently to Yuki's excited rambling. "Did you have fun staying with your uncles, baby?" Nejire asked Yuki once the little girl's rambling had slowed. "Yeah, Uncle Mirio and Uncle Tamaki took me to the park," Yuki said, her large tail whipping about in excitement. Eri caught up, slightly winded from playing so hard. She jumped into Izuku's open arms readily. "Papa, I missed you," she said as she pressed her head against his chest and closed her eyes. He ran a hand through her hair. "I missed you too. Did you have fun?" he asked. She looked up at him, her ruby eyes sparkling. "Yeah. I made friends and they're nice. Yuki says she lives in the dorms like us. Can I play with her more please?" He looked to Nejire and back. "I was actually going to ask if you were okay with Nejire watching you tonight. It looks like Yuki will be there too." Eri lit up with excitement, her smile bright. "Yay," she said in way of an answer. "I suppose that settles that," Nejire said. They began their trek back to the dorms, both children falling asleep in their arms quickly. "I didn't know you had a kid too," Izuku said, careful to keep his voice low. "You didn't think you were the only guardians at UA, did you?" Nejire asked with a mirthful lilt. "She's a ward, same as Eri," he said in shocked realization. If Yuki was a ward and in that special class, then she too was affected by villains in some way. He naively hoped that what happened to Eri wasn't something that happened often. It broke his heart to know that Yuki had potentially been through something horrible as well. Nejire nodded before looking at the purring girl in her arms with a somber look. "Last year, at my internship, we were tracking a creature rejection clan cell for nearly the entire year. They had murdered a family that all had mutation quirks. The daughter was missing. The cell was slippery and moved constantly. When we finally caught up to them, we discovered Yuki locked in a cage and muzzled like an animal. They were trying to secure a buyer overseas to sell her like an exotic pet." She seethed quietly. It was so odd to see the bubbly girl so murderous. "That's horrible." She seems so happy now. "A mentor of mine always says that a hero saving a person's life isn't enough, they have to save their heart as well. You, Nejire, are a hero," he said with respect evident in his voice. Tears pricked at Nejire's eyes. "Thank you. I could say the same for you. Since I'm the dorm advisor, I was told about Eri's situation. I wasn't sure if I was ready to become a mom, but I couldn't let someone else go through what I did in foster care. The decision to take her in is what broke up me and my girlfriend. You didn't want kids. I'm sorry to hear that. For what it's worth, I think you made the right decision. That child has a loving mother and a bright future thanks to you. If you don't mind me asking, what did you mean by what you said about your experiences in foster care?" he asked carefully, trying to convey that she didn't have to tell him if it was too personal. "It's okay, it's not much of a sob story. A side effect of my quirk makes it so I have really high energy, and when I was a kid it was really bad. I was too much for most families, so I never got adopted and bounced between different foster homes until I aged out. Yuki had already been through so much. I didn't want her to have to wonder if a house would turn into a home or if a guardian would turn into a parent. Nizu gave me the option of just becoming her guardian, but I refused and adopted her straight away. Nejire said, smiling warmly at her now drooling daughter. He smiled at the pair. That's incredibly admirable, Nejire. I can see why Yuki loves you so much. She turned her warm smile to him. And I can see why Eri loves you so much. Sorry for the delay, I was vacationed and caught COVID, but I'm alive and I'm back. This chapter was a bit of an undertaking with all the interactions and quirks. I was struggling to come up with a reason to piecemeal out the quirk evolution, so I just said fuck it. I hope I sold the reasoning Izuku had for doing it all at once. Mina's tail is basically just Android 21's tail, if you were wondering. I didn't give her a tail for anything beyond I thought it would be fun. Honestly, her actual quirk evolution has yet to be revealed. I have an idea of what I want to do with Fumikage's quirk, but I'm still open to suggestions for his. I wanted to make Aizawa a better teacher and less likely to put up with Bakugo's nonsense, so I hope I conveyed that well. I also toned down Bakugo's explosiveness because he has technically been going to therapy for years by now. I'll eventually shine some more light on him and what makes him tick. I know I bashed him a little here, but don't expect me to just mercilessly bash him. If I hated him that much, I would have just swept him to 1B or something. Eri made a friend. Fuyamai is married to Ryuko, if you missed that somehow. I couldn't come up with a reason to show it, so I'll just tell you, her kids can breathe fire and freezing frost in their dragon forms. I can't wait to show some Uncle Shoto. I had them there as well in the class because of how they rehabilitate abused dogs IRL, they bring them around well-adjusted dogs to help train them. It seems like something Nizu would think of, doesn't it? If you wonder what my version of Visible Toru is, it's my own spin on Horikoshi's official reveal of her face. I'll link some art that's close. http URL. Chapter 10. Date night. Izuku and Nejire arrived at the dorms with their respective children.
My god, this may chapter, like, legitly. We're going to continue it, don't worry. Oh my god, I did not know this would hit me. I did not think that would be already 5 hours and 25 minutes right now. We'll continue this more of this later.